Chapter 74. For a full 5 days, Nieli concentrated on integrating demon spirits. Finally, he managed to integrate over 60 extraordinary-level demon spirits. Over 60 extraordinary-level fighter-type demon spirits. I should be able to get a god-level fighter-type demon spirit, right? Nieli inwardly thought to himself as he continued to refine. Placing 10 extraordinary-level growth rate demon spirits inside, Nieli activated the Nightmare Demon Pot and started the integration. A dazzling light flickered. Nieli saw a 7-colored light flickering within the Nightmare Demon Pot. Every demon spirit's color was a little different as they gradually mixed together. I wonder what will be the first successful fighter-type demon spirit. Nieli was looking forward to it as he stared at the Nightmare Demon Pot. As time passed, the group of demon spirits inside the Nightmare Demon Pot suddenly disappeared with a bang and dissipated. Failed, Nieli opened his mouth, feeling a heartache. One must know that this kind of failure is equivalent to tens of millions of demon spirit coins turning into nothingness in an instant. If an ordinary person were to play like this, they would go bankrupt. Although Nieli is rich, the chances of success aren't high. There are only 6 chances, and he failed on the first attempt. How depressing! Nieli took a deep breath and placed another 10 extraordinary-level growth rate demon spirits inside. Once again, he activated the Nightmare Demon Pot and started the integration. After 10 minutes, the Nightmare Demon Pot once again dissipated with a bang. Failed again, Nieli had the urge to vomit blood. In just a blink of an eye, another tens of millions of demon spirit coins were gone. Is it really that hard to create a god-level growth rate demon spirit coins? Although Nieli was a little depressed, he did not give up. Losing a little money doesn't matter. What he has now is money. Nieli took another 10 extraordinary-level growth rate demon spirits and started the third integration. 10 demon spirits were constantly changing at the bottom of the Nightmare Demon Pot, slowly fusing together. Dazzling lights were constantly flickering. Wave after wave of intense soul force fluctuations were emitted from the Nightmare Demon Pot. Feeling this majestic soul force, all the pores on Nieli's body opened up. His soul realm constantly absorbed the soul force from the Nightmare Demon Pot, and his whole body felt warm. The 10 extraordinary rank demon spirits constantly merged and transformed, finally forming a brand new demon spirit. Success! Looking at the demon spirit quietly lying at the bottom of the Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli was extremely excited. He guided the demon spirit to a demon spirit stone and carefully examined it. A god-level growth rate demon spirit. After using the soul force crystal to examine the demon spirit's talent, Nieli couldn't help being ecstatic. After 2 failures, he finally managed to create a god-level demon spirit. This demon spirit is an abyss tiger demon beast belonging to the fighter type. It's surging with power, and basically all of its characteristics are similar to an abyss tiger. However, what's different from an ordinary abyss tiger is that its entire body is emitting a dark metallic luster. On its head is a pair of terrifyingly sharp horns, and its body is covered with spikes. Is this still an abyss tiger? Nieli couldn't help being secretly shocked, because this demon spirit is formed from the fusion of different demon spirits. Its characteristics are different from ordinary demon spirits. It's much stronger than ordinary demon spirits. Among the fighter-type demon spirits, the abyss tiger is already one of the stronger ones. After this transformation, Nieli doesn't know what other special abilities it has. Nieli stored the abyss tiger demon spirit and continued to merge with other demon spirits. He still has 3 more chances. In the next 3 attempts, Nieli's luck is pretty good. He succeeded twice. One of them is a scarlet demonic leopard covered in scales and has a pair of wings on its back. The other one is actually a fanged panda. Seeing that the third demon spirit is actually a fanged panda, Nieli was dumbfounded. This fanged panda is chubby. The fur on its body is alternating between black and white, making it look charmingly naive. It doesn't seem to have any offensive capabilities. It's actually a fighter-type demon spirit. This is a little confusing. Nieli tested the growth rate of this demon spirit. It's indeed a god-level demon spirit. The fanged panda is a very low-level demon beast. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. In the end, only a few of them could form into a demon spirit. Nieli doesn't know who managed to hunt a fanged panda demon spirit. What's even more surprising is that when the nightmare demon pot is merging with other demon spirits, it's usually the stronger demon spirits that devour the weaker demon spirits. In the end, only the strongest demon spirit will be formed. For example, the abyss tiger and the scarlet demonic leopard are both very powerful. How did this fanged panda devour so many other demon spirits and survive? How strange. Nieli couldn't help sighing. He carefully looked at this fanged panda. Whether it's the abyss tiger or the scarlet demonic leopard, after devouring other demon spirits, their bodies underwent some special changes. For example, the abyss tiger grew horns and spikes on its back, while the scarlet demonic leopard grew scales and wings. However, this fanged panda didn't have any changes. It's exactly the same as an ordinary fanged panda. After being silent for a moment, Nieli thought of something. When the nightmare demon pot is refining demon spirits, the demon spirits will evolve towards a stronger direction. Whether it's the abyss tiger or the scarlet demonic leopard, it's the same. However, this fanged panda didn't have any changes. Doesn't that mean that this fanged panda is already in its strongest form? Nieli is very clear about the majority of demon spirits' characteristics. However, he's a little confused about this fanged panda. That's because the fanged panda is too weak. Almost no one would choose to merge with a fanged panda. Perhaps the fanged panda isn't that simple. Nieli pondered for a moment. He carefully sensed the fanged panda's demon spirit. He could feel that there are two completely different powers within the fanged panda's body. These two completely different powers complement each other, forming a miraculous balance. Yin and yang balance. This is the most perfect form in nature. Within the fanged panda's eyes, there's a deep light. There seems to be a trace of consciousness remaining. This is completely different from ordinary demon spirits. Ordinary demon spirits would lose their consciousness after they die. How strange. However, I've decided you'll be the second demon spirit that I'm going to merge with. Nieli lightly smiled and stored the scarlet demonic leopard and abyss tiger. He only needs to merge with one fighter-type demon spirit. Too many would be a waste. Dowsit and Lu Piao are also suitable to merge with fighter-type demon spirits. I'll give these two god-level growth rate demon spirits to them. Nieli thought. As for Yiziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Bunch, Nieli is preparing to give them other types of demon spirits. For example, Yiziyun is more suitable for snow-wind attribute demon spirits. Xiao Ninger is more suitable for wind and lightning attribute demon spirits. Snow, wind, and lightning attribute demon spirits are harder to obtain than fighter-type demon spirits. However, Nieli has enough money now, so he can slowly obtain them. After sitting down, Nieli started to merge with the fanged panda. After slowly guiding the demon spirit into his soul realm, Nieli started to merge with it. Chapter 75. After the fanged panda entered Nieli's soul realm, it occupied an area and maintained a certain distance from the shadow devil demon spirit. The shadow devil demon spirit seemed to be afraid of the fanged panda and didn't dare to move. The fanged panda also seemed to have felt the aura of the shadow devil demon spirit and didn't dare to approach it. Both parties were on guard against each other. As the fanged panda demon's spirit slowly merged with Nia Li's soul realm, the boundary between the two was no longer so clear. Occasionally, a chubby figure would flash across Nia Li's mind. This guy was charmingly naive, grabbing a bamboo and chewing on it. He clumsily climbed up a big tree and finally fell down with a plop. This is the image of the fanged panda when it was alive. It was transmitted into Nia Li's mind. Nia Li couldn't help smiling. This little guy is still rather cute. Roughly 2 hours later, the merging between Nia Li and the fanged panda was finally completed. After merging with the fanged panda, the two demon spirits interacted with each other, constantly expanding Nia Li's soul realm. Nia Li's soul realm frantically expanded, once again expanding by more than 2 times. His soul force also surged violently. The soul force within Nia Li's soul realm split into 2. These 2 streams of soul force constantly flowed, complementing each other. A majestic energy surged out. Boom! Nia Li could feel that his soul force had suddenly increased by quite a bit. After testing it with a soul crystal, Nia Li realized that his soul force has already grown to 2,000, reaching the 2-star silver rank. After merging with the fanged panda, Nia Li's strength directly increased by a level. All of this was within Nia Li's expectations. What he was most concerned about wasn't the increase in his cultivation, but the innate ability of the fanged panda. Feeling some of the characteristics of the fanged panda, Nia Li's eyes lit up. He leapt up and headed straight for the back mountain. In the forest behind the mountain, it's quiet and uninhabited. Normally, no one would come here. Nia Li is preparing to display the combat skills of the fanged panda here. Roar! Nia Li furiously roared. His body rapidly expanded, quickly merging with the fanged panda demon spirit. His muscles bulged, his body was covered with black and white fur, his limbs became extremely thick, and sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Thunder strike! Nia Li's whole body was full of power that couldn't be vented. He slapped a big tree next to him. Boom! A huge tree that required a person's arms to wrap around its trunk snapped in response. It fell down with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. Such powerful strength. Nia Li's eyebrows twitched. The strength of this fanged panda had indeed exceeded his imagination, in addition to Nia Li's understanding of battle, not to mention a silver rank. Even if it was a gold rank, Nia Li would still dare to fight it. Aside from palm strikes, Nia Li doesn't know what other combat skills it has. Nia Li furiously roared, activating the strength of the fanged panda. With a boom, a powerful aura was formed around the fanged panda, with a radius of approximately 5 meters. Nia Li can control the weight of this 5-meter radius. Gravity field. What a rare combat skill. Nia Li was ecstatic in his heart. He never thought that the fanged panda would be able to display such a special combat skill. Gravity field is a combat skill that is very hard to defend against. Obtaining this fanged panda is really a big win. Nia Li continued to research the fanged panda's combat skills. Because Nia Li doesn't have any understanding of the fanged panda demon spirit, there are many combat skills that need to be developed. However, after merging with the fanged panda, a trace of the fanged panda's memory would occasionally appear in Nia Li's mind. Therefore, the difficulty of developing new combat skills has decreased by a lot. There's still the third combat skill. Nia Li roared like a wild beast. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 balls of light, one black and one white, from Nia Li's mouth. The 2 balls of light drew a curved arc in the air and simultaneously landed on an empty ground. Boom! When the 2 balls of light exploded, a terrifying force swept out. Everything within a 10-meter radius was swept away, leaving behind 2 huge craters on the ground. The hard rocks within the soil were all crushed into pieces. At this moment, even Nia Li was a little dumbfounded. What a powerful force! Yuan Qi explosion. Nye Li seems to have heard of this combat skill before. By spitting out the Yuan Qi within the body and bombarding the enemy's body, it would cause an explosion. However, ordinary Yuan Qi explosion is only one. However, the Yuan Qi explosion that Nye Li casted out two at the same time. Let's call it the Yin-Yang blast for now. Nye Li thought a while. These two balls of light, one black and one white, are indeed a little frightening. Nye Li sensed for a moment. This Yin-Yang blast can't be casted too many times. After casting it 5 times, all the energy in his body will be exhausted. The gravity field combined with the Yin-Yang blast is definitely a very powerful move. Nye Li can feel that this Fang Panda still has a lot of combat skills that have yet to be developed. He believes that in the future, as Nye Li and the Fang Panda's strength continue to rise, they will be able to display even more combat skills. Not bad. Although he has seen a lot of demon spirits, after merging with the Fang Panda, Nye Li is still very excited. No matter if it's the Shadow Devil demon spirit or the Fang Panda, both of them have got level growth rates. Any one of them is enough to make people go crazy. Nye Li recalled the Fanged Panda back into his soul realm. Currently, this Fang Panda is only a bronze rank demon spirit. Nye Li constantly circulated his soul force to feed it, while crazily swallowing elixirs like soul-tempering pills to replenish his energy. At this moment, within Nye Li's soul realm, the Fanged Panda was constantly opening its mouth to devour the surging soul force. Normally, cultivators wouldn't be willing to use a large amount of soul force to feed a demon spirit. Although a demon spirit is a part of their strength, it can be changed. Rather than feeding a demon spirit, it's better to increase one's own strength. When one's strength grows stronger, they can switch to a stronger demon spirit. However, Nye Li's thoughts are different. Whether it's the Fanged Panda or the Shadow Devil demon spirit, he's prepared to nurture them well. Constantly devouring soul force, the Fanged Panda's rank continued to rise. With a boom, it finally broke through to silver rank. After reaching silver rank, the Fanged Panda's speed of devouring soul force slowed down and almost stabilized. The increase in a demon spirit's strength is closely related to the demon spiritualist. When a demon spirit's strength is on par with the demon spiritualists, their growth will slow down. Only a small number of demon spirits can grow stronger than their master. The Fanged Panda belongs to a god-level growth rate demon spirit. In the future, it's normal for its strength to surpass Nye Li. However, this still requires Nye Li to nurture it slowly. You can't become fat in one go. To be able to reach silver rank in such a short amount of time is already not easy. After reaching silver rank, Nye Li let out a low roar and once again summoned the Fanged Panda. With the Fanged Panda attached to his body, Nye Li's cultivation suddenly increased, becoming much stronger than before. Although it's still silver rank, ordinary gold rank demon spiritualist shouldn't be my opponent. Nye Li lightly smiled. The strength of a god-level growth rate demon spirit isn't something ordinary people can imagine. Chapter 76. Just when Nye Li was crazily training and preparing to dig deeper into the Fanged Panda's combat technique, 2 figures flew over from the forest far away. Nye Li slightly frowned. He stood still and looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures landed. It's Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Tensei family's territory? Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori's gaze fell onto the transformed Nye Li. After Nye Li merged with the Fanged Panda demon spirit, his figure grew a lot bigger. His appearance also changed a lot. His exposed skin was covered with black and white fur. It's normal that the 2 of them didn't recognize Nye Li. It's the 2 of them. Nye Li stood still, slightly frowning. Although Nye Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori have some grudges with him. It's still an internal matter of the family. In his previous life, when the two of them fought with demon spirits, they died a heroic death. Therefore, Nie Li didn't plan to do anything to them. Furthermore, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori's position in the family can no longer be compared to Nie Li. Nie Li didn't put Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori in his eyes. Nie Li's figure quickly shrunk, returning to his original appearance. "It's me," Nie Li lightly said. "It's you." Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori looked at Nie Li in astonishment. The shock in their hearts was hard to describe. That form earlier, was it Nie Li's form after merging with the demon spirit? They glanced at the fallen tree and the terrifying deep pit in the ground, and their eyes revealed a deep sense of awe. In their original impression, Nie Li was still a kid that hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. They never thought that in such a short period of time, Nie Li would become a silver rank demon spiritualist. When they looked at Nie Li, their eyes couldn't help flashing a trace of reverence. During this period of time, Nie Wei had already lost his position as the first elder, and their status in the clan had also plummeted. There was no need to mention how depressed they were. Although they were very dissatisfied with the current situation, they did not think of taking revenge on Nie Li. Although there were some conflicts between the various branches of the family, from the beginning of the Tensei family, infighting was absolutely not allowed. The punishment for infighting was very severe. They were just a little annoyed and resentful. Moreover, Nie Li's current status in the Tensei family was not something they could shake. In the past, they thought that Patriarch Nie Hai was deceived, and that was why he protected Nie Li. However, as Nie Hai announced to the public that the elixirs that the Tensei family received recently were all given by Nie Li, they were convinced. No matter who it was, anyone who made such a huge contribution to the family deserved respect. Moreover, now that they found out that Nie Li actually had the cultivation of silver rank, they looked up to Nie Li even more. After being disturbed by Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori, Nie Li did not have the mood to continue cultivating. He tidied up his clothes, turned around, and prepared to leave. Seeing that Nie Li was leaving, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori knew that Nie Li did not have a good impression of them at all. After Nie Li's status in the family changed, it was already good that he did not take the opportunity to deal with them. Looking at Nie Li's back, Nie Xiaori hurriedly took a step forward and said, anxiously, "Nie Li, please wait. What's the matter?" Nie Li turned around and looked at Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori. Nie Xiaori's face turned red, and after a while he said with a stutter, "Nie Li, I'm sorry. We were in the wrong for all the things that happened in the family before. We apologize to you." Nie Xiaofeng also lowered his head and said, "No matter how you retaliate against us, we will accept it." Although Nie Xiaori and Nie Xiaofeng were a bit overbearing in his previous life, they were still good people. When the Tengen family was in danger, they also stood up for them. Therefore, Nie Li had never made things difficult for them. However, when he heard Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori apologize to him, Nie Li was still very surprised. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I forgive you." Hearing Nie Li's words, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori were stunned for a moment. They did not expect Nie Li to forgive them so easily. They could not wrap their heads around it. Nie Li smiled faintly and said, "I'm not such a petty person. I heard that the patriarch did not give you the medicinal pills because he was worried about my opinion of you." Nie Li took out some medicinal pills from his interspatial ring. With a flick of his right hand, he threw the medicinal pills to Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori and said, "These are your 2 portions. Consider it as my gift to you." After saying that, Nie Li turned around and slowly walked away. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori looked at the medicinal pills in their hands and then looked at Nieli's back. Their noses were slightly sour. In the past, we always looked for trouble with Nieli. I didn't expect Nieli to be so magnanimous. We really shouldn't have done it in the past, Nie Xiaofeng said, with self-blame. Looking at Nieli's back, his heart was filled with guilt. Yeah, compared to Nieli, we really feel ashamed in our hearts. Nie Xiaori also lowered his head and said, Big brother, Nieli is magnanimous. He didn't haggle with us, and even gave us medicinal pills. But we still feel guilty in our hearts. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori were still very young. They were a little arrogant in their hearts, but their nature wasn't bad. This time, they were determined to apologize to Nieli. They didn't expect that Nieli would be so lenient towards them. They were filled with guilt towards Nieli. In the future, if Nieli asked them to do something, they absolutely wouldn't hesitate. As night approached, Nieli was cultivating in his courtyard. From time to time, the nightmare demon pot would emit waves of pure soul force fluctuations. Nieli was constantly absorbing the soul force, turning it into his own. Nieli could sense that his soul force had increased by leaps and bounds. Just as Nieli was concentrating on cultivating, someone knocked on the courtyard's door. Please come in. Nieli didn't stand up, but said in a loud voice. A moment later, the courtyard's door opened, and several people hurriedly walked in. The one leading them was Nie Hai, and behind him were Nian and the other elders, as well as Nieli's father, Nie Ming, uncle, Nie Kai, and the others. Nieli looked at the crowd in surprise and asked in confusion, What happened? Why did so many people come? When the patriarch came, Nieli didn't even stand up to welcome him. Instead, he asked such a big question. Nie Ming and Nie Kai couldn't help feeling a little nervous. They worriedly glanced at Nie Hai and realized that Nie Hai didn't have any trace of anger in him. Only then did they feel relieved in their hearts. They secretly thought that when they return, they must properly educate Nieli. Although Nieli's position in the Tensei family is high, he can't be arrogant and must remain humble. If he was still the kid from before, Nieli would definitely be respectful to Nie Hai. However, the current Nieli, even if a legend-rank demon spiritualist were to stand in front of him, he wouldn't have much respect in his heart. In this life, he wants to become the Saint Emperor of the human race and compete with the Holy Emperor and help Glory City walk out of its predicament. Right now, he's only taking the first step. With Nieli's knowledge, he can look down on anyone in Glory City. Chapter 77. The few elders looked at each other. Nieli is a little too daring, completely not putting the patriarch in his eyes. However, Nie Hai and Nie En both felt that it's nothing. Therefore, it's not good for them to jump out and criticize Nieli. Furthermore, the patriarch just ordered that in the future, Nieli's position in the Tensei family is the same as his. This order caused the elders to be puzzled. However, since the patriarch has already ordered it, they can only carry it out. I've just received news that the Sacred Family has invited a portion of the families in Glory City to participate in the younger generation's tournament. They even sent an invitation to our Yi family. Should we participate? Nie Hai asked, looking at Nieli. Every few years, the younger generation's tournament will be hosted by one of the three major families. At least a third of the families will be invited to participate. If it's just an ordinary tournament, it's nothing much. However, Nie Hai is worried that the Sacred Family has ill intentions and wants to make a move on the Tensei family. Of course we'll participate. Why not? Just send a letter to the Association of Alchemists and let them come and watch the tournament. Nieli calmly said, The Sacred Family has already sent an invitation to the Tensei family. How can they not participate? Hearing Nieli's words, the elders looked at Nieli in astonishment. How can the association of alchemists be called so easily? Different from the other elders, Nyahai and Nya-En felt that it's natural. Then, I'll have to trouble you to write a letter to Director Yang. Nyahai said, lightly smiling. He was waiting for Nye to say this. If the Association of Alchemists were to send someone over, then the Sacred Family will definitely be afraid. For this tournament, we can send 3 people. Nye, are you going to participate? Nya-En looked at Nye and asked. He knows that Nye-Li's strength has already reached silver rank and has integrated with a demon spirit. Of course I want to go on stage. Nye-Li calmly nodded his head. He had just fused with the Fang Panda, so he wanted to test the power of the Fang Panda through actual combat. In addition to his previous agreement with Shinfei, how could Nye not play? When Nyahai and Nya-En spoke to Nye, they both used an inquiring tone, which made the elders quite uncomfortable. But when they thought about how Nye had contributed so many elixirs to the family, they understood. He also understood one thing, and that was that Nye-Li's status in the family was completely different from before. Other than Nye, the other 2 were Nye Xiaofeng and a disciple called Nye, both of whom were 2-star silver rank. A 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist in their 20s is already considered pretty good, although their demon spirit's strength isn't anything special. After all, they're the geniuses of his family. Therefore, Nye wasn't stingy. He got Nyahai to give them 2 extraordinary level growth rate silver rank demon spirits. This competition will be held in half a month. Nye, you better prepare well. We've received news that the Sacred Family's participants are all at least 5-star silver rank. Thinking about it, Nyahai's heart sank and said, they still have to guard against the Sacred Family's dirty tricks during the competition. Oh, Nye lightly replied, looking very relaxed. Dirty tricks from the Sacred Family? Nye isn't worried at all. What kind of tricks can escape his eyes? Afterwards, Nyahai, Nya-En, Nyeming, and Bunch discussed with Nye about the development of the Tensei family, including spending some money to hire a large number of experts to strengthen the family. For Nye, the strengthening of the Tensei family is only beneficial. There's no problem. I can contribute 100 million demon spirit coins to the family to do this. However, you have to be careful when recruiting people. Don't recruit any spies from the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild. Nye said, after thinking a while. Contribute 100 million demon spirit coins. Nyeming, Nyakai, and the group of elders almost had their eyeballs popping out. That's 100 million demon spirit coins. How could Nye say it so easily? How many things can be done with 100 million demon spirit coins? Even hiring 100 gold rank experts wouldn't be a problem. Nyahai and Nya-En were much calmer this time. They clearly know that Nye-Li's wealth is simply too shocking. 100 million demon spirit coins is just a drop in the ocean. With 100 million demon spirit coins, the influence of the Tensei family can be expanded by several folds. The group of elders finally understood why Nyahai would put Nye in the same position as him. The trace of dissatisfaction they had towards Nye also disappeared. The Tensei family is their root. As long as it's something beneficial to the family, they will support it. Those who contribute to the family should receive everyone's respect. Even if the position of the family member is lower, if they can contribute 100 million demon spirit coins to the family, they will worship them. After a few hours of discussion, Nyahai and Bunch began to implement their plan. They sent people to the Demon Spiritualist and Fighter Guild to recruit experts. Different from the Association of Alchemists, the Demon Spiritualist and Fighter Guild aren't big forces. They are only responsible for registering all the commoner demon spiritualists and fighters. Generally, commoner demon spiritualists and fighters will choose to be recruited by the various families. This way, they can obtain more cultivation resources and a stable income to support their family. As for the various families, by recruiting commoner demons, spiritualists, and fighters, they can greatly increase their strength. Every family will maintain a certain amount of protection force. As for the Yi family, due to the lack of funds in the past, they even dismissed the family's protection force. Now, they can finally recruit again. Aside from contributing 100 million demon spirit coins, Nyatli also contributed some powerful cultivation techniques to the family. Everyone in the family can practice them and use them to increase the family's strength. At this moment, Sacred Family's Deacon Elder, Shun Ming, was handling the family's affairs. At this moment, 3 young men walked in. The one leading them is Shun Fei. Behind Shun Fei are 2 people in their 20s with a stern face. Deacon Elder. Shun Fei slightly cupped his hands. We pay our respects to Deacon Elder. The 2 youths behind Shun Fei bowed to Shun Ming. The 2 of them are disciples of the subsidiary branch of the Sacred Family. Their status is far from Shun Fei's. Although their cultivation is higher than Shun Fei, they are much more humble than Shun Fei. Shun Ming slightly nodded his head, sighing in his heart. Shun Fei's talent is pretty good. He's already a 3-star silver rank demon spiritualist. However, compared to Shun Ning and Shun Xiao from the other 2 branches, the difference is too big. The younger Shun Ning, at the age of 20, has already reached 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. The older Shun Xiao, at the age of 20, is already a gold rank demon spiritualist. The main family's young master's talent is actually not as good as the subsidiary's youth. This has never happened before in the previous generations. Young Master Shun Fei, are you sure you want to participate in the tournament? Shun Ming respectfully asked. You're sure that the Tensei family's Nyatli will participate in the tournament? Shun Fei looked at Shun Ming. His eyebrows slightly twitched as he asked. Because of the matter with Xiao Ninger, his heart was filled with hatred towards Nyatli. When he heard that the Tensei family will also participate in the tournament, although his strength isn't enough, he still took the initiative to request to participate. We have already received a reply from the Tensei family. It has been confirmed that the Tensei family will participate in the tournament. That Nyatli should also be participating. Shun Ming said, slightly nodding his head. Since that's the case, I must participate in the tournament. I must step on that brat under my feet and ruthlessly humiliate him, Shun Fei said with a cold gaze. Thinking of Xiao Ninger, Shun Fei's heart was filled with hatred towards Nyatli. Chapter 78. Shun Ming lightly nodded his head. This Nyatli exposed the Sacred Family's scarlet sunburst inscription pattern as plagiarism, causing the Sacred Family's reputation to suffer a great loss. He must be taught a lesson. This tournament is led by the Sacred Family. The Kongming family and Snow Wind family won't be coming. With Shun Ning and Shun Xiao here, it's practically in the bag. Adding Shun Fei wouldn't be a problem. This tournament concerns the face of our Sacred Family. Because of this, we will open a betting house. All the patriarchs of the various families will place their bets. Shun Ming solemnly said, "This matter is of great importance. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, the patriarch will immediately come out of his seclusion. The 2 of you know the consequences." Shun Ming's gaze swept past Shun Ning and Shun Xiao. No matter how Shun Fei plays, it's fine. However, if something were to happen to Shun Ning and Shun Xiao, they will definitely be severely punished. Shun Ning and Shun Xiao's hearts were filled with sorrow. They hurriedly bowed and replied, "Yes, Elder Deacon, we will definitely do our best." Shun Fei's arrogant gaze swept past Shun Ning and Shun Xiao. Although Shun Ning and Shun Xiao are unhappy with Shun Fei, As a branch family of the sacred family, they dare not say anything. Their cultivation is obviously much higher than Shenfei's, but they received such unfair treatment. How can they feel at ease in their hearts? Recently, with the protection of the Association of Alchemists, the Tensei family simply doesn't put us in their eyes. When the patriarch comes out of his seclusion, sooner or later, we'll make them pay. Shenming thought. The patriarch of the sacred family, Shan Hong, has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist. He doesn't know if he can successfully step into legend rank. Once Shen Hong successfully steps into legend rank, the sacred family's position in Glory City will be completely different. They can even influence some of Glory City's decisions. Even the city lord has to consider the sacred family's opinion. At that time, what waves can the Tensei family create? I heard that the Tensei family has recently been recruiting commoner experts, spending tens of millions of demon spirit coins. I wonder where the money came from. It seems that it has something to do with the Association of Alchemists. Is the Association of Alchemists determined to cultivate the Tensei family? Shen Ming secretly thought in his heart. The Association of Alchemists has repeatedly gone against the sacred family, sheltering the Tensei family, and even secretly investigating the sacred family. Could it be that the Association of Alchemists has discovered something? The shady dealings between the sacred family and the Dark Guild must never be exposed. Shen Ming was very careful in doing things. He didn't let the Association of Alchemists catch him. These things had to be reported to the head of the family after he came out of his closed-door training. No matter if the Tensei family has the protection of the Association of Alchemists or not, this time they have to give the Tensei family a good beating. Otherwise, where would the prestige of the sacred family be? Tensei family's territory. Nie Li has been in closed-door training, continuing to integrate with the demon spirits that he purchased. For Yi Ziyun, he integrated a snow wind demon spirit with a god level growth rate. For Xiaoning he integrated a wind and thunder demon spirit with a god level growth rate. In addition, there are 3 other god level growth rate demon spirits. They're respectively divine movement, sacred fire, and sacred healing type demon spirits. These are prepared for Weinan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhongming. Although purchasing demon spirits, nightmare demon pot, and contributing to the family cost a lot of money, Nie Li's money is still increasing. It has already reached an astonishing 2 billion demon spirit coins. As time passes, this amount of money will continue to increase. Nie Li has a kind of worry of not being able to spend his money. Tensei family's treasury. Recently, Nie Li has been integrating with demon spirits and increasing his cultivation. Therefore, he didn't have the opportunity to enter the Tensei family's treasury. Until now, under Nie Hai's lead, he finally entered the secret passage behind the patriarch's mansion. After passing through layers of defense, he arrived at the Tensei family's treasury. Tensei family's treasury. Nie Hai was a little embarrassed. He pointed to the stone room in front and said, "This is the Tensei family's treasury." Hearing Nie Hai's words, Nie Li's gaze swept through the stone room. The walls of the stone room were filled with thousands of hooks. However, there were only 100 to 200 items hanging on them. Nie Li looked at Nie Hai with a weird gaze and mercilessly said, "Patriarch, are you sure that this is the Tensei family's treasury?" "Of course." Nie Hai's face was slightly hot as he nodded his head. The Tensei family's treasury only has so few items. Nie Li looked at Nie Hai and said, "Patriarch, the items in this treasury couldn't have been emptied by you, right?" "Of course not." Nie Hai's face suddenly turned red as he said, "Everything in this treasury is recorded. If you want to take anything out, you have to get the approval of all the elders in the family. These years, our Tensei family has been strapped for cash. In order to ensure the family's development, we had to pick out some treasures and sell them for money. This is why the Tensei family has been able to survive until now. I'm just saying casually. Why are you so excited? Patriarch? Nieli shrugged and walked straight forward. Looking at Nieli's back, Niehai was stunned. How did this little guy's brain grow? He was no different from an adult. He actually played me in circles. Niehai couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. The treasures we sold are all things that can be bought on the market. There are some things in the family treasury that we have no idea what they are used for, so we don't dare to sell them recklessly. Niehai said. They still had some foresight. I guess these treasures that we don't know what they are used for can't be sold at a high price? Nieli glanced at Niehai lightly. I say, little Lee, can you leave me some face? It's fine if it's only the two of us now, but when there are outsiders. After all, I'm the patriarch of the family. Niehai was depressed. As the patriarch of the family, he was speechless because of Nieli, but he couldn't get angry at Nieli, because the rise of the Tensei family now depended on Nieli. That's for sure. When there's an outsider here, I'll give you some face. Nieli nodded. Hearing Nieli's words, Niehai paused for a moment, then bitterly smiled. The meaning behind Nieli's words is that when there's no one else here, Nieli doesn't need to give him any face. Nieli looked at the various treasures hanging on the wall and was slightly shocked. Although the Tensei family had declined, it was still a big family that had been passed down since the era of the Snow Wind Empire. There were still some treasures. Most of the treasures that Niehai could name and knew what they were used for had been sold. But in fact, the remaining treasures were the real good things. These hundreds of treasures, I don't even know what they are used for or how powerful they are. Niehai looked at these dazzling treasures and said with a bitter smile. It was normal that Niehai hadn't seen these treasures before. Most of these treasures were from before the Holy Emperor Empire. Nieli could name 90% of them and knew their uses. As for the remaining 10%, even Nieli didn't know what they were used for. Chapter 79. Nieli's gaze fell onto one of the treasures. This treasure is a pair of knuckle thorns. It seems to be a little worn out. The light is dim and covered with dust. The tip of the knuckle thorns is covered with rust. Knuckle thorns? I never thought that I would actually find a soul weapon here. How lucky! Thanks to the ancestors of the Tensei family. Nieli couldn't help thinking to himself as he took the pair of knuckle thorns from the hook. Niehai looked at the tattered knuckle thorns in Nieli's hand in astonishment. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "You want this thing?" "Yeah." Nieli nodded his head. He has long wanted to get rid of this pair of knuckle thorns. However, due to its appearance being too tattered, he couldn't tell what kind of power it has. Basically, no one wanted to take it, so he decided to keep it. The family's treasury is already empty. At least it can be used to fill up the family's treasury. From Niehai's point of view, there are still 1 or 2 valuable treasures in the family's treasury. Why did Nieli choose this knuckle thorns? Nieli placed the knuckle thorns into his interspatial ring and continued to look through the family's treasury. Although there are a few items that are not bad, Nieli didn't have any desire to take them. This is because they won't be of any help to his strength. Being able to obtain this pair of knuckle thorns is already a worthwhile trip. His gaze finally fell onto the last 2 items. One of them is a piece of paper. On it, there are various inscription patterns and the composition of some kind of equipment. Seeing Nieli staring at this piece of paper, Niehai explained, "I don't know what this piece of paper is. No one in our Tensei family has been able to create it. This composition seems to be a bird." After Nieli stared at the paper for a while, He recalled that this is the masterpiece of the dark magic refiners. It's called Soul Puppet. This is a bird-type soul puppet. Since the early days of the Holy Emperor Empire, there were some dark demon spiritualists active in the continent. They are a group of strange and mysterious existences. They would often do extremely evil things, such as this soul puppet. After they create the soul puppet, they forcefully seal the soul of the person who just died into the soul puppet, then use inscription patterns to control the soul puppet, making the soul puppet obey them. Later on, after the establishment of the Holy Emperor Empire, the dark demon spiritualists were expelled on a large scale. Therefore, the majority of the soul puppet blueprints were destroyed. Although this thing had flourished for a period of time, ever since the kingdom of the Holy Emperor, these things had become extremely rare. In addition, after the Dark Age, where the demonic beasts had wreaked havoc, the blueprints of soul puppets were even rarer. It was almost forgotten in the long river of history. He didn't expect to find another soul puppet's blueprint here. If this was in the era of the Holy Emperor Empire, if he was found, he would be confiscated. I want this too. Nieli placed the blueprint into his interspatial ring. Although he wasn't prepared to forcefully seal the soul of another person into a soul puppet, after all, this kind of thing is too evil. However, this didn't stop Nieli from researching the soul puppet technique. Nieli took the blueprint. Niehai didn't have any objections. After all, Nieli gave the Tensei family so many elixirs and demon spirit coins. They already took a big advantage of him. He couldn't wait for Nieli to take a few more. I'll put this blueprint aside and study it later, Nieli thought to himself as he continued to look at the next item. It's a round pearl. This pearl is pitch black, sparkling, and translucent, flickering with a dark luster. Just a glance at it would cause people to have a feeling of being sucked into it. This bead is definitely not simple, but even Nieli doesn't know its origin. I'll take this too. Nieli said, anything else is fine, but this bead, Niehai was a little hesitant. What? Is there a problem? Nieli slightly frowned, looked at Niehai, and asked, it's not because of how valuable this bead is, but because this bead was left behind by the first-generation patriarch. It has a very important commemorative meaning for the future generations. Therefore, it must be properly preserved. Niehai said, I'm also a descendant of the Tensei family, so there shouldn't be a problem for me to take it. I will take good care of this bead. Here's 200 million demon spirit coins. Patriarch Niehai, take it and add some things to the family's treasury, lest the family's treasury is too shabby. Nieli's right hand moved, took out an interspatial ring, passed it to Niehai, and said, this move of Nieli's was something that Niehai couldn't resist at all. Niehai weighed the pros and cons for a moment. He looked at the interspatial ring in Nieli's hand, then looked at the pearl, that he didn't know what use it had. He nodded and bitterly smiled. All right, Nieli's silver bullet attack is too terrifying. All right. Nieli lightly smiled. This time, he returned with a full load. He doesn't know what that black bead is, but it shouldn't be an ordinary item. There's also the soul puppet techniques blueprint. It's also not bad. Furthermore, just that soul weapon alone isn't something that money can buy. Soul weapons are especially useful when used with demon spirits. The shadow devil demon spirit itself has sharp claws, therefore, it doesn't need the fist thorn. However, the fanged panda is suitable to equip the fist thorn. Patriarch Niehai, I'll head back first. Nieli said, looking at Niehai. All right. Niehai sent Nieli out. Right now, Nieli is a tycoon in the family. Just by taking out a little bit of money, he can increase the family's strength. Because of Nieli, the whole Tensei family is different. Wouldn't he treat Nieli like a lord? If any family has a junior like Nieli, the patriarch would probably wake up smiling even in his dreams. Returning to his courtyard, Nieli took out the pair of spear soul weapons. This pair of spears looks like a pile of scrap metal. Nieli let out a low roar and activated his soul realm. Strands of soul force surged out from his soul realm and rushed towards the pair of spears. Nieli continuously used his soul force to refine the pair of spear soul weapons. The rust on the surface of the spear soul weapons slowly faded, gradually blossoming with a dazzling luster. In the end, it formed a slight resonance with Nieli's soul. The pair of spear soul weapons continuously vibrated, slowly flew into the air, and with a bang, exploded. The pair of thorn-like soul weapons transformed into a streak of light, and with a whoosh, entered Nieli's soul realm. The power of a soul weapon is closely related to a person's soul force. Generally, it will be one rank higher than the soul force. In other words, Nieli's soul force is silver rank, and this soul weapon has the strength of gold rank. Even a gold rank expert would be injured by this soul weapon if they are not careful. When Nieli's strength advances, the soul weapon will also advance. Soul weapons are the masterpiece of the lightning demon spiritualists in the late snow wind era. Only they can forge soul weapons, but only a small number of lightning demon spiritualists are able to grasp the method of forging soul weapons. Only a few lightning demon spiritualist families are able to grasp the method of forging soul weapons. Everyone can only have one soul weapon in their lifetime. When the person dies, the soul weapon will be destroyed. Therefore, there are very few soul weapons that can be passed down from that era. This bunch of ignorant people actually treated soul weapons as ordinary weapons. What a waste! Luckily, it was discovered by me. Otherwise, who knows how long it would be covered in dust. Nieli smiled as he thought to himself. Chapter 80. St. Laurent College, an elder with white hair and beard was looking at the beautiful Xiao Ninger in front of him. This elder is the vice principal of St. Laurent College, Yi Sheng. Xiao Ninger, are you sure you want to enter the heavenly sacred border? Yi Sheng slightly frowned and said, "Do you know that entering the heavenly sacred border has a certain degree of danger? In the history of our St. Laurent College, there were a few students who had entered the heavenly sacred border and had major problems with their souls." Principal, do I have the qualifications to enter the heavenly sacred border? Xiao Ninger raised her head, looked at Yi Sheng, and asked. A trace of determination flashed across her eyes. Of course, your talent is indeed sufficient. Entering the heavenly sacred border before advancing to silver rank does indeed have great benefits. Yi Sheng nodded his head. It has been many years since he saw such an outstanding student with such talent. I'm sure I want to enter the heavenly sacred border. Xiao Ninger heavily nodded her head. Her eyes had an unprecedented determination. What about your father? Did he also agree with your actions? Yes. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. In fact, she came here without her family knowing. Good. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Sheng nodded his head. Together with the other teachers, they brought Xiao Ninger towards a very grand building at the back of St. Laurent College. The few teachers of St. Laurent College looked at each other. Truth be told, they admired Xiao Ninger's courage in their hearts. She actually had the courage to enter the heavenly sacred border. The heavenly sacred border is a very mysterious place. Only the most outstanding geniuses of St. Laurent College can enter. Many of the geniuses that entered had some problems with their soul force. Some came out with nothing. Only a few people managed to pass through the heavenly sacred border. Of course, those that passed through the heavenly sacred border all obtained an extremely powerful inheritance and became a powerful expert, at least a black gold rank demon spiritualist. There's also Yi Mo, who even became a legend rank demon spiritualist. The heavenly sacred border is a legend. Once one passes through the test of the heavenly sacred border, that person will become the focus of the entire Glory City. This kind of genius will receive the protection of the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion will ensure the safety of this genius. No one will disturb this genius's training. At the same time, they also have a lot of authority. The reason why Glory City is able to stand tall under the threat of demon beasts is related to the number of geniuses in Glory City. It's the rise of these geniuses that ensured the safety of Glory City. Therefore, the protection of Glory City's geniuses is very thorough and complete. Under the guidance of Yi Sheng and the rest, Xiao Ninger walked towards the magnificent building far away. She lowered her head. Her eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. She wondered how Nieli is doing right now. I will continue to chase after your footsteps and fight alongside you. One day, you will notice me, Xiao Ninger murmured. Her face flashed with a touch of red. She thought of the various encounters she had with Nieli. Unknowingly, Nieli's figure could no longer be erased from her heart. The reason why Xiao Ninger is working so hard is mostly to get Nieli's attention. Xiao Ninger raised her head and strode forward. A few days later, Glory City's Northern Martial Arena. The Northern Martial Arena is a field with a circumference of a few thousand meters. It's surrounded by high stands that can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. There would often be competitions held here. Due to Glory City's culture of martial arts, there are a lot of residents that come here to spectate. Many of them would participate in the betting for various kinds of battles. At this moment, the members of the various families have already sat in different places in the arena. The Tensei family's members are sitting in a corner in the north, not far from the Sacred Family's position. In the past, no one would care about a declining family like the Tensei family. But now, no family would ignore the Tensei family. What made people jealous and envious is that even Director Yang Xian of the Association of Alchemists has also come. She even brought along 3 elders of the Association of Alchemists. These people are sitting beside the Tensei family, chatting and laughing with the Tensei family's members. This caused their hearts to be filled with jealousy. People like Yang Xian and the elders of the Association of Alchemists, even if they desperately tried to curry favor with them, they might not even bother with them. However, when facing the Tensei family's members, Yang Xian's attitude is very polite. Little brother, Nieli, that pot of yours almost caused the death of Big Sister Yang. How are you going to apologize to Big Sister? Yang Xian charmingly looked at Nieli and said, in fact, the situation isn't that serious. That day, the person who tried to assassinate her was dealt with by the guards beside her. There wasn't any danger at all. However, in front of Nieli, she purposely made it sound serious. Nieli, of course, knows what Yang Xian is thinking. However, he still lightly smiled and said, for this matter, I owe Big Sister Yang a favor. It's good that you know. Yang Xian smiled, slightly stretching her soft waist. Why hasn't this genius tournament started yet? I'm getting a little bored. Little brother, Nieli is also going up. In that case, I'll definitely follow. In the distance, the young descendants of the other clans saw the curvaceous and charming Yang Xian. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and stared intently. When they saw the amazing curves of Yang Xian's chest when she stretched out, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Some people even unconsciously began to fantasize in their minds. Although Yang Xian's beauty is unparalleled, due to Yang Xian's identity, no one dared to hit on her. Are you kidding? She's a super existence that can decide the fate of a family with just a word. Who dares to be rash? Towards those people's blazing gazes, Yang Xian seems to be used to it. She turned a blind eye to it, and her gaze would occasionally fall onto Nieli's body. Just when Nieli and Yang Xian were chatting, a few people from the sacred family's side walked over. The one leading them is the sacred family's deacon, Shun Ming. Director Yang, long time no see. I never thought that Director Yang would actually be interested in the Tournament of Geniuses, Shun Ming said, lightly smiling. His eyes flashed with fear. He never thought that the Tensei family would be so capable to be able to call the director and 3 elders of the Association of Alchemists over. Although the sacred family is one of the 3 major families, they still have a deep fear when facing a super force like the Association of Alchemists. Not to mention, the sacred family has to purchase a large amount of elixirs from the Association of Alchemists every year. If the Association of Alchemists were to reduce the sacred family's share, the sacred family would be in a difficult situation. I'm not interested in this tournament. I'm only here to see my little brother, Nieli. Who knows, I might even follow up on a few rounds. I heard that this year, the sacred family is the banker? Yang Xian said, lightly smiling. Little brother, Nieli? Shun Ming's gaze swept across Nieli's face. In his heart, he was secretly guessing what is the relationship between Nieli and Yang Xian. That's right. This year, our sacred family is indeed the banker. Director Yang Xian is also interested in playing? Shun Ming's expression slightly stiffened. Who doesn't know that the Association of Alchemists is overflowing with wealth? Even the sacred family can't afford to play with them. I'm just casually playing. I'm only betting on my little brother, Nieli. Deacon Shen, you don't have to worry about it. Ha! Yang Xian said, lightly smiling. Nieli's gaze looked towards Shun Ming and fell onto Shun Fei, who was standing beside Shun Ming. He saw Shun Fei's snake-like eyes looking at him. The hatred of stealing his wife, Shun Fei now hates Nieli to death. If it wasn't for Nieli having the support of Yang Xian, he would have gone up and violently beat up Nieli. Ha ha, young Master Shen, long time no see. Nieli completely ignored Shun Fei's venomous gaze and laughed, as if he didn't know about the conflict between the two of them. Chapter 81. Seeing Nieli's expression, Yang Xian understood something. There should be some conflict between Nieli and Shun Fei. The reason why Nieli called her over is very obvious. It's to confront the sacred family. Even if she knows that it will offend the sacred family, Yang Xian still stood by Nieli's side without any hesitation. She can easily make her choice. Humph, Shun Fei coldly snorted, ignoring Nieli. I'll let you be arrogant for a while more. Wait till the tournament. See how I'll play you to death. Ha ha, young Master Shun is so friendly. Nieli laughed heartily and said, Ning often tells me about you. She says that young Master Shin is a generous person. Hearing Nieli mentioning Xiao Ninger, Shun Fei was simply about to explode from anger. Nieli is simply touching his sore spot. He can even feel that there's a green hat on his head. Seeing Shun Fei's face turning red, Nieli didn't seem to notice and continued. Recently, Ninger's cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. She's about to step into silver rank soon. After I gave her a massage, her cold illness is almost healed. Speaking of which, young Master Shen still has to thank me. Massage hearing Nieli's words, Shun Fei's mind was suddenly filled with a charming scene. He almost vomited blood. One must know that, until now, Xiao Ninger hasn't even let him touch her hand. The one with the surname, Nia, you're pissing me off. I'll kill you. Shun Fei could no longer hold it in and opened his eyes wide. As a direct descendant of the sacred family, since when did he, who is proud and arrogant, suffer such humiliation? Shun Fei charged out and threw a punch towards Nieli. Right at this moment, Yang Xian's brows raised as she stood between the two of them. Even though she clearly knew that Nieli was intentionally provoking Shun Fei, and she laughed bitterly in her heart, since Shun Fei wanted to look for trouble with Nieli She naturally couldn't sit idly by. Seeing that Nieli was deliberately provoking Shunfei and making Yang Xian stand up for him, Shunming was also slightly sullen. He calmly pulled Shunfei back. "Young Master Shunfei, don't be rash," Shunming said with a smile. "The genius battle is about to begin. I'm sure the Nye clan will also send people to participate. Wouldn't it be great to have a showdown then? There's no need to hurt our friendship here." Shunfei's chest was heaving up and down, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart. He fiercely stared at Nieli. He can see that Nieli has the protection of the Association of Alchemists. Therefore, he has nothing to fear. He can't do anything to Nieli here. When the genius battle starts, he will ruthlessly teach Nieli a lesson. If Nieli doesn't participate, then he'll beat the Tensei family's people half to death. Let's see if Nieli will participate or not. Shunfei took a deep breath and stopped his steps. At this moment, Nieli indifferently said, "In the genius battle, there's no meaning if there's no wager. If there's no wager, then I won't participate." "Oh." Shunming faintly looked at Nieli and asked, "I wonder what kind of wager this little brother wants." "I'll be the banker for this genius battle. I'll accept any wager that the sacred family wants. If the wager is too small, then I won't play," Nieli said casually. "If you're the banker, do you have that much money?" Shunming's brows twitched. Once the wager starts, both parties will have to take out the same amount of money. The winner will take everything. I'm worried that the Tensei family won't be able to afford it. With big sister Yang here, is the sacred family still worried that I won't be able to afford it? Nieli lightly smiled. Yang Xian, who was by the side, could tell that the reason why Nieli provoked Shunfei and provoked the sacred family is to make the sacred family fall into his trap. Playing this wager with him seems like Nieli has the confidence to win against Shunfei. If little brother Nieli can't afford it, I'm willing to pay for him," Yang Xian said, smiling. "Since Director Yang has said so, then let's have some fun. The battle between young Master Shunfei and this young Master Nieli, I bet that young Master Shunfei will win. I'll bet 50 million demon spirit coins. Do you dare to accept?" Shunming's eyes narrowed, looking at Nieli. Shunfei also stared at Nieli with an ominous light in his eyes. 50 million demon spirit coins. Nieli suddenly widened his eyes. "What scared?" Shunfei snorted. "A bet of 50 million demon spirit coins. Isn't that enough to scare you, silly? I say, 50 million demon spirit coins. And you still have the nerve to play? Such a big sacred family. And you only bet this little." Nieli looked at Yang Xian, puzzled. "Big sister Yang, is the sacred family that poor? Only 50 million demon spirit coins. Is it for kids to buy sweets?" Seeing Nieli's expression, Yang Xian laughed in her heart. "Nieli, this kid is simply full of bad ideas, trying to bait the sacred family." She shook her head and said in a serious tone, "Little brother, Nieli, 50 million demon spirit coins is already a lot for these families. It can't be? So shabby? What's the point of this?" Nieli took out a handful of demon crystal cards. There's a total of 20 to 30 of them. He casually threw them towards the stands, causing a commotion in the stands. Hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins were casually thrown away. Nieli appeared to be very arrogant. "Since the sacred family is so poor, then I'll reluctantly play with you. If I win 50 million demon spirit coins, I'll give it to the audience. Since it's meaningless, I'll just treat it as throwing away some pocket money." Hearing Nieli's words, Shunming and Shunfei's faces turned green from anger. Nieli is too arrogant. 50 million demon spirit coins isn't a small amount. Ordinary, noble families wouldn't be able to take out so much money. Only a major family, like the sacred family, would be able to take out so much money. Of course, It can't be compared to the Association of Alchemists. Right now, the Association of Alchemists is too rich, even richer than the City Lord's mansion. 50 million. You actually have the nerve to say it. Nieli sneered in disdain. Shunming took a deep breath. He's still very calm. For Nieli to anger Shunfei like this, he must have some confidence. It's fine to bet 50 million demon spirit coins for the first round, since there's a lot of chances to bet. Let's see Nieli's strength first. For the first round, let's bet 50 million. Next, we'll have to see if young master is willing to continue playing with us. Shunming said, lightly smiling. Even if Nieli has the confidence to win against Shunfei, there's still 2 people from the sacred family behind him. Placing the bet on those 2 people is obviously more reliable. Sure, as long as the sacred family wants to play, then I'll accompany you to the end. I'll be the banker, no matter how much the sacred family bet. I'll accompany you to the end. Nieli proudly said. Seeing Nieli's arrogant expression, Shunming coldly laughed. However, his mouth still flattered. This young master of the Tensei family is really straightforward. I wonder who will be the judge for this bet. Shunming swept a glance at Yang Xian and said, I'm afraid that Director Yang won't be able to do it. This bet will be judged by all the families here. Nieli said, Okay. Shunming also straightforwardly said, under the influence of the sacred family and the Tensei family, the bet between the 2 quickly spread out. The entire arena was boiling with excitement. All the patriarchs of the various families were invited to be the witnesses of this competition. What's wrong with the Tensei family? They're actually betting with the sacred family? You don't know, the Tensei family has the backing of the Association of Alchemists. They're very rich and seem to be going against the sacred family. Could this be a struggle between the 2 giants of the Association of Alchemists and the sacred family? Who knows? The various patriarchs quietly discussed. Chapter 82. Everyone's attention shifted away from the geniuses of the various families and focused on the battle between the sacred family and the Heavenly Marks family. Many of the patriarchs participating in the tournament had the mood to watch a good show. I heard that the Tensei family and the sacred family have a bet of 50 million demon spirit coins. 50 million demon spirit coins. Only the sacred family and the Association of Alchemists can afford to play with it. A small Tensei family would definitely not dare to play with it. Without the support of the Association of Alchemists, the Tensei family probably wouldn't dare to play with it. The bet between the 2 great families caused the entire arena to boil with excitement. Aside from the bet with Nieli, the sacred family also opened a bet. Betting on Nieli winning is 1. 5. Betting on Shunfei winning is 1. 3. Betting on Shunfei defeating Nieli in 1 move is 1. 9. Nieli took a look. In this bet, betting on Nieli defeating Shunfei in 1 move has the highest odds of 111. It's a pity that a bet can only reach a maximum of 6 million demon spirit coins. If there's no upper limit, the sacred family would lose so much that they'll have to take off their pants. Nieli secretly thought to himself, I'll play with you guys for the first round. Then I'll play with you guys for the next round. Nieli got Niahai and Bunch to secretly send people to place their bets, spread them out, and not attract too much attention. They placed around 30 million demon spirit coins on Nieli. A portion of it is betting on Nieli defeating Shunfei within 20 moves. The odds are 1, 3. Under the cheers of countless experts in the audience, both sides prepared to enter the arena. The Tensei families Nia-Hai, Nia-En, and Bunch all had excited expressions on their faces. Yang Xian looked at Nieli. The corner of her mouth revealed a faint smile. She has a feeling that Shunfei will definitely lose miserably. Shun Ming and Bunch returned to the Sacred Family's spectator stand. He looked at Shun Fei and said, "The tournament doesn't allow the use of armors and the like, but you can use elixirs. Bring 2 demon spirit strengthening pills with you in case of emergency." Demon spirit strengthening pills are produced by the Association of Alchemists. They're specially provided to the major families. Normally, they'll only use it when fighting with demon beasts. Who would use such expensive elixirs in this tournament? However, to bet 50 million demon spirit coins with Nieli, a demon spirit strengthening pill, is only slightly more than 1 million demon spirit coins. It's definitely worth it. The demon spirit strengthening pill can greatly increase the power of the demon spirit. However, there is a certain side effect. It will cause permanent damage to the demon spirit, but it won't cause much harm to the cultivator. This is nothing to the Sacred Family. Even if Shun Fei's demon spirit is crippled, the Sacred Family can immediately give Shun Fei a stronger demon spirit. You must defeat Nieli within 20 moves. That way, we will to earn. Shun looked at Shun Fei and said, "He actually wants to defeat him after 20 moves? That's really letting him off easy." Shun Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. "Young Master Shun Fei, don't underestimate your opponent," Shen Ming reminded Shun Fei. "I understand." Shun Fei nodded his head. Although he said so, he still had some disdain in his heart. Every family has finished placing their bets. The majority of the people bet on Shun Fei to win. Many of them bet that Shun Fei will defeat Nieli within 20 moves. However, there are also quite a number of people who bet on Nieli to win. After all, the Association of Alchemists won't casually give 50 million to the Sacred Family. Seeing Nieli and Shun Fei walking down the stage, the entire arena was boiling. Everyone was cheering. "Young Master Shun Fei, defeat the Tensei family's Nieli." "Young Master Shun Fei, do your best." "Nieli, do your best." "Defeat the Sacred Family. You can do it." The cheers in the arena were getting louder and louder. If Shun Fei defeats Nieli, they'll have money to earn. Under everyone's attention, Nieli and Shun Fei stood face to face in the arena. "I'll make you lose miserably. Furthermore, I won't let you off so easily." Shun Fei's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He wants to thoroughly play with Nieli, who let Nieli touch his woman. Young Master Shun's words are simply a great compliment to me. When I return, I'll pass it on to Ning'er. Nieli still had a smile on his face. Seeing Nieli's expression, Shun Fei almost exploded with hatred. He forcefully suppressed his anger. He remembered Shun Ming's words to deal with Nieli within 20 moves. Shun Fei furiously roared. His body was emitting a violent fighting intent. He raised his fist and threw it towards Nieli. Facing an opponent like Nieli, he's not prepared to use his demon spirit right from the start. Because once he uses his demon spirit, Nieli probably won't even be able to take one move. Not to mention winning against Nieli after 20 moves. Seeing this scene, the corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose. If I knew that this idiot wouldn't summon his demon spirit, I would have gambled and killed him in one move. I'm really speechless. Originally, I wanted to put on an act and barely win against you. But now, it seems like there's no need for that anymore. Nieli thought to himself. His soul realm suddenly fluctuated. "Come out, Fang Panda." A huge fanged panda appeared out of thin air and merged with Nieli. The muscles on his body became abnormally robust. Shun Fei waved his fist and charged towards Nieli. He thought that Nieli would first use his strength to exchange a few moves with him. He never thought that this despicable and shameless fellow, Nieli, would actually summon his demon spirit without any warning. Furthermore, the speed at which Nieli summoned his demon spirit was too fast. In an instant, he had already merged with his demon spirit. Shun Fei didn't even have time to react. Even if he wanted to summon his demon spirit, it was already too late. What's the point of summoning such a low-rank fanged panda demon spirit? Shun Fei still has absolute confidence in his own strength. At most, after exchanging one move with Nie Li's fanged panda, he will immediately retreat and summon his demon spirit. There's actually an idiot who would merge with such a low-rank demon spirit like the fanged panda. Shun Fei completely disdains a trash demon spirit like the fanged panda. So what if you summon your demon spirit? A trash demon spirit like the fanged panda is simply not my opponent. The corner of Shun Fei's mouth revealed a sinister smile. He wants to beat Nie Li to the ground and ruthlessly stomp on him a few times to relieve the hatred in his heart. Seeing that Shun Fei's fist was about to land on his body, Nie Li, who had merged with the fanged panda, lightly smiled. He raised his huge palm and slapped towards Shun Fei's head. Boom! Nie Li's fanged panda slapped Shun Fei's face. Shun Fei was heavily slapped onto the ground of the arena. The ground seemed to have cracked. After suffering this slap, Shun Fei definitely didn't feel good. What a heavy punch! Shun Fei never imagined that the strength of Nie Li's punch would actually reach such a frightening degree. Although Nie Li merged with the fanged panda, this fanged panda isn't an ordinary demon spirit. It's a fighter-type demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. It possesses a frightening strength that doesn't match with its appearance. Shun Fei was probably stunned by the slap. On one hand, Nie Li is too cunning and shameless. He actually merged with a demon spirit and fought with him, who hasn't merged with a demon spirit. On the other hand, he never imagined that the low-rank fanged panda that Nie Li summoned would actually have such frightening strength. Shun Fei's ears were still ringing. His head had directly hit the ground. Although his martial Dao's cultivation is still not bad, suffering such a punch is still not good. His head felt like it was about to explode. The audience went into an uproar. Damn, young Master Shin wouldn't be throwing the match, right? He's actually not using a demon spirit to fight. That Nie Li is too shameless. He actually summoned a demon spirit without any hesitation. Young Master Shun didn't even summon a demon spirit. This is too despicable. Those who bet on Shun Fei's victory all started to make a ruckus. In their view, if it wasn't for Shun Fei underestimating his opponent and Nie Li suddenly summoning his demon spirit, Shun Fei wouldn't have suffered so easily. In the beginning of the fight, Shun Fei already suffered a loss. The people of the sacred family all exploded in anger. Despicable. The people of the Tensei family are too despicable. The people of the sacred family cursed. As for those who bet on Nie Li, they, of course, stood on Nie Li's side. Seeing Nie Li slapping Shun Fei to the ground with a single slap, they were instantly happy. The fight just started, and they already gained an advantage. It seems that Nie Li might not necessarily be able to win against Shun Fei. What's wrong with Nie Li doing this? There's nothing too deceitful in war. Young Master Shun is too stupid. He actually underestimated his opponent and didn't summon his demon spirit to fight. Can he blame others? On the side of the Tensei family, although Nie Hai, Nie En, and Bunch felt that Nie Li is a little shameless, they naturally won't show any weakness. You people of the sacred family have your eyes on the top of your head. As a demon spiritualist, he actually didn't summon his demon spirit and charged forward. If this isn't stupid, then what is? All kinds of voices rose and fell, causing a ruckus. However, after a short period of boiling, the entire arena turned silent. Only then did they react. Damn, what did I just see? It's actually a fang panda? Damn, there's actually someone using a lousy demon spirit like the fanged panda. No matter how poor the Tensei family is, they wouldn't go so far as to give a junior a fanged panda, right? What can the fanged panda do? If it encounters other demon spirits, wouldn't it just be chopped into pieces? I reckon that young Master Shin will only be taken advantage of for a short while. Once he merges with his demon spirit, that kid will suffer. Those who bet on Shun Fei's victory were once again excited. Damn, he actually brought out a fanged panda to embarrass himself. Kill this kid. Kill him. Nya Hai, Nya En, and bunch of Tensei families' eyes were wide open, especially Nya Hai and Nya En. During this period of time, they have purchased quite a lot of demon spirits. Many of them are much stronger than the fanged panda. Why did Nya Li choose such a trash fanged panda? This simply doesn't make sense. Not only the Tensei family, even Yang Xian was extremely surprised. Yang Xian clearly knows how much money Nya Li has right now. With Nya Li's wealth, isn't it easy for him to buy a top-grade demon spirit? But Nya Li actually chose a fanged panda. This really makes people unable to understand. However, what they don't know is that the fanged panda that Nya Li merged with isn't an ordinary fanged panda. It's a super demon spirit that possesses a god-level growth rate. Although Nya Li had the upper hand in the first round, 90% of the people in the arena are not optimistic about Nya Li's chances. Each and every one of them widened their eyes, preparing to see how Shun Fei will summon his demon spirit and beat up Nya Li. Chapter 83. The entire arena was filled with all sorts of shouts and shouts. At this moment, in the center of the arena, Shun Fei, who was slapped by Nya Li, had his head cleared up a little. He struggled to get up. The current Shun Fei was simply furious. The reason why he didn't summon his demon spirit at the start of the battle was because of Elder Shun Ming's instructions. He wanted to win against Nya Li after 20 moves. Who knew that Nya Li would be so shameless and suddenly summon his demon spirit? After suffering such a loss for no reason, Shun Fei's lungs were about to explode from anger. He completely threw the task that Elder Shun Ming gave him to the 9 heavens. You asked for it. I'm going to kill you. Shun Fei furiously roared. His soul realm was constantly vibrating, and the aura of a demon spirit was emitted from his body. The demon spirit that Shun Fei integrated with is a powerful scarlet-black tiger demon spirit. The scarlet-black tiger is an extremely frightening demon beast. This demon spirit was personally hunted by the patriarch of the sacred family. It's a 1-star black gold rank demon beast. It's extremely powerful, enough to increase Shun Fei's strength by several folds. Young Master Shun is finally going to use his demon spirit. The audience in the arena boiled up. This aura, my God, too shocking. It's actually a scarlet-black tiger. A scarlet-black tiger against a fanged panda? The result of this can be easily imagined. Almost everyone felt that the fanged panda will definitely be killed in one move. The aura on Shun Fei's body became more and more turbulent. The aura of the scarlet-black tiger shocked everyone. Nya Hai, Nya En, and Bunch couldn't sit still anymore. With Nya Li's fanged panda demon spirit, it's impossible for it to fight against the scarlet-black tiger. The difference in strength in this battle is too great. What should we do? Let Shaoli admit defeat. The surrounding people that bet on Shun Fei's victory were constantly shouting, cheering for Shun Fei. In their view, Shun Fei will definitely win this battle. But then, all the voices came to an abrupt halt. At the crucial moment, when Shun Fei was about to summon his demon spirit, Nya Li took a few steps forward and slapped the back of Shun Fei's head. Bang! Shun Fei, who was about to merge with his demon spirit, was once again heavily slammed into the ground. A deep crater appeared on the ground. Shun Fei's merging process came to an abrupt halt. The berserk aura also stopped. At this moment, Shun Fei was simply too horrible to look at. His originally handsome face had been smacked flat and was tightly stuck to the ground. Nya Li, the culprit behind all this, stretched his muscles and bones briskly. Dumbfounded, everyone was shocked. Nya Hai, Nya An, and Yang Xian were also dumbfounded. Despicable, too shameless. Nya Hai, Nya An, and the others felt their faces burning. They almost had the urge to cover their faces and run away. Was this guy really from the Tensei family? The bloodline of the Tensei family, actually bred such a shameless descendant. Those who bet on Nya Li had their faces flushed red. Although Nya Li has the advantage, this seems a little inappropriate. In the past few years of the tournament, when have they ever seen such a showdown? In the previous tournament, the sparring was very particular about the spirit of martial arts. Most of the time, they would summon their demon spirit at the same time. The fight would also be limited to sparring. There has never been a situation like what Nya Li did, summoning his demon spirit without any warning and suddenly interrupting the summoning of his opponent's demon spirit. The sacred family's side almost jumped up. Tensei family, your family is too shameless. This kind of fight is unfair. The sacred family cursed at the Tensei family's side. Nya Hai, Nya An, and the others felt that Nya Li's actions were a little shameless. However, facing the sacred family, they naturally wouldn't show any weakness. We didn't violate the rules of the tournament. It's not your place to criticize. Do I need you to teach my Tensei family how to do things? It's your sacred family's young master Shin that's too stupid. He's simply a pig. He's obviously a demon spiritualist, but he didn't merge with his demon spirit to fight. When summoning his demon spirit, he actually pointed the back of his head at his opponent. Who can you blame? At this moment, Yang Xian looked at Shenming and lightly said, Deacon Shenming, it can't be that the sacred family can't afford to lose, right? Although Nya Li is indeed a little shameless, she still stands on Nya Li's side. Looking at the situation on the stage, Yang Xian's smile became even more charming. Nya Li, this little guy, is really hard to fathom. He looks so innocent and kind, but deep in his bones, he's so cunning. He always has that lecherous look on his face, but when he's tempted, he's so resolute and firm. Shun Ming's expression was gloomy. Nya Li, this brat, is too cunning. He can only admit defeat. Since Nya Li promised to fight 3 rounds, losing this round doesn't matter. Knowing that Nya Li's demon spirit is the fanged panda, Shun Ming sneered in his heart. Even if he loses this round, he'll win back everything he lost in the next round. Shun Ming took a glance at Yang Xian and said, Of course not. My sacred family can still afford to lose this little bit of money. At this moment, on the stage, Shun Fei, who was lying in the pit, was about to explode from anger. After suffering 2 slaps from Nya Li, his face fiercely hit the ground. His nose was bleeding and his face was swollen. Earlier, when he wanted to merge with his demon spirit, he was slapped by Nya Li, causing his soul realm to tremble, causing him to fail. Young Master Shin, are you all right? This is only a spar. Stop when the time is right. If you can't stand up, then just admit defeat. Nya Li squatted beside Shun Fei and said with a bit of bad intentions, Admit defeat. Once he admits defeat, 50 million demon spirit coins will be gone. He's not willing. Shun Fei let out an angry roar and once again stimulated his soul realm. A demon spirit came out of his body, preparing to merge with his demon spirit. Bursts of powerful aura came out of his body. His body quickly changed into sharp fangs and claws. The scarlet black tiger demon spirit let out a series of tiger roars. As long as I merge with my demon spirit, with that fanged panda of yours, you think you can fight against me? Trying to stop me from merging with my demon spirit is simply impossible. The flames of the scarlet black tiger is more than enough to burn you to ashes. Shun Fei thought to himself. His body burst out with blazing flames. Young Master Shun is going to show his might. This is the flames of the scarlet black tiger. This flame is incomparably hot. It will burn everything in its surroundings to ashes. Indeed worthy of being called Young Master Shun to actually have such a combat skill. Nieli is doomed this time. He can't even get close to this flame. Once Young Master Shun completes his fusion, he can probably defeat the Fanged Panda in one move. How can a demon spirit like the Fanged Panda be the opponent of the Scarlet Black Tiger? Although it has an advantage in the beginning, so what? The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the arena. Flames? Is it very powerful? At this moment, after merging with the Fanged Panda, although Nieli is standing in the middle of the flames, he can't feel the heat of the flames at all. Although Shun Fei's Scarlet Black Tiger is a demon spirit with a pretty good quality, it's still far from Nieli's Fanged Panda. Ordinary people can't imagine how powerful the Fanged Panda is. With this level of combat skill, you want to injure the Fanged Panda. However, now is not the time to show off his strength. Just when Shun Fei was about to complete his fusion with the demon spirit, Nieli raised his leg and ruthlessly stomped on it a few times. Shun Fei's soul realm shook once again, and the fusion failed again. The demon spirit within his soul realm still hasn't come out. The clamor in the martial field came to an abrupt stop once again. Everyone was dumbstruck. The scene of the Fanged Panda rolling on the ground after being scalded by the raging flames didn't happen. Instead, it was Shun Fei who was stepped on miserably. Fusion failed again. How could this be? Those few stomps were really satisfying. He helped Ning vent her anger. Nieli secretly thought in his heart that Shun Fei was miserably beaten by him. However, Shun Fei still looked like he wanted more. I heard that Young Master Shun is a playboy and has played with many women. For the sake of Young Master Shun's body, it's best that you don't play with women anymore. Nieli kicked Shun Fei's acupoint. From today onwards, Shun Fei probably won't be able to have sex. Those who bet on Shun Fei rolled their eyes. Originally, when they heard the tigers roar, they thought that they had a chance to turn the situation around. However, they never imagined that Nieli's kicks would ruin their hopes. Uffed, uffed. How unlucky. He actually lost just like that. It's all that pig head Shun Fei's fault. He was so arrogant that he didn't even summon his demon spirit and wanted to fight. In the end, he didn't even have the chance to summon his demon spirit. However, the Tensei family's methods are really ruthless. They didn't even give Shun Fei the chance to summon his demon spirit. This goes against the spirit of martial arts too much. Thinking about the process of this battle, they had the urge to cry. Meeting such a shameless fellow like Nieli, what else can they say? Although they can condemn Nieli on the basis of morality, the rules of the tournament didn't say that it's not allowed. Shun Ming could see that Nieli wouldn't give Shun Fei the chance to merge with his demon spirit. If this battle continues, Shun Fei, who hasn't merged with his demon spirit, can only be bullied by Nieli. This battle, my sacred family admits defeat. Please stop, Shun Ming angrily said. His voice spread throughout the entire stage. Anyone could feel the suppressed anger in his voice. In the audience, everyone bitterly smiled. This is the most ridiculous battle that they've ever seen. At this moment, Shun Ning and Shun Xiao of the sacred family looked at each other. They never thought that Shun Fei would lose in such a way. Aside from letting Nieli display his Fanged Panda demon spirit, Shun Fei didn't even try to probe out Nieli's true strength. Looking at the naive and harmless appearance of the Fanged Panda that Nieli merged with, they couldn't help looking down on Nieli. Seeing Shun Fei being beaten up so badly, not only did they not feel sad, but they secretly sneered. The young masters of the direct family are indeed spoiled since birth. That's all they have. They heard that Shen Fei often plays with women. His foundation is probably hollowed out. That's why he lost to Nie Li. The money that Shen Fei lost, they will definitely earn it back. The young master of the main family is trash. It's their turn to fight. Hearing Shen Ming's words, Nie Li was secretly depressed. Admitting defeat so quickly? This isn't fun at all. Nie Li ruthlessly stepped on Shen Fei's body again, then cupped his hands towards Shen Fei and said, "Ha ha, this battle was really carefree. Brother Shen Fei, thank you for letting me win." Hearing Nie Li's words, the audience was dumbfounded. Nie Li is simply shameless to a new level. Carefree? It's probably Nie Li who was carefree. From the beginning to the end, they only saw Nie Li violently beating up Shen Fei, who was lying on the ground. Shen Fei didn't retaliate at all. As for letting me win, it's really like Shen Fei letting Nie Li win. Without merging with his demon spirit, he went up and let Nie Li beat him up. A lot of people who lost money because they bet on Shen Fei started cursing. What the hell is this? It can't be that the Association of Alchemists and the Sacred Family set us up, right? Making me lose so much, the people of the Sacred Family. I'll hate you for the rest of my life. At this moment, in a corner of the audience, Yi Ziyun, who was watching the battle, couldn't help laughing. When she was in the city lord's mansion, she heard that the Sacred Family organized the tournament, and the Tensei family will also participate. She was a little worried about Nie Li, therefore she rushed over. However, she only hid in a corner and watched. Originally, she thought that Nie Li would be at a disadvantage. However, seeing Nie Li's lively appearance, she understood that her worries were unnecessary. It seems that up until now, no one has been able to make Nie Li suffer a loss. Her pair of clear eyes looked at Nie Li's back figure, slightly narrowing her smile. Yi Ziyun just sat in the corner. That beautiful appearance caused the surrounding people to look at her. They didn't know that Yi Ziyun is the daughter of the city lord. Such a beautiful girl is rarely seen. Chapter 84. Nie Li doesn't know that Yi Ziyun is also here. He's watching the match from the corner. Nie Li, who returned triumphantly, returned to the viewing platform. The second match will be held a while later. At this moment, Shen Ming looked at his underlings and asked, "What's the result of the bet?" Shen Ming thought a while. Although they lost more than 50 million demon spirit coins in the bet with Nie Li, the majority of the people bet on Shen Fei. Therefore, they should still be able to win back some of it, right? The underling reported a total of 160 million demon spirit coins were bet. The total amount paid was 166 million demon spirit coins, losing more than 6 million demon spirit coins. How could this be? How could we still lose? Shen Ming angrily said. He thought that he would be able to win back some of it. He never thought that he would actually lose more than 6 million demon spirit coins. Although it's not a lot, it still made him very angry. Damn it! Shen Ming angrily cursed. Ever since he became the deacon of the Sacred Family, he has never made such a big mistake, losing more than 56 million demon spirit coins in one go. Furthermore, it's at the critical moment when the patriarch is about to come out of seclusion. Even if he can use his past achievements to make up for it, he still felt very unhappy in his heart. At this moment, on the side of the Tensei family, Nie Hai, Nie En, and Bunch were very happy, although the one who won wasn't them. But Nie Li, they were able to get such a big piece of meat from the Sacred Family. They felt very happy in their hearts. Previously, they were messed up by the Sacred Family, and now they can finally get back at them. Little brother, Nie Li, I thought you were a decent person. I never thought that you would be so cunning. It seems that Big Sister Yang has to be careful in the future. Yang Xian looked at Nieli and teased. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. That slightly squeezed area was even more alluring. Nieli smiled bitterly and said, Big Sister Yang, you've misunderstood me. I'm actually a decent person, but desperate times call for desperate measures. When Yang Xian, Nia Hai, Nia En, and the others heard Nia Li's words, they all looked at Nieli with a faint smile. Their eyes seemed to be saying, Who would believe that? Nieli shrugged. No matter how hard he tried to explain, it would be useless. He looked at Nia An and asked, How much did we win in total? I've won 50 million demon spirit coins from the bet and 70 million demon spirit coins from the bet, Niahai said, lightly smiling. In the blink of an eye, 100 million demon spirit coins had entered his account. Nieli, this kid, is earning money really fast. Nieli nodded his head. 100 million demon spirit coins isn't much to him, but to the sacred family, it's not a small number. At this moment, Shun Ming couldn't hold back anymore and walked towards the Tensei family. Deacon Shun Ming, how is young Master Shun? Our Nieli is a little too heavy-handed. Please forgive him. Niahai said, cupping his hands towards Shun Ming. As the patriarch of the Tensei family, he still has to pretend to be a gentleman. However, his heart was filled with joy. Shun Ming's face slightly twitched. Everyone knows that Shen Fei won't be able to get off the bed for the next half a month. Nieli, this kid, is really ruthless. Shun Ming still doesn't know where Shen Fei's injuries are. He doesn't know that Shen Fei won't be able to do anything in the future. If he knew, he would definitely be even more furious. However, Shun Ming still gave Shen Ning an order to play with Nieli until he's crippled. In Shun Ming's view, Nieli only has a fanged panda. It's impossible for him to win against Shen Ning. Normally, a fanged panda is only a bronze rank demon spirit. Even if Nieli's fanged panda is a little special, reaching silver rank is already the limit. And Shun Ning is already a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, Shun Ning integrated with a sacred flame demon bear, a gold rank demon spirit. Although Shun Fei's scarlet black tiger has the talent to become a black gold rank demon spirit, its current strength is only at silver rank. As for Shun Ning's demon spirit, it has already reached gold rank. If he still loses like this, then there'll be a ghost. Shun Ming looked at Nia Hai and Bunch, coldly snorted, and said, 3 bets, this is only the first one. Don't be happy too early. Let's start the second round. Nia Hai couldn't help looking at Nieli. He also doesn't know how strong Nieli is. Since the sacred family lost the first round, the one they sent up for the second round, his strength definitely won't be ordinary. Shun Ming also followed Nia Hai's gaze and fell onto Nieli. His eyes flashed with a chilling light. Nieli coughed and said, Isn't it a little inappropriate for the sacred family to do this? I've just fought a round, and my soul force has been greatly exhausted. If I were to immediately fight the second round, wouldn't it be unfair for the sacred family to fight me in this manner? How about this? The second round will be delayed for 2 months. When I've recovered my soul force, I'll challenge the younger generation of the sacred family. Hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xian, Nia Hai, and Nian were stunned as they looked at Nieli. Soul force has been greatly exhausted. In the previous round, Nieli only merged with his demon spirit, slapped Shen Fei a few times, and stepped on Shen Fei a few times. There wasn't any intense battle at all. Isn't this a little too fake? Shun Ming's face turned black, coldly snorted, and said, The Tensei family can't be going back on their words after winning the money, right? If that's the case, our sacred family isn't a vegetarian. Shun Ming looked at Yang Xian, coldly snorted, and said, "The Tensei family is so untrustworthy. The Association of Alchemists wouldn't be sheltering the Tensei family, right? If that's the case, I'll have to get our patriarch to have a good talk with the president." Yang Xian's face was slightly red. Although she's definitely standing on Nie Li's side, her face is thin and she's a little embarrassed to say it. If Nie Li really wins and leaves, he'll indeed be in the wrong. Since Deacon Shunming has said so, then I can only accompany him. Even if the sacred family wins unfairly, I believe that no one will dare to speak ill of the sacred family behind their backs. Seeing Shunming's angry face, Nie Li lightly smiled in his heart. He has already thoroughly angered Shunming. Who dares to speak ill of my sacred family? Shunming coldly snorted. He suddenly realized that he made a slip of the tongue. Isn't this clearly admitting that he won unfairly? His lungs were about to explode from anger. Nie Hai, Nie En, and Bunch all had a look of understanding on their faces. The sacred family is indeed good at pressuring others with their strength. Yang Xian lightly said. She finally understood Nie Li's intention. Nie Li is constantly angering Shunming, step by step leading Shunming into his trap. However, can Nie Li really defeat the geniuses of the sacred family? If Nie Li is unable to defeat the geniuses of the sacred family, then all these things would be in vain. So what? Shunming was extremely angry. He looked at Nie Hai, Nie Li, and Bunch and said, "How much is the Tensei family planning to bet this time?" Nie Li lightly said, "From what I see, they have to bet at least 2 to 300 million demon spirit coins. Otherwise, there won't be any meaning at all." Hearing Nie Li's words, Shunming's brain quivered and sobered up a little. Although he was angered by Nie Li, if there's a problem with the 200 million demon spirit coins, bet the consequences isn't something he can bear. Even if he had some contributions to the sacred family in the past, if he loses 200 million demon spirit coins in one go, his good days will come to an end. Since Nie Li dared to accept this bet, it proves that he has some ability. Earlier on, when Shun Fei fought with Nie Li, he didn't manage to probe out Nie Li's strength. Therefore, Shunming didn't dare to act rashly. Shunming went silent for a moment and said, "Since there's still another bet, let's bet 100 million demon spirit coins first." Seeing Shunming's expression, Nie Li understood that Shunming, as a deacon of the sacred family, has a certain amount of authority. He doesn't dare to bet too much. If he were to continue pushing, the other party might be alerted. Since the sacred family doesn't have any confidence, then let's bet 100 million demon spirit coins first. Nie Li lightly smiled and said. Hearing Nie Li's words, Shunming's face turned green. Every time Nie Li opens his mouth, the sacred family would be this and that, degrading the sacred family to nothing, causing him to be extremely angry. Chapter 85. After placing the bet of 100 million, the sacred family no longer continued to be the banker. Yang Xian took over. Since it was Yang Xian who started the bet, Nie Li did not continue to play. Nie Li, you have to work hard. 90% of the people bet on the sacred family to win. This sister's entire fortune is all on you. Yang Xian charmingly looked at Nie Li. Her pink lips pursed into a smile. Her pink lips stuck to the side of Nie Li's face. Her curvaceous figure stuck to the side of Nie Li. He could vaguely feel that pair of softness. It's simply incomparably tempting. This woman was simply a seductress who could charm people to death. Big Sister Yang must be joking. This amount of money is nothing to Big Sister Yang. Even if it's all gone down the drain, it doesn't matter. Nie Li lightly smiled. He naturally wouldn't be so easily tempted by Yang Xian. This sister is betting all of her private money. Yang Xian pouted and said with a little dissatisfaction. Her slender eyebrows were filled with smiles. I don't know about that. I can only light an incense and leave it to fate. A moment later, the bet started. Nia Li and Shun Ning of the sacred family walked down the stage. The entire stage was boiling. Shouts were coming one after another. Some were supporting Nia Li, some were supporting Shun Ning. In the previous round, that kid from the Tensei family cheated quite a bit of money. This time, we must get it back. That kid from the Tensei family actually got a fanged panda demon spirit. He's simply an idiot. Although he tricked the sacred family, Shun Ning is already a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Therefore, Shun Ning will definitely win. Although Nia Li had just won a round, his victory was too disgraceful. Shun Fei's loss was too unjust. Therefore, the majority of the people still placed their bets on Shun Fei. However, there were also a small number of people who were optimistic about Nia Li and felt that Nia Li could create a miracle. After all, Nia Li had already won once. Looking at Nia Li in the arena, Yi Ziyun couldn't help lightly laughing. She heard that the sacred family placed another 100 million as a bet. Nia Li is too bad. Although Nia Li's results weren't high during the year-end test, Yi Ziyun firmly believes that Nia Li's cultivation has already reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise, how could he control his strength and soul force to such a degree? Therefore, from her point of view, Nia Li will definitely win against Sacred Family's Shun Ning. Therefore, she took out all of her private stash and bet on Nia Li winning, thinking of Nia Li's bad look. Although Yi Ziyun felt a little annoyed, she didn't know why she would always have some concern for Nia Li. Just like this time, when she heard that Nia Li participated in the tournament, she immediately rushed over. It's just the concern between friends. Yi Ziyun's gaze fell onto Nia Li, thinking to herself. Her face was slightly hot. She has never paid so much attention to a boy before. The battle began. Shun Ning immediately merged with his demon spirit. His body was covered in blazing flames, transforming into a robust, sacred flame demon bear. Roar! Shun Ning took a step forward. Raging flames soared into the sky, and a tyrannical force swept out. The martial arena trembled, and the ground was scorched black. It's actually a sacred flame demon bear. A 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist coupled with a sacred flame demon bear. Within the younger generation, he's definitely an invincible existence. This time, Nia Li is going to suffer. Previously, he beat up a direct descendant of the sacred family so miserably. The sacred family will definitely not let him have a good time. Those who bet on Shun Ning raised their arms and cheered, their voices boiling. He didn't even greet me and immediately merged with his demon spirit. That's too rude. Nia Li murmured. Hearing Nia Li's words, Shun Ning bitterly smiled. In the previous battle, Shun Fei didn't even have the chance to merge with his demon spirit and was beaten half to death by Nia Li. How could he dare to go easy on him? This battle is of great importance. He has to merge with his demon spirit first. As long as he merges with his demon spirit, Nia Li's Fang Panda will definitely not be able to win against him. Shun Ning's victory is already within his grasp. Nia Li also quickly merged with his fanged panda demon spirit, turning into a chubby, charmingly naive, and harmless-looking fanged panda. No matter how you look at it, this fanged panda doesn't have any threat. Roar! Shun Ning walked towards Nia Li. Waves of scorching air gushed out. Fire thunder! Shun Ning suddenly soared into the sky and slapped down with his palm. Blazing flames fell down like meteors. Seeing this scene, Nia Li no longer wanted to fight and immediately ran away. Boom! Boom! Meteors after meteors fell down, wreaking havoc on the ground, leaving deep craters on the ground. Nia Li leaped, dodging every single one of them. Seeing this, the spectators broke out in cold sweat. if Nieli were to be hit by one of the meteors. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still lose half of his life. Booing sounds came from the stage. That brat from the Tensei family is too gutless. He actually ran away the moment the battle started. Can't he have a little backbone? This genius battle is too boring. That brat from the Tensei family. If he can't win, he should just admit defeat. What a waste of emotions. The voices from the stage fluctuated. Young Xin took a glance at Nya Hai and Nya En. Her face slightly sunk and angrily asked, "Are you guys not going to accompany Nieli to exchange for a demon spirit? Why are you letting Nieli use a trash demon spirit like the fanged panda?" My great aunt, Nyahai, complained incessantly. He hurriedly said, "Director Yang has misunderstood. Recently, we've helped Nieli by at least 100,000 demon spirits. However, Nieli chose this fanged panda. We can't do anything about it." Hearing Nyahai's words, Yang Xin was astonished. Nyahai and Bunch bought over 100,000 demon spirits during this period of time. She took a glance at Nieli on the stage. Although Nieli looks to be in a sorry state, he still managed to dodge every attack. It's very possible that he did it on purpose. Since little brother Nieli chose the fanged panda himself, there must be a reason for it. Yang Xin faintly smiled and thought to herself. Seeing Yang Xion's expression turn from gloomy to sunny, Nyahai let out a breath of relief. He wiped his sweat. In the end, he's only the patriarch of a small family. How can he afford to offend a big figure like Yang Xin? Yi Ziyun, who was sitting in the corner of the stage, stared at the stage. Her brows were slightly knitted. Even she couldn't tell if Nieli did it on purpose or if he had already tried his best. However, she has a feeling that Nieli will definitely win. Flaming meteors constantly exploded around Nieli. In fact, these flaming meteors can't do anything to Nieli. Nieli casually opened his mouth and spat out an yin-yang blast towards Shenning. It's more than enough to send Shenning flying. However, Nieli doesn't want to win against Shenning so easily. If he were to easily win against Shenning, the sacred family will definitely not play with him in the third round. Therefore, he has to barely win against Shenning. "Kid, don't run." Shenning continued to go berserk, using the sacred flame demon bear's terrifying strength to bombard the stage. The entire stage was ruthlessly ravaged. However, what made Shenning a little depressed is that Nieli's luck is too good. Every time his flaming meteors were about to hit Nieli, Nieli would always be able to dodge them. Thinking of the clumsy appearance of the ordinary fanged panda, and looking at Nieli's rolling and crawling posture, Shenning couldn't help having a weird feeling in his heart. The fanged panda that Nieli integrated with is really a freak. If it was an ordinary fanged panda, it would have already been killed by him. How could it last for so long? Roar! Shenning jumped down from the sky. Both of his hands were clasped together, turning into a flaming fist, and fiercely smashed down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Nieli's eyes lit up and rolled to the side. Trying to run? It's too late. Shenning's face showed a trace of a sneer. Blazing flames were spewing out from his body. His entire body was like a meteorite falling down. Chapter 86. Gravity Field. Nieli used the Fang Panda's gravity field combat skill. The surrounding gravity suddenly increased by several folds. Boom! Shenning's entire body fell down from the sky. Just when Shenning was about to hit his body, Nieli leaped to the side, dodging the impact of the flames. However, there were still burn marks on his body. Nieli secretly let out a sigh of relief. He almost became a roasted panda. He obviously had the strength to crush his opponent, but he pretended to be weaker than his opponent. This is really a test of his acting skills. the entire arena rumbled, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. Shen Ning smashed a 10-meter-wide crater on the ground. Flames soared into the sky, dust scattered in all directions. The spectators in the stands became excited and screamed, "Oh, what kind of terrifying strength is that? Oh my God, this is the strength of the sacred flame demon bear. It's too scary." Although he's only a 5-star silver rank, his strength is already comparable to a gold rank. Shen Ning will win. Shen Ning, Shen Ning. The stands were filled with shouts, each wave louder than the last. Not to mention the bet. Nia Li ran away before the fight even started, being chased by Shen Ning. Their hearts were filled with disdain. If Nia Li won, there would be no justice in this world. Shen Ning also showed a satisfied smile, nodded his head, and said, "Shen Ning is a good kid. Looking at the strength he displayed, he should have reached gold rank. He must be very diligent in his training. If he wins against that kid from the Tensei family, I'll definitely reward him when we get back." Hearing Shen Ming's words, Shen Xiao couldn't help showing a jealous expression. Even he, who often trains with Shen Ning, never thought that Shen Ning's strength would have already reached gold rank. On the Tensei family's side, young Xian frowned her brows and murmured, "Shen Ning is only a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. How can he display such powerful strength? With such powerful strength, he should at least be a 3-star gold rank, right?" Yi Ziyun's eyes were filled with confusion as she watched from afar. At this moment, on the martial arena, the drifting dust slowly drifted down, and the figure in the middle of the deep pit gradually became clear. In an instant, the stands that were originally boiling with excitement became deathly silent. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the center of the deep pit, because at this moment, Shen Ning was lying motionless in the middle of the deep pit like a dead dog. His body was riddled with wounds, all of which were burnt marks. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me what is going on?" Shen Ming roared hysterically. After Shen Ning leaped up, he used the Fire Meteor Heaven's fall battle technique, but in the end, he fainted from the fall? Who would believe such a thing? Seeing this scene, not only was Shen Ming puzzled, even Yang Xian, Nia Hai, Nia En and Bunch were dumbfounded. The people of the sacred family can't be that stupid, right? The first person that came up without summoning his demon spirit was beaten up by Nia Li. The second person that summoned his demon spirit exploded with strength no less than a gold rank, and in the end, he fainted from the fall. However, this scene was placed in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Yang Xian seemed to have understood something and murmured, "I've said it before, that Shen Ning wouldn't have the strength of a 3-star gold rank for no reason. Could it be that little brother Nia Li did something to it?" The stands were dead silent. Everyone had their eyes wide open, staring at the martial arena. However, after waiting for a long time, Shen Ning still couldn't get up. He was like a dead dog, lying there motionless. "Fuck, sacred family's trash. Get up. Damn it, the sacred family's trash are really useless." Those who lost money started cursing the sacred family. The audience in the stands had the urge to go berserk. It can't be that the Association of Alchemists colluded with the sacred family to trick us, right? Impossible. The Association of Alchemists earned God knows how much money just from those elixirs. Why would they care about this little bit of money? It's the sacred family's trash that are too useless. As for those who bet on Nia Li, they were all smiling. Nia Li is really a lucky kid. The first round, Shen Fei, that idiot, didn't integrate with his demon spirit and came up for free. The second round, Shen Ning learned to be smart and integrated with his demon spirit, but in the end, he fainted from the impact, again for free. What they don't know is that Shen Ning didn't faint from the impact, but was tricked by Nia Li The might of the heavenly fire meteor that Shun Ning executed is very huge. It's to jump to a very high place and increase the speed of the fall. That speed is already the limit of a 5-star silver rank. Nieli suddenly added a gravity field to Shun Ning, causing the gravity that Shun Ning felt to suddenly increase by several times. Shun Ning couldn't even react in time and smashed into the ground with a strength that was several times stronger than usual. The consequences of that can be imagined. It's already very lucky that all the bones in his body didn't shatter. Seeing Shun Ning lying on the ground, the corner of Nieli's mouth slightly smiled. Shun Ning fainted. He probably won't wake up for 2 to 3 days. The gravity field is an invisible combat skill. Outsiders wouldn't be able to detect that it was Nieli who did it. Nieli won again. There's really no challenge at all. Although Nieli is only a silver rank, his true strength is enough to crush 2 to 3-star gold rank experts. Therefore, Shun Ning isn't a threat to him at all. After Yi Ziyun saw this scene, she wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, she had an as-expected expression on her face. The sacred family once again fell into the hands of Nieli. Looking at Nieli, she couldn't help pouting. Nieli always has the appearance of having the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Even in terms of feelings, he's confident that Yi Ziyun will definitely fall for him. He's really too annoying. Will I really fall for Nieli one day? Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed a trace of blankness. Thinking about what happened in the ancient Orchid City's underground palace, Yi Ziyun couldn't help feeling shy in her heart. Her heartbeat inexplicably sped up and started beating. After the competition ended, Nieli once again received 100 million demon spirit coins from Shunming, making the sacred family pay 150 million demon spirit coins. Although it's not enough to shake the foundation of the sacred family, it can at least let the sacred family live a tight life for a period of time. Even if it's a major family like the sacred family, to be able to maintain 300 to 500 million demon spirit coins is already very good. Of course, the total value of the sacred family's various industries is far more than that. It can reach tens of billions, but the cash they have is probably only that much. Although this 150 million demon spirit coins isn't much to Nieli, but Nieli's mood is still very comfortable. Deacon Shenming, thanks for letting me win. The few brothers of the sacred family are too polite, letting me win every time. I'm a little embarrassed from winning, so I've been wrongly blaming the sacred family. The sacred family isn't stingy, they're just too generous. Nieli smiled and said to Deacon Shunming. Shunming's face was ashen. His lips were trembling from anger. Hearing Nieli's sarcastic words again, if it's possible, he really wants to slap Nieli's head into the mud. 150 million demon spirit coins. How is he going to explain this to the patriarch? Monday is going to be on the leaderboard. Everyone, give your recommendation to the snail. If it's recommended tomorrow, the snail will add another chapter. Chapter 87. After losing this 150 million demon spirit coins, Shunming's contributions to the sacred family are all gone. When the patriarch comes out, he will definitely not let him go. Losing his position as a deacon is still secondary, with the patriarch's means, and the fact that he knows so many secrets of the sacred family, he won't be able to escape death. At this moment, Shunming's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. There's still one more match. If he can win back the money he lost in the third match, then not only will he not be in the wrong, he will also have done a good deed. I must win the third match. Shunming calculated for a moment. He can still take out 200 million demon spirit coins. This is all the money that the sacred family has left. Originally, it was prepared to be used to purchase a batch of elixirs from the Association of Alchemists for the younger generation to cultivate. 200 million demon spirit coins. If he wins, he will be able to answer to the patriarch. Fight! Shun Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Patriarch Niahai, we still have the third match, right? Shun Ming glanced at Niahai and coldly said. Niahai was stunned for a moment, glanced at Nieli. Seeing Nieli nodding his head, Niahai said, yes, there's still the third match. Yang Xian slightly frowned. With her understanding of Shun Ming made the sacred family lose 150 million demon spirit coins. The consequences will be very serious. After returning, Shun Ming probably won't be able to escape the fate of being under house arrest. And now, Shun Ming still wants to bet. That proves that Shun Ming is already fighting with his life on the line. The development of the matter is also reasonable. Shun Ming is already close to insanity. Wanting to fight for the last time is very normal. This match will bet 300 million demon spirit coins. Shun Ming coldly said. He has already sent people to the various shops of the sacred family to withdraw the funds. If the patriarch of the sacred family is here, he will definitely stop Shun Ming's actions. However, Shun Ming has been a deacon in the sacred family for so many years. He has always been trusted by the patriarch of the sacred family. His authority is very high. All the shops under the sacred family are under his management. If he wants to withdraw the funds, the shops of the sacred family won't say a word. Since it's the last fight, if he can win back 300 million demon spirit coins, his position in the sacred family will go up a step. All right, then let's bet 300 million demon spirit coins. Nieli said, nodding his head. Seeing Shun Ming's expression, he already knew that Shun Ming wanted to make his final struggle. The corner of Nia Li's mouth curved into a cold smile. This was exactly what he was looking for. The patriarchs of the various families were discussing amongst themselves. They are all witnesses. They never thought that the sacred family would still want to bet after losing 150 million demon spirit coins. This time, they bet another 300 million. The sacred family is really going all out. Previously, Deacon Shun Ming had lost so many demon spirit coins. When he goes back, he probably won't be able to be a deacon anymore. He probably wants to win it back in this round. I heard that Shin Xiao is the one they sent this time. I know Shin Xiao. He's already a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist at such a young age. The reason why that brat Nieli was able to win against Shin Fei and Shin Ning was mostly due to luck. Now that he's facing a gold rank demon spiritualist, I'm afraid that there's no suspense in the outcome. 300 million demon spirit coins. If he loses, Deacon Shun Ming will be finished. Furthermore, this is probably all the liquid funds of the sacred family. The various families were discussing amongst themselves. It's another bet. The amount of money being bet is definitely something that they've never seen before in their lives, causing their blood to boil. On Yang Xian's bet, everyone also placed their bets. However, whether Yang Xian wins or loses, Nieli doesn't care. Anyways, Yang Xian has some money. As a member of the Association of Alchemists, Yang Xian has a lot of power in her hands. After coming in contact with Nieli, she helped the Association of Alchemists earn God knows how much. Even if she took out a few 100 million, the elders wouldn't say anything. After the money for the bet was in place, the third round was about to begin. The surrounding stands were once again boiling with excitement. Under the attention of everyone, Nieli slowly walked down the stage. Shun Ming's cold gaze stared at Nieli. His eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. He took out 2 elixirs from his bosom and solemnly said, Shun Xiao, these are 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Before the battle starts, immediately eat these 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Shun Xiao looked at Shun Ming in shock and said, Deacon Shun Ming, that kid's probably only a 1-star silver rank. With my 1-star gold rank strength, it's more than enough to get rid of that kid. There's no need for me to use these demon spirit strengthening pills. Shun Zhao's demon spirit is the Longyan Owl. It's a very powerful and rare demon spirit. The price is as high as 2 million demon spirit coins. If he were to eat 2 demon spirit strengthening pills, although it can let the Long Yanal's power increase by several folds for half an hour, it's the same as crippling the Long Yanal. Shen Zhao's heart ached for it. What are you afraid of? Listen to me. This matter is very important. If something goes wrong, can you afford it? That's 300 million demon spirit coins. If you win this battle, I'll give you 20 million demon spirit coins. At that time, you can buy any demon spirit you want. Shun Ming solemnly said. Hearing Shun Ming's words, Shun Zhao's eyes lit up. Although the Long Yanal is rare, it can be bought with 2 million demon spirit coins. If Shun Ming were to give him 20 million, he can buy a higher grade demon spirit. Wasting the Long Yanal wouldn't be a pity. Okay, I will listen to Deacon Shun Ming's instructions. Shen Xiao nodded his head and placed the 2 demon spirit strengthening pills into his interspatial ring. Shun Xiao looked at Nie Li's back figure and snorted. Losing to me is your fate. You actually want to waste a Long Yanal's demon spirit and eat 2 demon spirit strengthening pills to deal with you. You should feel honored. In Shun Zhao's view, with his 1-star gold rank strength, defeating Nie Li is an easy matter. One must know that he's a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. After the 2 of them left the stage, the audience once again boiled up. However, this time, no one is sure who will win. Although Nie Li's strength is far from Shen Zhao's, who knows if Nie Li will have the same heaven-defying luck as before. They believe that the reason why Nie Li was able to win 2 battles in a row is all due to luck. This time, the majority of the people didn't dare to place their bets. The only one that firmly believes that Nie Li will win is Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun once again placed all of her pocket money, and the money she just won on Nie Li, cheers came one after another. I never thought that you would be able to win 2 battles in a row. However, you will definitely lose to me next. Shun Xiao coldly stared at Nie Li and confidently said, I'm different from them. I'm a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, I'm a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist that integrated with the Long Yanal eagle. At this moment, Nie Li lazily stretched his waist. He was so tired from pretending earlier. Now that it's the 3rd round, he can finally stop pretending. How would I know if I don't try? I won 2 battles in a row before. Who knows, maybe my luck will be as good as before in the 3rd round. Nie Li lightly smiled, appearing calm and leisurely. Shen Zhao's gaze turned cold. Nie Li is indeed a little weird. He obviously knows that he's a gold rank expert, but he's not panicking at all. His right hand moved, listening to Shun Ming's words, and swallowed 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. At this moment, the audience went into an uproar. Did my eyes see wrongly? The sacred families, Shun Xiao, actually swallowed a demon spirit strengthening pill? A 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist facing a fanged panda actually swallowed a demon spirit strengthening pill? And it seems to be 2 of them? Indeed, the sacred family was frightened by the 2 battles they lost earlier. Chapter 88. Before the fight even started, the sacred family's momentum has already weakened. However, the sacred family no longer cares about this. Even if they lose their face, it doesn't matter. After all, it's 300 million demon spirit coins. At this moment, the spectators were discussing amongst themselves. Even if he has heaven-defying luck, it's impossible for him to win this round. 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist, and with 2 more demon spirit strengthening pills, Nie Li will definitely lose. At this moment, even Nie Hai, Nie En, and Bunch weren't optimistic about Nie Li. After all, his opponent is too strong. I've bet on the sacred family 3 times in a row. This time, I can finally win, right? The previous 2 rounds were really unjust. This time, I must win it back. I'll still bet a portion of my money on Nieli. I still feel that Nieli can win. There's definitely something strange about this kid. Even if he loses this round, I've already won the previous 2 rounds. On the arena, Shun Xiao had already made his preparations. Waves of powerful sacred flame energy swept out. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was bombarded by the sacred flame energy, causing cracks to appear on the surface. The cracks were like a spider web, rapidly spreading out. Shun Xiao walked towards Nieli 1 step at a time. At this moment, Nieli lightly smiled, merged with the fanged panda. If you guys underestimate the strength of my fanged panda, then you're making a huge mistake. Gravity field. Nieli coldly snorted. An invisible gravity field formed around him, enveloping Shun Xiao. Shun Xiao suddenly felt that his weight had increased by several folds. Taking a step forward became extremely difficult. His face slightly changed. Nieli's strength is indeed extraordinary. It's actually a rare gravity combat skill. Shun Xiao kept the contempt in his heart. His expression was extremely solemn. Boom, boom, boom. Shun Xiao's feet created a deep depression in the arena. That terrifying might caused everyone to be shocked. So powerful. A 1-star gold rank already has such frightening strength. Everyone in the stands exclaimed in shock. Only Shun Xiao, who was in the gravitational field, knew what was going on. He suddenly understood why Shen Ning lost. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. He quickly merged with the Longyan Owl, and a pair of huge wings grew out from his back. Those strong and powerful wings flapped as he flew. You are the strongest opponent I have ever met among my peers. Have a taste of my Longyan break. Shun Xiao faced the sky and let out a long cry. He opened his mouth and spat out a blazing flame. A scorching pillar of flame shot towards Nieli. A wave of heat hit him in the face, and Nieli felt like his whole body was about to be burnt. This Longyan owl was a part of the dragon species. The flames it spat out contained traces of a dragon's might. It was incomparably powerful. Let's see if your Longyan break is more powerful or my Yin-Yang blast is more powerful. Nieli leaped back, opened his mouth, and spat out 2 balls of light, 1 black and 1 white. The 2 balls of light intertwined in the air, drawing 2 streaks of light. Boom! The black and white balls of light danced in the air and collided with the pillar of flame. A terrifying explosion rang out. After the 2 forces exploded, the terrifying force continued to wreak havoc, sweeping across the ground again and again, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Nieli leaped backwards and steadily stood outside of the explosion's range. He looked calm and composed. As for Shun Xiao, he was swept away by the explosion and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Only then did he stagger and stabilize his footsteps. There was dead silence in the spectator stands. What's going on? Could it be that I'm seeing things? Did Nieli completely gain the upper hand in the battle? Shun Xiao is a super genius of the sacred family, a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, he has eaten 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Even with that, he still isn't Nieli's opponent. They were dumbfounded. In this match, Nieli was calm and composed. He looked like he still had energy to spare. It was completely different from the previous 2 matches. Yang Xian looked at Nieli's back figure. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Only 13 years old, and his strength is already enough to fight against a gold rank. It seems that I've underestimated you. After a brief moment of shock, Nia Hai and Nia An were ecstatic and excited. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist. Even Lord Yi Mo didn't have such shocking talent back then, right? After today's match, Nieli will rise like a comet in Glory City, receiving the protection of the City Lord's mansion. In the future, if anyone or any family wants to touch Nieli, they will have to think twice. Such a genius with such talent will definitely become a pinnacle existence in Glory City. After so many years of silence, the era of the Tensei family is about to arrive. At this moment, the spectators from the various families finally understood what had happened. In the previous 2 matches, Nieli had been concealing his strength. They all thought that Nieli had won by luck. However, that wasn't the case. What made them even more shocked was Nieli's frightening talent and strength. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist. My God, could it be that a legend rank demon spiritualist like Yemo is about to appear? Nieli! 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 The entire viewing platform was boiling. Everyone was shouting and yelling in excitement. Many of them had complicated feelings. Because they bet on Shun Xiao, they lost quite a bit of money. However, at this moment, they were cheering for Nieli from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't easy for Glory City to survive until now. Every time the demon beasts attacked, Glory City had to rely on Lord Yemo to repel the strongest demon beasts in the demon beast horde, allowing Glory City to survive. However, as time passed, Lord Yemo gradually aged. The citizens of Glory City had a strong sense of urgency. If there's no legend rank demon spiritualist appearing, then Glory City will be in danger. Although there are a few black gold rank demon spiritualists in Glory City, the majority of those black gold rank demon spiritualists are already over 40 years old. It's very hard for them to have the opportunity to charge into legend rank demon spiritualist. Everyone is looking forward to the appearance of a genius. Nieli is, without a doubt, the most dazzling one. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist. This age is the golden period for cultivation to rapidly increase. After 30 years old, one's cultivation talent will slowly go downhill. Their cultivation will also gradually regress, making it hard for them to advance. Nieli has such shocking achievements at such a young age. Who can say what level Nieli can reach in the future? Who knows, he might even become a legend rank demon spiritualist that's even stronger than Lord Yemo. Losing money is nothing. To be able to see the appearance of such a genius is simply an exciting matter. At this moment, Shun Ming slumped on his chair. Both of his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, "Just what is going on? How can this be? How can Nieli already have the strength of a gold rank demon spiritualist at the age of 13? What he doesn't know is that Nieli's soul force is only a 2-star silver rank. The reason why he has the strength to contend against a gold rank demon spiritualist is because Nieli's usage of soul force has reached perfection. The other reason is that Nieli's Fang Panda is a god-level growth rate demon spirit. By itself, it has terrifying strength. Anyone who underestimates it will pay the price. If Shun Xiao loses, then he will be the sinner of the sacred family. His ending has already been determined. No, Shun Xiao has not lost yet. Shun Ming's eyes reignited a trace of hope as he stared at the arena. Chapter 89. Boom, boom, boom. The battle on the arena became more and more intense. Shun Xiao frantically counterattacked, but every time he burst out with a violent power, it was ruthlessly suppressed by Nieli. Looking at that nimble figure, Shun Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Nieli gave him too much pressure. Longyan Sacred Pillar. Shun Xiao roared. One after another, thick Longyan Sacred Pillars descended from the sky. They turned into huge pillars and swept across the arena, wreaking havoc in flames. The audience burst into exclamations of shock. What a frightening move! They couldn't help but worry for Nieli, seeing the thick pillars of fire sweeping towards him. Nieli didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he let out a relaxed smile. This kind of move looks good, but it's useless. It might be useful in dealing with low-level beasts, but in a battle between experts, using this kind of move is just wasting one's soul force. Nieli secretly thought Nieli, who had the battle experience from his previous life, naturally wouldn't put this kind of move in his eyes. What Nieli didn't know was that Xin Xiao had already used all his moves, but they were all useless. He could only use this Longyan sacred pillar. Xin Xiao didn't expect to use this move to kill Nieli. He had already given up all hope. Looking at Nieli's calm expression, he knew that Nieli still had many hidden moves that he hadn't used. Nieli leaped up, dodging the pillars of fire. With a swoosh, he swept behind Xin Xiao. Thunder strike! Nieli's huge palm cut through the sky, emitting a shocking sound. With a bang, it heavily slapped on Xin Xiao's back. In an instant, Xin Xiao was like a meteor crashing into the ground. Boom! A terrifying and deafening sound rang out. The entire martial arena shook violently, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Xin Xiao was gasping heavily in the pit. He lay on his back in the pit. His eyes gradually lost focus, and his consciousness slowly blurred. He had lost. From the beginning, Nieli had been suppressing him, not giving him any chance to fight back. Moreover, he had been holding back. Nieli gave him an unfathomable feeling. He felt that no matter how he burst out, he would not be a match for Nieli. His eyes were filled with confusion. He never thought that he would lose after eating 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. He can only say that Nieli is too scary. Moreover, the opponent was only a 13-year-old boy. The difference was too great. I've always thought that I was an unparalleled genius, but it turns out that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing this scene, the stands were dead silent for a moment, and then erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Nieli! 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 Waves of cheers were earth-shattering. Nieli's strength left a deep impression on them. When a super expert rises, they would easily crush any opponent of the same age. However, at this moment, the opponent that Nieli crushed wasn't an opponent of the same age, but a genius in his 20s. How far will Nieli grow in the future? No one had an answer in their hearts. However, they knew that they had witnessed history today. In the corner of the stands far away, Yi Ziyun was looking at Nieli's back figure. At this moment, she was still shocked by Nieli's strength. What a powerful talent! He's even stronger than her grandfather when he was young. She suddenly had a thought. Will Nieli really become a legend, rank demon spiritualist, like he said? The possibility of this happening is very high. Yi Ziyun couldn't help thinking of the joke that she had with Nieli. She said that if Nieli becomes a legend rank demon spiritualist, she'll marry him. Is she going to keep her promise or not? Her thoughts couldn't help becoming chaotic. Thinking of the unclear relationship between Nieli and Ninger, she snorted. She doesn't want to marry Nieli, this womanizer. The cheers slowly calmed down. However, the shock caused by Nieli won't calm down so quickly. It will soon spread throughout the entire Glory City. Shun Ming was dejected as he was supported by someone and left. After this matter, he's afraid that he will no longer be a managing elder of the sacred family. Nieli also successfully received 300 million demon spirit coins. In this tournament, Nieli earned a total of 450 million demon spirit coins. Although Nieli doesn't lack money, he's very happy to be able to make the sacred family fall into a predicament. Although this amount of money isn't much to Nieli, it's enough to make the sacred family have a headache for a period of time. Yang Xian looked at Nieli. Her eyes were filled with worry, and said, "Nieli, I'm afraid it's not good for you to display your strength like this. What if the Dark Guild has their eyes on you? After all, Nieli is too dazzling right now. If they knew of Nieli's talent, the Dark Guild might do anything to get rid of Nieli." However, at this moment, Nieli lightly smiled, shook his head, and said, I have my own plans. Hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xin lightly nodded. Nieli should have his own plans, right? However, she's still prepared to send more guards for Nieli. Big Sister Yang, I previously asked you to help me investigate if there's any connection between the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family. How's your investigation? Nieli transmitted his voice to Yang Xin. I've investigated and found out that the Sacred Family has taken in a person from the Dark Guild. His name seems to be something like Li Yunhua. However, just based on this point, there's no way to do anything to the Sacred Family. Yang Xin shook her head and sighed. However, at least she can confirm that the Sacred Family isn't clean. They have to be careful. She has already reported this information to the president. The president will definitely pass this information to the city lord. Nieli nodded his head. If he wants to bring down the Sacred Family with this, then he's thinking of the Sacred Family as too simple. To deal with the Sacred Family, he has to take his time. Along with the Sacred Family, leaving, the Tensei family also left. The Tournament of Geniuses is still going on. It's just that the other families are playing by themselves. In the corner of the arena, Yi Ziyun saw this scene and pursed her lips into a smile. Nieli is really bad. Shun Ming of the Sacred Family is in trouble. However, she doesn't have any good impression of the Sacred Family. It's good that the Sacred Family is out of luck. Just when Yi Ziyun was about to turn around and leave, a familiar figure entered her eyes. She saw Nieli smiling at her. I'm only here to take a look at the Tournament of Geniuses. I never thought that you would be here. Yi Ziyun's face was red as she stubbornly said, Did I say anything? Nieli spread his hands and teased. Since that's the case, why don't you continue watching and want to leave? Yi Ziyun stomped her feet. It's impossible for her to admit that she cares about Nieli in front of Nieli. She angrily said, I realize that there's no meaning in this place, so can I just leave? Seeing Yi Ziyun's cute look, Nieli lightly smiled. He took out a demon spirit stone from his interspatial ring and grabbed onto Yi Ziyun's smooth hand. He stuffed the demon spirit stone into Yi Ziyun's hand, smiled, and said, This is for you. Feeling the warmth coming from Nieli's palm, Yi Ziyun didn't shake off Nieli's hand. She doesn't know why, but her heartbeat suddenly sped up. What is this? Yi Ziyun lowered her head. There was an indescribable shyness in her heart. Seeing Yi Ziyun's appearance and the faint fragrance of a young girl caused Nieli's heart to be moved. He smiled and said, This is a snow wind attribute Snow Queen Demon Spirit. A black gold rank Snow Queen Demon Spirit? Where did you get this demon spirit? Yi Ziyun asked in surprise. Snow Queen is a very rare and powerful demon spirit. This Snow Queen is not an ordinary Snow Queen. It's a Snow Queen demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. After you integrate with it, you'll know that it's very powerful. After integrating with it, you must nurture it well. Don't eat things like demon spirit strengthening pills. Nieli exhorted. In order to get this Snow Queen demon spirit, he spent a lot of effort. Chapter 90. Nieli, why are you giving it to me? Yi Ziyun raised her head, blinked her big bright eyes, and looked at Nieli. Because I like you. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun, lightly smiled, and said, Then all the more I can't accept it. Hearing Nieli's bold confession, Yi Ziyun's face blushed. She has already received a great favor from Nieli. If she were to receive another favor from Nieli, she wouldn't know how to return it in the future. How about this? Consider it as you owing me a favor. In the future, I will definitely need your help with something. Nieli thought a while and said, to make this stubborn girl agree to his request so quickly, it's obviously not an easy matter. What can I help you with? Yi Ziyun lowered her head. Her face was still blushing. Of course you can help me. You're the daughter of the city lord, who knows how many people want to ask you to do something for them. I'm the same. I have already integrated with my demon spirit. This Snow Queen isn't suitable for my attributes. There's no point in keeping it. Niali looked at Yi Ziyun's lowered head, thinking that this little girl is getting more and more charming. Hearing Niali's words, Yi Ziyun hesitated for a moment, nodded her head, and said, "All right, but the thing you want me to do, it definitely can't be a bad thing. That's for sure. Have you ever seen someone more upright than me?" Nieli said with a serious expression. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun suddenly giggled. She laughed until her body trembled. Nieli's words are simply too funny. Who was the one that played the sacred family's people around? Nieli, I'll accept this Snow Queen. I want to see what kind of God-level growth rate demon spirit you have. Consider it as me owing you a favor. You can ask me to do one thing for you, but it definitely can't be a bad thing. Otherwise, I'll let my father buy this demon spirit from you. Yi Ziyun waved her little hand, lightly like a butterfly, and ran forward. What Yi Ziyun doesn't know is that she has gradually treated Nieli as a very close person. If it's someone else like Shunyu and the rest, she would definitely not accept it. Looking at Yi Ziyun's figure gradually getting further away, Nieli smiled and muttered, "It won't be long before we can meet again. In our previous life, fate has bound us together. Even if we want to cut it off, it's impossible to cut it off." Finishing speaking, Nieli slowly turned around and left. Very quickly, the news of Nieli suppressing sacred families' one-star gold rank demon spiritualist Shun Xiao at the age of 13 quickly spread out. The entire Glory City was shaken. How many years has it been since Glory City had such a shocking genius? The Tensei family once again entered everyone's line of sight. Every day, there would be an endless stream of people visiting the Tensei family. However, Nieli seemed to have suddenly disappeared. He went into seclusion and did not meet anyone. Those who wanted to meet Nieli were all blocked by the Tensei family. As the news spread out, the city guards found traces of the Dark Guild's activities all over Glory City. They captured and killed dozens of Dark Guild's people. In order to ensure Nieli's safety, City Lord Yizong has decided to bring Nieli into the City Lord's mansion to nurture him. After knowing this news, the Dark Guild's activities slowly calmed down. If Nieli were to stay in the Tensei family, the Dark Guild would definitely not let Nieli go. However, since Nieli has been brought into the City Lord's mansion, they don't have the guts to cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion. After all, the City Lord's mansion has legend-rank demon spiritualists, several black gold rank demon spiritualists, and countless martial experts. Aside from Nieli, Nieli also brought Nieyu into the City Lord's mansion. He has decided to properly guide Nieyu in her cultivation. As for the Tensei family, no one would dare to touch the Tensei family. As long as he's not in the Tensei family, the Dark Guild will not make a move on the Tensei family because it's meaningless. All of this is within Nieli's expectations. The reason why Nieli dared to reveal his strength in the Tournament of Geniuses was because he had already calculated this step. It's said that when Shunyu of the Sacred Family heard that Nieli has revealed his gold rank strength and has been brought into the City Lord's mansion, he vomited blood in grief and indignation. Originally, he still had a little bit of hope for Yi Ziyun, but now he knows that there's no hope for him. When Yang Xian heard this news in the Association of Alchemists, she understood why Nieli was so confident. Nieli probably already expected that he would be brought into the City Lord's mansion. It seems that if she wants to meet Nieli in the future, she'll have to go to the City Lord's mansion. Sacred Family, the patriarch of the Sacred Family, Shun Hong, finally came out from his secluded cultivation. After this period of secluded cultivation, his cultivation has greatly increased. However, he still hasn't stepped into the realm of legend rank demon spiritualist. Legend rank demon spiritualist isn't that easy to reach. As his cultivation increases, he understood this point more clearly. He doesn't know how that old man, Yemo, broke through. Every time he thought of his age getting older and his cultivation showing signs of declining, Shunhong became more and more anxious. When he heard about the bet, he immediately flew into a rage. Shun Ming has always been reliable, therefore, he has always been at ease. However, he never thought that Shun Ming would make such a big mistake, losing 450 million demon spirit coins in one go. With that much money, how many elixirs can he buy, and how many younger generations of the family can he nurture? Shun Ming, do you know your crime? Shun Hong sat on the high chair, coldly looking at Shun Ming, who was kneeling on the ground. Feeling Shun Hong's fearful gaze, Shun Ming's body was trembling from fear. He anxiously said, "Please forgive us, Patriarch. We never thought that Nie Li of the Tensei family would have the cultivation of gold rank at such a young age. We were careless for a moment and got tricked by them. I hope that Patriarch can consider the fact that I have done my best for the sacred family in the past." "Shut up!" Shun Hong furiously swept his gaze at Shun Ming. Shun Ming immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. Shun Hong silently pondered. This loss of 450 million demon spirit coins isn't enough to shake the foundation of the sacred family. However, what made Shun Hong feel the pressure is that during his seclusion, the relationship between the sacred family and the Tensei family has reached an inexplicable degree. Originally, the Tensei family is such a small family that the sacred family doesn't have to care about. However, this youth, Nie Li, caused him to pay attention to him. A 13-year-old youth actually has the strength of gold rank. This kind of talent caused him to be jealous. Who can imagine how far this youth will grow in the future? Once this youth grows up, no matter if it's the sacred family or the dark guild, he will be a huge threat. This threat must be strangled in the cradle. If Nie Li and the sacred family are fine, then Shun Hong can still tolerate him. However, Nie Li has never been on good terms with the sacred family from the start. Therefore, he must be killed. Now that Nie Li is being protected by the City Lord's mansion, it will be a little difficult for them to kill Nie Li. I don't believe that you can stay in the City Lord's mansion and not come out. Shun Hong coldly thought. He looked at Shun Ming, who was kneeling on the ground, and solemnly said, "Shun Ming, you know the rules of our sacred family. According to the sacred family's rules, you have committed such a huge mistake. According to the rules, you will be beheaded. However, seeing that you are an old servant of our sacred family and have made a great contribution to the sacred family, I will give you a chance to atone for your mistake." Hearing Shun Hong's words, Shun Ming's eyes, which were originally like dead ashes, suddenly flashed a trace of hope. He raised his head, looked at Shun Hong, and said, "As long as the Patriarch commands, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I will have no complaints." "Very well. I want you to bring people to kill Nie Li. As long as you kill Nie Li, I will get people to send you out of the city and send you to the Dark Guild to be a deacon." Shun Hong said, "But Nie Li is in the City Lord's mansion. Shun Ming knows about the matter between the sacred family and the Dark Guild. Either he kills Nie Li or he dies. He has no other choice. There will be a day when he comes out." Shun Hong lightly said, "I understand. I will listen to the Patriarch's command." Shun Ming's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. He understands that only by doing this will he have a chance of survival. Otherwise, with Shun Hong's means, he will definitely die without a corpse left. "Shun Ming, I have treated you well. Don't let me down. Shenhong's right hand rotated the thumb ring on his left hand. His dark brown eyes flashed with a cold light. Hearing Shenhong's deep voice, Shun Ming's heart trembled for no reason. Aside from himself, the lives of his family are all in the hands of Shenhong. He can only fight. Chapter 91. Glory City's City Lord's Mansion. Endless courtyards, magnificent and magnificent. Pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was picturesque. At the same time, this place is heavily guarded. Any random guard is a silver rank fighter. Occasionally, you can see some gold rank fighters patrolling back and forth. It's said that some courtyards even have black gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists. This is the core area of Glory City. Nia Li and Nia, you were arranged to stay in one of the courtyards. As long as it's not a black gold rank expert attacking the City Lord's mansion, this place is extremely safe. It can be seen that a genius like Nieli is highly valued. Big brother, Nieli, why are we staying in the City Lord's mansion? Nia, you timidly asked. Ever since she entered the City Lord's mansion, she has been very nervous. Because it's safe here. Nieli smiled and patted Nieyu's shoulder. You don't have to be afraid. With your big brother Nieli here, you can be assured. Furthermore, the City Lord's daughter is your sister-in-law. In the future, when you see her, just call her sister-in-law, okay? Sister-in-law. Oh, Nieyu raised her head and looked at Nieli in astonishment. Since when did big brother Nieli find a sister-in-law for him? Furthermore, it's the City Lord's daughter? Nieyu was filled with doubt. However, Nieli did not explain. The City Lord probably never thought that his action of protecting a genius would actually lead a wolf into the house. From the beginning, Nieli didn't have any good intentions. TSK. He's already in the City Lord's mansion. Usually, he'll be cultivating. When he's bored, he can even tease Yi Ziyan. Life is really leisurely. If there wasn't the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild, then there wouldn't be so many demon beasts attacking. For his future life, he can only think of a way to get rid of the Sacred Family that's right under his nose. In his previous life, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the Sacred Family, Glory City wouldn't have fallen so easily. The root of the problem usually comes from within. Nieli is still a 2-star silver rank. However, in terms of strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress a 1-star or 2-star gold rank. However, this is still far from enough. He has to make use of his time to train. Is there anything that can quickly increase my strength? Nieli suddenly slapped his head. How could I have forgotten about this? I actually forgot to enter the Heavenly Sacred Border. In St. Laurent College, the only thing that he cares about is the Heavenly Sacred Border. Let's prepare first and find a chance to go to Heavenly Sacred Border. Nieli said after thinking about it. Nieli sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Nielu also obediently sat beside Nieli and cultivated. She was very sensible and did not make any noise to disturb Nieli. Instead, she concentrated on cultivating. 1 day, 2 days, as time passed, Nieli and Nielu were doing quite well here. Apart from not being able to go to the core area of the City Lord's mansion, there were no restrictions. Moreover, 3 meals were delivered by someone, and outsiders could visit at any time. It is said that in a few days, the City Lord and Yimo will personally meet Nieli. Therefore, the surrounding maids and guards were very courteous to the siblings, Nieli and Nielu. Nieli's cultivation steadily increased. On the 5th day, his cultivation finally increased again. His soul force reached 3-star silver rank. After reaching 3-star silver rank, Nieli did not continue to charge upwards. At the beginning, it's best not to increase his cultivation too quickly. It's better to have some time to settle down. There's no need to rush. He blinked his eyes. After being in the city lord's mansion for so many days, Yi Ziyun did not come to look for him. As the evening approached, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the city lord's mansion, making the building look even more magnificent. It's probably because a girl's skin is thin and can't bring herself to do it. Seems like I can only inconvenience myself and go look for you. Nieli thought about it and chuckled. He looked at Nie Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, I'll go look for your sister-in-law. You stay here and cultivate properly." Oh, Nie Yu's big, watery eyes looked at Nieli in doubt. How is big brother Nieli going to look for sister-in-law? Although she has doubts in her heart, she did not ask and obediently stayed in the yard to cultivate. After Nieli stepped out of the yard, he summoned the shadow devil demon spirit and disappeared without a trace. The few gold rank fighters guarding the side of Nieli's yard felt a trace of a strange aura. They vigilantly looked around, but did not discover anything. Only then did they retract their gaze, thinking that it was just their misconception. The shadow devil demon spirit's void form combat technique is still not up to par. Its ability to hide its aura is still not strong enough. It can still fool a gold rank opponent, but if it were a black gold rank or even a legend rank expert, it would definitely be discovered by them. Nieli thought to himself as he headed towards the yard that Yi Ziyun is staying in. Although Nieli has never been here before, he has heard from Yi Ziyun about the city lord's mansion. He also knows where Yi Ziyun is staying. Stealing the daughter of the city lord, it's really a little exciting. Nieli thought to himself and couldn't help but lightly smile. The city lord's mansion is filled with experts, but Nieli entered it as if it's an uninhabited place. Gold rank fighters are of no threat to Nieli at all. A small yard appeared in Nieli's line of sight. It's a unique yard, filled with all kinds of flowers and trees. Bursts of fragrance came from the yard. Looking from afar, you can see an exquisite two-story building within the walls. This is where Yi Ziyun lives. Nieli easily passed through the door of the small yard. After removing the void form, Nieli casually walked in. On a rock in the corner of the small yard, Yi Ziyun is sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Her soul force revolved around her body, and a faintly discernible white figure appeared behind her. This white figure is wearing a fluttering white robe. She has a beautiful face and a white ice crown on her head, giving her an indescribable nobility. This demon spirit is the Snow Queen. Among the demon beasts, it's the most human-like demon beast. Legend has it that the Snow Queen is the incarnation of a goddess from the ancient times. The Snow Queen is very rare. Furthermore, it can use very powerful snow-wind combat skills. For Yi Ziyun, who cultivates the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, it's definitely a good match. Nieli's gaze fell on Yi Ziyun's body. His nose suddenly felt hot, almost having a nosebleed. Yi Ziyun should have just finished bathing. Her hair is still wet, adding a bit of cuteness to her temperament. At the same time, she's only wearing a thin veil, vaguely showing her soft breasts. This scene made Nieli recall his previous life. That night, under the moonlight, Yi Ziyun was as pure as a goddess. The two of them hugged each other, listening to each other's breathing. Nieli's hand gently kneaded that pair of soft breasts. Some people say that the proudest moment of a man is holding his first love's breasts. Nieli took a deep breath. Although the current Yi Ziyun has not grown up yet, she has already grown into a slender and beautiful woman. After cultivating the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, her skin is so soft that it could be broken by the wind, making her even more alluring. At this moment, Yi Ziyun, who was cultivating, felt something. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Who?" When she saw that it's Nieli, she relaxed and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you here? Why did you come here?" If it was someone else suddenly appearing in this courtyard, Yi Ziyun would certainly suspect the other party's intentions. Even if it was someone she was very familiar with, it was impossible for Yi Ziyun to completely let down her vigilance. But even Yi Ziyun herself did not know that when she saw Nie Li, she subconsciously relaxed. I came to take a look. Your courtyard is very unique, but it must be very boring to live alone. How about I move in and live together with you? Nie Li looked around, seemingly very satisfied, and nodded his head. Yi Ziyun's eyes glazed over at Nie Li. She was ashamed and resentful at the same time. This person, how can he be so shameless to this extent? Did I say that I'm very bored living here? Even if I'm very bored living here, I won't let you move in. Chapter 92. Yi Ziyun suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Nie Li, quickly turn your head. Yi Ziyun blushed and anxiously stamped her feet. What's wrong? Nie Li blinked and looked a few more times. This was not something that could be seen at any time. Wouldn't it be a loss if he turned his head? Nie Li, how can you be like this? Yi Ziyun looked angry and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing from the spatial ring to cover it. At this moment, she was confused. Since she was a child, it was the first time that a boy saw her like this. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Nie Li muttered, then slowly turned around and said with a smile, You put on your clothes. I won't look. You can't turn your head, or I'll ignore you again. Yi Ziyun didn't know what to say, so she could only use this threat. A rustling sound came from behind Nie Li, which made people's imagination run wild. But this time, Nie Li didn't turn his head to look. He didn't want to force the beautiful girl behind him. No matter what, today's trip was profitable. Okay, you can turn around. Hearing Yi Ziyun's voice, Nie Li turned his head and found that Yi Ziyun had put on a white dress. Her delicate purple long hair was a little wet, draped over her shoulders, looking gentle and elegant. Her white skin was like a freshly peeled egg. Her big, watery eyes twinkled as if they could speak. Her small red lips and white skin were more distinct. A pair of small dimples evenly distributed on both sides of her cheeks, and there was a touch of seductive blush on her face. Such an attractive appearance made Nie Li dumbfounded. Nie Li, I will remember today's matter. I will definitely find you to settle accounts. Yi Ziyun angrily looked at Nie Li, but even her angry appearance was exceptionally beautiful. She didn't know why, but Nie Li's scorching gaze gave her a strange feeling in her heart. I forgot that you still owe me a favor. Nie Li smiled and looked at Yi Ziyun. I also saw you, so let's call it quits. No, these are two different things. I will return that favor to you. I can't let this matter go. Yi Ziyun said with dissatisfaction. She felt that she had suffered too much. Nie Li had seen everything. If that's the case, why don't I let you watch me? Nie Li said as he undressed. Who wants to see you? Yi Ziyun stamped her feet and quickly covered her eyes. She was really helpless. How could this guy, Nie Li, be like this? He was simply too shameless. But she didn't know why. But in Yi Ziyun's heart, there was a faint ripple. As the daughter of the city lord, she didn't even have a friend. How could there be such a person who could tease her so unscrupulously? Because of the existence of Nie Li, her originally monotonous life had added a bit of a different color. Since you don't want to see, then forget it. Nie Li shrugged, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Looking at Yi Ziyun's cute appearance, there was a faint sense of warmth in his heart. It was great to be able to be reborn and see Yi Ziyun again. He would never let God down. Nie Li looked around casually and then walked toward Yi Ziyun's small building. What are you doing? Yi Ziyun saw Nie Li's action, but she asked anxiously, Since I'm here, aren't you going to invite me to visit your boudoir? Isn't that too rude? Nie Li walked straight to Yi Ziyun's small building. Rude. Yiziyun was going crazy. Who is the rude one? Who broke into a girl's yard without knocking on the door, and then wanted to visit a girl's boudoir? Nieli, you stop! Yiziyun shouted anxiously. How could her boudoir be broken into by others? With a whoosh, Nieli had already slipped into Yiziyun's small building like a loach. He hadn't seen Yiziyun's boudoir in his previous life, so his heart was full of curiosity. He didn't know what Yiziyun's boudoir looked like. After entering the small building, he walked all the way into Yiziyun's boudoir. Yiziyun's boudoir was decorated very delicately. There were all kinds of carved decorations, and the pink curtain showed a bit of sweetness. Nieli looked around in a very fresh way. He looked behind the screen, next to him. There was a wooden barrel there, and it was still steaming. Yiziyun had just taken a bath here, and then went out to cultivate. Thinking of Yiziyun bathing in the wooden barrel, Nieli couldn't help but feel his heart burning. Yiziyun hurriedly ran in. Nieli, how can you break into a girl's boudoir? Quickly get out. Yiziyun said anxiously, but in the face of the rascal Nieli, she was completely helpless. It's nothing, just looking at the boudoir. I won't get pregnant. Nieli took a deep breath. There was a familiar faint fragrance here. It was the smell of Yiziyun. Pregnant. Yiziyun's eyes widened. Her expression was as if she was struck by lightning. What was in Nieli's head? She simply wanted to break open Nieli's head and take a look. The hot water is ready. You go out first. I'll take a bath first. Nieli quickly took off his clothes and then jumped into the wooden barrel. He immediately let out a comfortable groan. So comfortable. Yiziyun was simply going crazy. When Nieli came here, it was like he was at his own home. She had just finished washing the wooden barrel and hadn't had time to pour it out. How could he jump in? And Nieli actually shamelessly stripped his clothes in front of her. Yiziyun was deeply powerless. If she stayed here, would she have to watch Nieli take a bath? Yiziyun could only helplessly retreat. In the small courtyard, Yiziyun's thoughts were in a mess. She sat on a stone, and her slender fingers kept breaking a grass stem. Although she was bullied by Nieli, Yiziyun's heart wasn't unhappy. She couldn't tell what kind of emotion was in her heart. What a hateful fellow. Yiziyun thought angrily. Perhaps she was really too lonely. She usually didn't have any friends in the academy. After her mother passed away, her father and grandfather were also busy with their own things and rarely accompanied her. So when someone came to bother her, she would feel very happy. Although Nieli was indeed a bit of a rascal, she didn't hate Nieli at all. Nieli understood Yiziyun's character very well. That was why he did such a thing. He wouldn't let Yiziyun alienate him. The warm water still had the fragrance of Yiziyun. If they could take a bath together, that scene would be wonderful. Thinking about it, Nieli's heart couldn't help but speed up a bit. But the road was long, and Nieli knew that if he wanted to reach that step, he still had to work hard. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Hearing this sound, Yiziyun's face suddenly changed. This knock on the door, it was obviously her father coming. Nieli was still in the room. It's over. At this time, Nieli also heard the knock on the door. He was immediately dumbfounded. This time it's big. Thinking about the stern and cold face of Yiziyun's father, Nieli suddenly had a headache. In Nieli's heart, Yiziyun was his woman. That's why he was so casual. This had nothing to do with acting like a hooligan. Nieli wouldn't do the same thing to Xiao Ning. In the process of rushing the rankings, please vote for me. Chapter 93. In his previous life, Nieli didn't have much contact with Yiziyun's father. However, he knows that this father-in-law of his is a stone-hearted person with a weird temperament. He's extremely hard to deal with. Nieli heard from Yi Ziyun that Yi Ziyun's father is extremely strict. Since young, his relationship with Yi Ziyun wasn't that good. If such a father-in-law were to find out that he's naked in his daughter's room, who knows what kind of things he might do? Nieli swept away his previously leisurely state of mind and hurriedly put on a pair of pants. Afterwards, he summoned the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, activated the concealment ability, and moved outside. He has to quickly slip away, or else he won't have the chance anymore. The City Lord is a black gold rank demon spiritualist, an existence closest to legend rank. At this moment, in the small courtyard, a robust man walked in with majestic steps. He wore a gray robe, his hair was tied behind his head, and his resolute face looked very cold. His body emitted a biting, cold aura, a kind of imposing aura of a superior. Yi Ziyun was scared stiff. She never thought that her father would come in at this moment. She was dumbfounded. One must know that Nieli is still bathing in her room. If her father were to find out about this, who knows what would happen? Yi Zong frowned his brows and solemnly asked, Yin, why don't you look good? Have you been sick recently? And no. Yi Ziyun hurriedly shook her head. Her heart was in a panic. She doesn't know if Nieli, who's in the room, knows that her father is here. Please don't get found out. If Nieli is found out, under her father's rage, Nieli would be in danger. At this moment, Yi Ziyun was worried about Nieli's safety. Yi Zong suddenly sensed something and frowned. Why is there someone else's aura here? Hearing Yi Zong's words, Yi Ziyun was shocked in her heart. One must know that her father is a black gold rank demon spiritualist and has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist. He's only a step away from legend rank. Therefore, his perception is very sharp. How is this possible? There's only me here. Yi Ziyun hurriedly waved her hand, looking a little flustered. Yi Zong looked at Yi Ziyun coldly. He could tell at a glance that Yi Ziyun was lying. Not only was there someone else's aura here, but it was also a man. Yi Zong coldly snorted, and a majestic soul force enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, Nieli, who was preparing to leave the courtyard from the back, felt a powerful soul force descending from the sky. He immediately did not dare to move. Indeed, what he's afraid of has come. He desperately converged his aura and released all of his soul force into the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Yi Zong's soul force searched again and again. A moment later, it locked onto Nieli's surroundings. Nieli immediately complained. In this life, he hasn't been cultivating for a long time. His soul force is only 2-star silver rank. If he could reach gold rank and use the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit's void form concealment, he would definitely not be discovered. But now, Yi Zong should have already discovered his location. It's actually the void form combat skill. I never thought that he would have some ability. He's not an idiot. Yi Zong coldly snorted. He's experienced and knowledgeable, so he still has some understanding of the void form combat skill. A surge of soul force surged out, turned into ropes, and tied Nieli up. Under the powerful soul force's suppression, Nieli's void form combat skill finally lost its effect, and his body slowly appeared. Boom! Yi Zong's soul force ruthlessly threw Nieli onto the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Cough, cough. Nieli instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was injured, and his internal organs were shaken. However, Yi Zong was obviously lenient. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have killed Nieli in one strike. Nieli, how are you? Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun suddenly became anxious. She ran to Nieli's side and supported Nieli. Frowning, she angrily looked at Yi Zong and said, "Father, how could you injure my friend for no reason?" "Friend?" Yi Zong coldly snorted. glaring at Yi Ziyun, he said, "You explain to me what the hell is going on here." "I'm Nieli. Greetings to the city lord." Nieli operated his soul force to heal himself. Facing Yizong, he cupped his hands and said, no matter what, the other party was still Yi Ziyun's father, his future father-in-law. Although this was the first time they met, it was a bit awkward. "Nieli, I have a slight impression. You're the kid who was recruited into the city lord's mansion? Tell me, what were you doing in my daughter's yard?" Yizong coldly looked at Nieli. Nieli was only wearing a pair of pants. His upper body was naked. His gloomy gaze swept at Nieli, then swept at Yi Ziyun. "Of course I'm here to visit. I'm Ziyun's classmate. Knowing that she lives here, I came to take a look." Nieli bitterly smiled. "Visit? Is there a need to take off your clothes when visiting?" Yizong angrily snorted. Like a bolt of lightning, it bombarded Nieli's heart. Looking at Yi Ziyun, his face sunk. "Ziyun, I'm very disappointed in you. I never thought that you would do such a thing to ruin the family's reputation." Hearing Yizong's words, Yi Ziyun's body slightly trembled. Her eyes reddened, and her expression was lonely. Seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, Nieli raised his head, took a glance at Yizong, and said, "Uncle, please don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and Ziyun. If there's any problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with Ziyun." Hearing Nieli's words, Yizong angrily walked towards Nieli step by step. The entire yard was filled with sand and stones. When a black gold rank demon spiritualist is enraged, it's extremely terrifying. No matter if it's Nieli or Yi Ziyun, both of them felt a terrifying pressure. "Come at you? At least you still have some backbone. Since you've ruined my Snow Wind family's reputation, don't even think of leaving here alive." Yizong waved his right hand. A surge of soul force that was like a surging tide was sent towards Nieli. Nieli's face slightly changed. He thought that Yizong would, at most, lock him up and punish him. He never thought that Yizong would actually be so ruthless. With his current strength, there's no way for him to fight against a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Nieli felt depressed in his heart. If only his cultivation was a little higher, reaching gold rank, then he would at least have the strength to fight. Nieli's heart was filled with regret. If he were to die here, it wouldn't be worth it. The entire Glory City is still waiting for him to save it. Boom! His soul realm shook. Nieli was sent flying with blood spurting out from his mouth. He slammed into the wall and fell down. "You dare to be presumptuous in my city lord's mansion with just this bit of strength." Yizong took a step out with his right foot. Another surge of soul force surged out. "Father, don't." When Yi Ziyun saw this scene, sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks. She leaped up and stood in front of Nieli. Along with the surge of soul force, the Snow Queen's image appeared above her. The sky full of snow formed a powerful storm, instantly forming a thick wall of snow in front of her. Boom! Under the bombardment of Yizong's soul force, this wall of snow wind instantly shattered into pieces. The difference in strength is too big. Even if Yizong doesn't summon his demon spirit, he can still easily defeat Nieli and Yi Ziyun, who have summoned their demon spirits. You actually integrated with the Snow Queen's demon spirit and still dare to fight against your father. You've really grown capable. Get out of my way. Yizong's eyes coldly stared at Yi Ziyun. Yizong's entire body was emitting a violent and frightening aura. This kind of aura made Yi Ziyun feel unfamiliar. She cried and said, "Father, I beg you, let Nieli go. As long as you let Nieli go, I'm willing to accept punishment." Looking at Yizong's cold expression, which was like a sword, Nieli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Soul force revolved around his body, slowly forming huge wings on his back. This is a soul force manifestation. However, the wings formed by Nieli are several times bigger than the wings formed by Xiao Ninger. Furthermore, there are 3 pairs of them. 6 pairs of huge wings slowly flapped behind him. A majestic power was fighting against Yi Zhong's soul force. The reason why I'm not taking action is because you're Ziyun's father, not because I'm afraid of you. Cold words slowly came out from Nieli's mouth. His sharp gaze was like a sharp sword. At this moment, Nieli was floating in the sky, like a god. His eyes emitted a frightening aura. Chapter 94. Ziyun, get out of the way, Nieli said in a deep voice. His gaze was as solid as it could be. He had completely stimulated the potential within his soul realm, causing his soul force to reach its peak. Feeling the boundless soul force coming from Nieli, Yi Zhong's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Nieli is still so young, but he's actually able to suppress his aura on a certain level. Such talent is indeed a little shocking. However, he still coldly stared at Nieli. Nieli, don't! I beg you! Yi Ziyun's face was filled with tears. Nieli coldly stared at Yi Zhong and furiously said, Are you worthy of being a father? Since young, have you ever cared about Ziyun, apart from asking her to keep cultivating? What else have you done for her? Do you know the loneliness in her heart? She doesn't have a single friend in the academy. In the City Lord's mansion, no matter if it's you or that old fart Yemo, you're both busy with your own matters and don't care about Ziyun at all. I'm only good friends with Ziyun, even if there's something going on between us. Is there anyone like you who would kill someone without any reason? Have you ever cared about Ziyun's feelings? All you care about is the reputation of the Snow Wind family. Brat, do you know what you're saying? You're courting death. You dare to be so impudent towards me? Yi Zhong became even more enraged. With a deep roar, waves of demon spiritual aura emitted from his body. An even more powerful soul force came from all directions and suppressed Nieli. Boom. Nieli was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli's soul force continued to crazily clash with Yi Zhong's soul force, causing explosions in the air. Nieli was sent flying again and again. His body was riddled with injuries. Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Even if I die, I still have to say it. Do you think that the City Lord is that great? I don't put you in my eyes. Isn't he just a black gold rank demon spiritualist? Give me a year, and I'll be able to defeat you? So what if a black gold rank demon spiritualist is amazing? I've even seen those above the legend rank, covered with cuts and bruises. Nieli spat out a mouthful of saliva, with one of his eyes half open. Damn it, if you insist on fighting me now, I'll use the soul uniting technique to teach you a lesson even if I have to die. If he used the soul unification technique, both sides would definitely suffer. Nieli didn't want to do that, nor did he want to make Yi Ziyun sad. After all, the person opposite him was Yi Ziyun's father. 1 year? You want to defeat a black gold rank demon spiritualist within a year? Yi Zhong coldly smiled. Looking at Nieli, the corner of his mouth was filled with disdain. What? Do you want to try? Nieli had both of his hands on his waist. Since he has already let go, he pointed at Yi Zhong and cursed. If you give me a year, I'll ruthlessly step on you. This is what you said. If you can defeat me within a year, I won't pursue today's matter. And you, Yi Ziyun? Yi Zhong coldly glanced at Yi Ziyun. Deep within his eyes, a hint of undetectable gentleness flashed. He coldly said, If you can't reach gold rank within a year, the two of you are not allowed to see each other anymore. Yi Zhong's soul force fiercely bombarded Nieli's body, sending Nieli flying. He slowly turned around and walked out. Don't forget what you said today. With a huge explosion, Nieli's soul force scattered. The 3 pairs of wings on his back were also broken into pieces. His internal organs were displaced, but his life wasn't in danger. He was gasping for air. At that moment, he felt that he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. The strength that Yi Zong displayed in that last attack was much stronger than an ordinary black gold rank demon spiritualist. Yi Zong has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist, only a step away from legend rank. Rest assured, I will definitely not go back on the words that I said. Nia Li solemnly said, looking at Yi Zong's back figure. Seeing Yi Zong slowly leaving, Nia Li's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. He originally thought that Yi Zong would disregard everything to protect the reputation of the Snow Wind family and kill him. He never thought that Yi Zong would actually let him go. There's a problem with the layout of this chapter. The number of words is a little less. Therefore, it's together with the next chapter. Chapter 95. Yi Ziyun silently sent Nia Li to the entrance of the small courtyard. After a moment of silence, Yi Ziyun lowered her head and said softly, "Nia Li, don't come looking for me in the future." "Why?" Nia Li slightly frowned and looked at Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun raised her head and looked at Nia Li. Her clear eyes were filled with deep sadness. She asked, "Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid that my father will kill you?" "Kill me? If your father wanted to kill me, he would have already done it." Nia Li's eyes were deep. "Or, at least, he has expelled me from the City Lord's mansion. As long as I am expelled from the City Lord's mansion, I will definitely die. The Dark Guild will definitely not let me go, but he didn't do it." "Then why didn't he do it?" A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Ziyun's eyes. Nia Li glanced at the direction where Yi Zong left. That stalwart back was like an iron tower. Under the sunset, it was so lonely and desolate. For a moment, Nia Li suddenly understood a lot. He said, "This is a matter between men. In any case, just listen to me in the future." At this time, Nia Li understood that it wasn't that Yi Zong didn't care about Yi Ziyun, but that Yi Zong's shoulders were shouldering too much. "Hey, Nia Li, why should I listen to you?" Yi Ziyun suddenly pouted in dissatisfaction. She was really wrong today. Although the relationship between Yi Zong and her wasn't that close, it was the first time that her father punished her so coldly. Yi Ziyun felt a little pain in her heart. Yi Ziyun's angry look was particularly attractive. Cough, cough. Nia Li coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood and said with a bitter smile, "You going to let me go back like this?" "How are you?" Seeing Nia Li's appearance, Yi Ziyun immediately asked with concern and quickly supported Nia Li. "No, my injury is too serious. I think I'll have to stay here for 2 days." Nia Li said while clutching his chest. Yi Ziyun looked at Nia Li, and her eyes fell into a daze. Was there anyone more shameless than Nia Li? What the hell was in his head? He had just been injured by his father, and he still wanted to stay here for 2 days? Was Nia Li's brain filled with paste? Wasn't he afraid that his father would really kill him out of anger? At this time, in a corner of the City Lord's mansion, 2 figures stood proudly. One of them is Yi Zong, who just came out from Yi Ziyun's yard. The other one is the president of the Association of Alchemists, Gu Yan. "City Lord, you've injured him too much. If the master behind him gets angry, it won't be a good thing for Glory City." Gu Yan said, bitterly smiling as he looked at Yi Zong. "Injured too much?" Yi Zong's brows were filled with killing intent. "I'm already being polite enough by not killing him. This brat actually dared to take liberties with my daughter in my City Lord's mansion, ruining my daughter's innocence." Guyen was also helpless. Nia Li's actions were too much. Taking liberties with the City Lord's daughter in the City Lord's mansion. Only Nia Li would do such a thing. The City Lord not killing Nia Li is already very kind. Then why didn't the City Lord expel him? from the city lord's mansion. What's the use of expelling him from the city lord's mansion? I don't know what demon spirit this brat integrated with, but he actually has the void form combat skill. In the city lord's mansion, only a few black gold rank demon spiritualists can discover his location. To him, the city lord's mansion is like an uninhabited land. Furthermore, I don't know what happened to Xian, but she's being controlled by this brat. This is really infuriating. Don't tell me that I really have to find a secret place to lock my daughter up. Yizong coldly snorted. This brat is still so young, and he's already a gold-rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, he contributed a few elixir formulas. His contribution to Glory City can be considered as huge. In the future, Glory City's safety might have to rely on him. Even if it's for Glory City, I can only endure this. Hearing Yizong's words, Guyen didn't know why, but he found it a little funny. The dignified city lord was actually helpless against a 13-year-old brat. A 13-year-old dared to enter the city lord's mansion to pick up girls. Just what is this brat's brain made of? In my opinion, if Xian were to follow him, she might be wronged. I've heard that until now, this brat has not only provoked one girl, the little girl from the Fenglei family, and the girl from the Huyen family. This brat's future wife definitely won't only be one. Yizong was extremely angry. Then what does the city lord intend to do? Guyen looked at Yizong, lightly smiled, and asked, "What else can I do? I can only endure it." Yizong clenched his teeth. Ever since he became the city lord, he has never compromised like this. If that brat showed a trace of cowardice and hid behind Xian, even if I have to offend the super expert behind him, I will still kill him. However, at least he has some backbone. Even if he has a lot of women in the future, I don't think this brat will turn his back on Xian. Hearing Yizong's words, Guyen felt slightly relieved in his heart. It's good that this matter hasn't reached the point of no return. Guyen, do you know what is the soul restoration technique? Yizong suddenly thought of something, looked at Guyen, and asked. Guyen shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure either." According to what this brat said, if he used the soul restoration technique, he can even defeat me. However, it seems that the side effect of the soul restoration technique is also very big. After using it, he will undoubtedly die. It should be the ultimate skill that the person behind him taught him. If there's a way, President Guyen can help me get the soul restoration technique out of this brat's mouth. Yizong went silent for a moment and said. Guyen was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Could it be that the city lord wants to use the soul restoration technique? This is absolutely not possible. Didn't the city lord say that the soul restoration technique has a huge side effect?" Yizong went silent for a moment, then sighed. "This kind of secret technique, unless it's a last resort, I will definitely not use it. However, it's better to be prepared. Recently, the Dark Guild is getting more and more impatient. Could it be that there's news from Lord Yimo's side?" Guyen looked at Yizong and asked in puzzlement. "That's right. The Dark Guild wants to command the demon beasts to destroy Glory City." Command the demon beasts to destroy Glory City? What's in it for them? Guyen asked, feeling a chill in his heart. Are the people from the Dark Guild crazy? If the skin doesn't exist, how can the hair attach to it? If Glory City is destroyed, can they be spared? They might have other methods to avoid the demon beasts' attacks. Yizong said in a solemn tone. Guyen thought for a while and said, "Why don't the city lord get in touch with Nieli? Who knows, the person behind Nieli might have some methods." Beg him? Yizong's face sank. I'm already being polite to him by not killing him. It's absolutely impossible for me to beg him. Hearing Yizong's words, Guyen couldn't help bitterly smiling. He doesn't know if he can think of other ways to mediate. At this moment, in Yi Ziyun's room, Nieli was sitting on the bed, cultivating. Although he was seriously injured by Yizong, which caused cracks to appear in Nieli's soul realm, he still managed to make a breakthrough and progress. As he cultivated, traces of soul force revolved around his body. After his soul force took shape, Nieli's cultivation had a clear breakthrough. His soul force has reached 3-star silver rank and will soon be able to take another step forward. Yi Xian doesn't dare to stay in the same room as Nieli. She adjusted her breathing in the small courtyard. Thinking of her father's stern face, she couldn't help sighing. Her mother had passed away a long time ago, and her relationship with her father had never been that close. Ever since she was young, her father had been very strict with her, making her cultivate nonstop. Therefore, her cultivation and knowledge in various aspects had far surpassed those of her age. However, she had never seen a father as strict as he was today. Nieli, what should I do with you? Thinking of how Nieli stood in front of her despite knowing that he couldn't win, Yi Ziyun's heart rippled. Although Nieli is a little shameless and doesn't know what's good for him, he's still very brave at crucial moments. Her heart was filled with entanglement and distress. At the same time, her father's reaction caused Yi Ziyun to be deeply puzzled. She thought that her father would do something terrifying under his rage. She never thought that her father would only give her a request, which is to reach gold rank demon spiritualist within a year. Yi Ziyun really wants to know what her father is thinking. However, no matter what, she will still work hard to train and definitely won't let her father down. Regarding the Demon Gods Chronicles, I believe many readers have already read chapter 95. Snail has indeed used the title Demon God Era to publish it in other places. At that time, it was also used as a manga script. Now that he is publishing it again, please support him. In addition, the Demon Gods Chronicles manga will be published on Tencent's Cartoon Network and other places. Snail really likes the manga version of the Demon Gods Chronicles. Everyone can take a look. Chapter 96. Nieli, on the other hand, did not have that many worries. He never thought that his luck would be so bad. The first time he came here, he was met by the city lord. However, Yizong did not do anything to him. He probably found out something from the Association of Alchemists. Since that's the case, there's nothing for Nieli to be afraid of. Not long from now, he will completely subdue Yizong and make him obediently offer his daughter to him. With both hands at the thought of this, Nieli revealed a faint smile. For the sake of this ambitious goal and ideal, he still has to work hard. Nieli swallowed a few elixirs, sat cross-legged, and started cultivating. He circulated the Heavenly God cultivation technique and charged towards 4-star silver rank. In the small courtyard, ever since she started cultivating the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique and integrated with the Snow Queen demon spirit, Yi Ziyun's cultivation has also increased by leaps and bounds. Compared to Nieli, she has also reached 3-star silver rank. After all, her cultivation technique is much more advanced compared to Nieli's Heavenly God cultivation technique. The power of the Heavenly God cultivation technique can only be clearly displayed towards the end. Among the cultivation techniques of Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest, Nieli's Heavenly God cultivation technique's progress is the slowest. The difficulty of cultivating it is also several times more difficult than the rest. Of course, after successfully cultivating it, the power will be the strongest. After cultivating it to the same realm, even if Yi Ziyun and the rest joined hands, they still might not be Nieli's opponent. The cultivation technique's difficulty is the highest, but the speed of cultivation is the same as the others. This is the advantage of Nieli's rebirth. Holy Emperor, wait until I cultivate the Heavenly God cultivation technique to the pinnacle level. After that, I will cultivate another 7 God rank experts. This time, Let's see who is stronger. Nieli thought to himself. The reason why he had lost in his previous life was because his cultivation level was indeed slightly lower than the Holy Emperor's, and the other reason was that the Holy Emperor had a few deity-level demonic beasts by his side, constantly attacking and exhausting his strength. That was why he had lost so quickly. In this life, he definitely wouldn't repeat the same mistake. In addition to increasing his strength, he also wanted to bring along a few powerful helpers. He couldn't be alone like in his previous life. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for more than an hour, Nieli's injuries were finally almost healed. Nieli, how are you recovering? Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli and narrowed her eyes. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nieli thought that Yi Ziyun was concerned about him. So he nodded and said, I'm almost recovered. All right, if that's the case, you have to go. If you continue to stay here, I won't be polite to you anymore. Yi Ziyun's beautiful face stiffened as she pushed Nieli out. Ziyun, I'm deeply in love with you, and this is how you treat me. My internal injuries have yet to recover. I need to rest for at least another 2 days before I can walk. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit blood. I won't believe you anymore in the future. If you don't leave, I'll use a broom to chase you away. Yi Ziyun clenched her teeth. Nieli is too shameless. You can't be so heartless, right? Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun anxiously. You can try. Yi Ziyun placed her hands on her hips and snorted. After today's matter, it's already magnanimous of her to not beat up Nieli. All right, then I'll go back first. I'll come and find you tomorrow. Yi Ziyun pushed Nieli out, pouted her lips, placed her hands on her hips, and said hatefully, if you dare to come again tomorrow, you'll see what happens. Then when can I come and find you? Nieli bitterly looked at Yi Ziyun. With a bang, the door of the small courtyard was closed by Yi Ziyun. Then I'll come the day after tomorrow. Although he was chased out by Yi Ziyun, Nieli's mood wasn't too bad. With his hands behind his head, he hummed a tune as he walked back to his residence. Looking at the closed door, Yi Ziyun stomped her feet and gritted her teeth in hatred. But then she seemed to think of something and giggled. That smile was bright and beautiful. If it was seen by others, they would definitely stare blankly. She was really helpless towards Nieli, this shameless guy. But since this matter had already developed to this extent, she had no other choice but to listen to Nieli. As if she thought of something, Yi Ziyun's cheeks were as red as the morning glow. Nieli walked. His thoughts drifted as if he had returned to his previous life. In fact, Nieli didn't know how to pursue a girl. In his previous life, the relationship between him and Yi Ziyun was the result of going through all kinds of life and death trials. After Yi Ziyun was killed by the demonic beast, although he came into contact with a few girls, he didn't have any ambiguous relationship with them. Nieli's heart had always been thinking about Yi Ziyun. He didn't have the mood to accept other girls. Seeing Yi Ziyun again in this life, Nieli's happiness could be imagined. But in this life, there weren't all kinds of life and death trials. Nieli didn't know how to get Yi Ziyun's favor. He could only shamelessly go forward. Anyway, even if Yi Ziyun hated him, he would still shamelessly stay by her side because Nieli didn't want to lose her again. At least it was better than doing nothing. Nieli thought in his heart, no matter how Yi Ziyun treated him, Nieli would always stay by Yi Ziyun's side. In Nieli's yard, Nieli was also diligently cultivating. After seeing Nieli, she suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Nieli Gidge, you're back? Nieli hurriedly walked up. After Nieli left, she had been very worried. Nieli patted Nieli's little head. Did Xiaoyu cultivate well? And Xiaoyu is very diligent. The cultivation technique that Nieli Gidge gave me is very magical. I'm now a 2-star bronze rank. Nieli looked at Nieli with sparkling eyes filled with worship. In her heart, Nyeli was an omnipotent existence. Not bad. Nyeli smiled and nodded his head. Nyeyu's cultivation progress is quite good. Just when Nyeli and Nyeyu were chatting, knocking sounds came from the yard's door. When Nyeli opened the door, he saw Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the other two. He was a little surprised and asked, "How did you guys come here?" "We heard that you came to the city lord's mansion, so we came to look for you. However, it wasn't easy to find you. We finally managed to find President Gu Yen and got him to give us a travel document. That's how we came in." Lu Piao laughed and said, "You're really powerful, chasing Yiziyun all the way to the city lord's mansion. I admire you." Dowsett sized up Nyeli and said, "You actually defeated the genius of the sacred family, Shun Shao? Are you purposely showing off your strength? Otherwise, with your character, you'd be very low-key." "Before, my strength was too weak, so I didn't dare to be too flamboyant. But ever since I integrated with a demon spirit, even if I meet someone from the Dark Guild, I have the strength to protect myself. Furthermore, to be able to scam the sacred family. Why not?" Nyeli said, lightly smiling. Hearing Nyeli's words, Lu Piao, Dowsett, and Bunch couldn't help laughing. "This time, the sacred family has really been scammed by you. 450 million demon spirit coins. Yeah, the patriarch of the sacred family is probably going to vomit blood." Nyeli shook his head and said, 450 million demon spirit coins is still unable to shake the foundation of the sacred family. Nyeli, you can't be thinking of getting rid of the sacred family, right? That's one of the 3 major families. Lu Piao widened her eyes, looking at Nyeli, and said, "Of course, I've scammed the sacred family. The sacred family definitely won't let this go. Sooner or later, they'll find me to settle the debt. However, I also don't intend to let them go." Nyet Li's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Seeing Nyet Li's expression, Dowsett's heart trembled. Nyet Li doesn't look like he's joking. Nyet Li is really planning to bring down one of the 3 major families, the sacred family, by himself. This isn't as simple as sparring. No matter what you want to do, as long as you tell us, we brothers will definitely support you," Dowsett confidently said. "If there wasn't Nyeli, there wouldn't be him today. No matter what, as long as Nyeli opens his mouth, even if he has to sacrifice his life, he won't even frown." "How can I be left out of this matter?" Lu Piao chuckled and said, "Good brothers." Nyeli hammered Dowsett's chest. To have such a group of brothers, even if it's climbing a mountain of swords or going through a sea of flames, they won't even frown. It's the greatest fortune in life. Thinking of Dowsett and Lu Piao, who died for Glory City in his previous life, Nyet Li's eyes flashed with tears. In this life, he will definitely not let Glory City fall into the same disastrous situation. Cough, cough. Continue to seek recommendations. Chapter 97. Did you know that Ning entered the heavenly sacred border? Lu Piao suddenly remembered something and said, "She entered the heavenly sacred border? Why didn't she tell me?" Nyet Li's expression froze as he asked in shock. "Recently, you first returned to the Tensei family, then participated in the genius battle, and then entered the city lord's mansion. It's hard for us to find you." Lu Piao spread her hands and said, helplessly, "With Ning Er's talent and cultivation, entering the heavenly sacred border shouldn't be a problem. But we can't rule out accidents." Nyeli pondered as he looked at Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the others and said, "Let's go, we'll go too." Nyeli had wanted to go to the heavenly sacred border for a long time because there was a treasure that he needed very much in the heavenly sacred border. This time, when he found out that Ning was in the heavenly sacred border, Nyeli couldn't sit still. After knowing all about Ning Er's past life, Nyeli was very pitiful towards Ning Er's past life. He also admired Ning Er's tenacious character and her courage to love and hate. Ning Er didn't hide her feelings for him. Although Nia Li already had Yi Ziyun in his heart, no matter what, Ning Er was still one of the few people that he cherished. If you leave the city lord's mansion, what if something happens? Dowsett frowned and asked, "It's fine, I have a way. I'll just dress up and go out. Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, Zhang Ming, you three stay here and take care of my sister. My room is over there. You guys can stay there." Nieli looked at the other three and said, "Okay, leave it to us." Wei Nan and the other two nodded. "Little you stay here and focus on your cultivation. I'll be back in a few days." Nia Li said, as he patted Nia Yu's little head, "Okay, be careful, big brother Nieli. Come back quickly." Nia Yu nodded sensibly. After giving some instructions, Nieli changed his appearance into Wei Nan's appearance. Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the others were dumbfounded. Nia Li's disguise technique was too magical. He just casually applied something on his face and changed his appearance. Apart from the clothes, he looked almost exactly the same as Wei Nan. "In this world, is there anything that you don't know?" Duze bitterly smiled. "I didn't think that you had this trick up your sleeve." Lu Piao opened her eyes wide. With this method, Nieli didn't need to hide in the city lord's mansion. Even if he swaggered on the streets, the Dark Guild wouldn't be able to recognize Nieli. As an expert, it's necessary to be proficient in all kinds of life-saving methods. Nieli said with a faint smile. This kind of simple disguise was a piece of cake for him. It wasn't a brilliant method. A true expert could still distinguish a person by their aura. When one cultivated to legend rank, a truly superb disguise technique was to change one's height and aura in addition to one's appearance, making it impossible for the opponent to recognize them. If an ordinary person wanted to kill the reborn Nieli, it would be impossible without using some special methods. Even when he was confronting Yi Ziyun's father, Nieli still held back some of his methods. However, those methods were too ruthless and would definitely cause both sides to suffer. This was something that Nieli didn't want to see. No matter what, that was Yi Ziyun's father. Otherwise, even when facing an expert like Yi Ziyun's father, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably. "Oh, right, I forgot to give these to you guys." Nieli waved his right hand and took out 5 demon spirit stones. These were the demon spirits that Nieli had merged with. Every one of them was a god-level growth rate, super demon spirit. "What are these?" "Demon spirit stones." Lu Piao placed her hands on her hips and proudly smiled. "During this period of time, I've been diligently cultivating at home and broke through to silver rank. My old man was so happy that he rewarded me with a gold rank demon spirit. I've already merged with it, so I don't need it anymore. After merging with a gold rank demon spirit, I'll be able to step onto the peak of the martial path and become a powerful gold rank demon spiritualist." "Ha ha ha. I was going to give you a scarlet demonic leopard. That's a god level growth rate demon spirit that can grow to legend rank. Since you don't want it, then forget it." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and handed the demon spirit stones over to Dowsett and the rest. "This is a hell tiger, a berserker-type demon spirit. These 3 are divine-type, sacred fire-type, and sacred healing-type demon spirits. They were prepared for you guys." Nieli looked at Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming. Dowsett and the rest had already decided to follow Nieli. Therefore, they didn't stand on ceremony with Nieli and received the demon spirit stones. They curiously examined the demon spirit stones, wondering if these demon spirits were as strong as what Nieli said. They still don't know what a god-level growth rate is. However, since Nieli said that it could grow to legend rank, it should be an extremely powerful existence. God, level growth rate, grow to legend rank. Is there really such a powerful demon spirit? You said that it can grow to legend rank. Is that true? Dowsett asked, puzzled. Of course it's true. Nieli nodded his head. Actually, what he didn't say was that the demon spirit stones that he gave to Dowsett and the rest weren't only able to grow to legend rank. The future growth rate is immeasurable. However, even if he told Dowsett and the rest, they probably wouldn't be able to understand. Hee, Nieli, we're good brothers, right? Can you let me take a look at this demon spirit? Lu Piao rubbed her hands and said with a mischievous smile. Seeing Lu Piao's expression, Nieli smiled. He no longer teased Lu Piao. With a wave of his right hand, he threw the scarlet demonic leopard demon spirit stone to Lu Piao. Lu Piao, quickly throw away that gold rank demon spirit of yours. You guys can slowly merge with your demon spirit when you get back. We'll go to the college first and enter the heavenly sacred border. Nieli said. Ning is still in the heavenly sacred border, so Nieli is still worried. After all, in his previous life, Nieli never went to the heavenly sacred border. He doesn't know what the heavenly sacred border is like. He only has a rough idea of what's hidden inside. Okay. Lu Piao and Dowsett nodded. The three of them left the city lord's mansion and headed towards St. Laurent College. St. Laurent College, Vice Principal Yisheng Xiaoning has already been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out yet? A few teachers nervously asked Yisheng. Yisheng's brows were also tightly knitted. Xiaoning has indeed stayed in there longer than others. Under normal circumstances, the higher the talent of the student, the longer they will stay in there. As for the less talented ones, they will come out very quickly. However, isn't the time that Xiaoning has stayed in there for a little too long? Vice Principal Yisheng, there are 3 students looking for you. A teacher walked in from outside. They're all students from the genius class. Vice Principal Yisheng nodded his head and said, Bring them over. A moment later, Nieli and the other 2 were brought over. At this moment, Nieli's disguise had already been removed. When he saw Nieli, Yisheng's pupils violently contracted. He has a deep impression of Nieli. During the end of the year test, no matter if it's strength or soul force, Nieli was only a 1-star bronze rank. However, not long after, Nieli participated in the Genius Tournament and displayed strength that is not inferior to a gold rank. Such a shocking change quickly made him realize that something is wrong. The strength test can be faked, but the soul force test, how can it be faked? Even if Yisheng cracked his head, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, no matter what, a super genius appearing in the school is something worth celebrating. Vice Principal Yisheng, I want to enter the heavenly sacred border. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Nieli looked at Yisheng and asked, With your strength, entering the heavenly sacred border won't be a problem at all. Yisheng nodded his head. To enter the heavenly sacred border, one must be one of the top few students in the genius class. However, with Nieli's current strength, he is already an invincible existence in the genius class. Then, thank you, Vice Principal. I want to enter the heavenly sacred border now. Nieli cupped his hands towards Yisheng and said, Yisheng also knows that Xiaoning and Nieli's relationship is very good. Xiaoning hasn't come out from the heavenly sacred border for a long time, so it's fine to let Nieli go in and take a look. Everyone together sent Nieli to the entrance of the heavenly sacred border. Looking into the distance, a deep door appeared in Nieli's line of sight. In his previous life, Nieli did not enter the heavenly sacred border. His understanding of the heavenly sacred border was obtained from books. With regards to the heavenly sacred border, Nieli is still somewhat curious. Letting Dowsett and Lu Piao wait outside the heavenly sacred border, Nieli directly walked into the heavenly sacred border. The previous 95 chapters have already been posted. Now is the new chapter. Everyone, please support and vote for me. Chapter 98. Nothing will happen to Nieli, right? Dowsett looked at Nieli's disappearing figure and slightly frowned his brows. Regarding an unknown place like the heavenly sacred border, he is still a little worried. Lu Piao laughed and said, Dowsett, you're thinking too much. Don't you trust Nieli too much? What kind of matter can trouble Nieli? If you have the time to worry about Nieli, why don't you quickly integrate with your demon spirit? I can't wait to see how strong my little scarlet demonic leopard is. Lu Piao patted her interspatial ring, feeling extremely excited. The two of them looked to the side, found an empty space, and sat down to cultivate. While waiting for Nieli, seeing their actions, Yishun couldn't help feeling gratified. No wonder Dowsett and Lu Piao's cultivation could improve so much. They're simply too hardworking, not willing to waste even a little bit of time. If the other students were as hardworking as Dowsett and Lu Piao, they would be much more at ease. Yi Sheng and the other mentors went to the side to rest, while Dowsett and Lu Piao focused on integrating with their demon spirits. At this moment, inside the heavenly sacred border, light and shadow flashed before his eyes. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes, as if he was passing through endless time and space. Nieli walked in and looked around. Far away, the grass was lush, the flowers were blooming, the scenery was too beautiful to be imagined. However, after stepping into the heavenly sacred border, Nieli felt his soul realm exploding. His soul force felt like it was about to explode, constantly expanding his soul realm. His soul realm expanded bit by bit. Nieli's face revealed a painful expression. The feeling of his soul realm being forcefully expanded is extremely uncomfortable. This heavenly sacred border is indeed a holy land for raising soul force. Staying in there for a while, the effect is even more obvious than cultivating outside for several days. His soul realm expanded by a third. The intense pain caused Nieli's face to twitch. Nieli forced his eyes open and looked into the distance. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the grass in the distance. It vaguely looked like Ning. However, Nieli's vision was very blurry, so he couldn't see clearly for the time being. He decided to cultivate and recover first. Within his soul realm, the Shadow Devil demon spirit and the Fanged Panda were constantly getting stronger. As expected of the heavenly sacred border, Nieli can feel that the two demon spirits in his soul realm are constantly getting stronger. Their cultivation speed is extremely shocking. At this moment, an old voice exclaimed in the depths of Nieli's consciousness, Brat, how can your soul realm integrate two demon spirits? Who are you? Nieli asked back, while constantly consolidating his cultivation and increasing his soul force. He could feel a drifting soul spying on him. However, this soul couldn't threaten him, so Nieli didn't care. Haha, answer my question first, and I'll tell you who I am, because I'm practicing a special cultivation technique. Is this okay? Nieli calmly said. And what kind of cultivation technique is so magical? This is already the second question, right? Nieli rolled his eyes, constantly asking others questions, but not answering the other party's question. This doesn't seem too polite. The old voice laughed involuntarily and said, You brat, you're really hard to deal with. I've been sleeping in this heavenly sacred border for hundreds of years. Although I've met some geniuses with pretty good talent, they couldn't enter this old man's eyes. You and that little girl over there have pretty good talent, but your talent is even better. Today, I've taken a fancy to you. This old man will accept you as my disciple. You're accepting me as your disciple? Did I say that I want you to be my disciple? Nieli said in disdain. My master? Who are you? Can you teach me? If anyone wants to be my master, then wouldn't I have a lot of masters? Brat, do you know who I am? The old voice proudly said. Who are you? Nieli asked with a little contempt. After the age of darkness descended, us 5 legend rank demon spiritualists brought hundreds of thousands of survivors and migrated to Glory City. Furthermore, we resisted the attacks of the demon beast horde. I'm one of the 5 ancestral ancestors of Glory City, ancestral founder Yi Yen, the founder of the Snow Wind family. Brat, after hearing my name, you must be scared, right? The old voice sounded a little proud. I sealed my soul in the heavenly sacred border and have been protecting Glory City. If it wasn't for me, Glory City would have fallen long ago. So it's one of the 5 legend rank ancestors. Nieli suddenly understood, slightly cupped his hands. I've been disrespectful. However, Lord Ancestral Founder, I'm not interested in becoming your disciple. Not interested? You're actually not interested in becoming my disciple? Yi Yen was furious. Brat, do you know how good of an opportunity you're giving up? With my guidance, you can become a legend rank demon spiritualist in your lifetime. At the very least, you can become a black gold rank demon spiritualist. I don't need you to be my disciple. I can also become a legend rank demon spiritualist. Nieli mumbled. Although I respect you as the ancestral founder of Glory City, I don't have to be your disciple. You are simply arrogant. Arrogant. Do you think it's that easy to become a legend rank demon spiritualist? Legend rank demon spiritualist is the pinnacle existence in this continent. Aside from geniuses with extraordinary talent, ordinary people will never be able to touch that realm. If Yi Yen was still alive, his lungs would probably explode from anger. As a legend rank demon spiritualist, he wanted to take Nieli as his disciple, but was actually rejected by Nieli. This is simply intolerable. Do you know how many people beg their grandparents to become my disciple? All right. Nieli was depressed. Lord Ancestral Founder, since you want to be my master, then tell me, what are you going to teach me? As a legend rank demon spiritualist, there's nothing that I don't know about in this continent. I'm proficient in astronomy, geography, calculation, inscription patterns, and I also have a few extremely powerful inherited cultivation techniques. I can also give you pointers on the cultivation of demon spirit combat techniques. Yi Yen proudly said, feeling very proud, you have 5 powerful legacy cultivation techniques here. You can choose one to practice. In front of Nieli's eyes, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. 5 light figures appeared. On top of them were 5 books. Let me see what powerful cultivation techniques you have. Nieli's gaze fell onto the 5 books. What? You still have the cheek to take out the wood conversion spiritual art. You can only be a black gold rank demon spiritualist in the end, right? That cultivation technique is simply full of mistakes. In the 3rd chapter, you actually need to circulate your soul force into the heaven's pivot point. Isn't this destroying your own future? The heaven's pivot point is used to communicate with heaven and earth. I took this cultivation technique by mistake. Yi Yen looked a little embarrassed, only to see one of the books disappear. Let me take a look at this one. I'm going to vomit. Yang Spirit Cultivation Technique. The training speed of this cultivation technique is so slow. You still need to find a place with the sun to train. If it's cloudy, you won't be able to train. Even if you reach legend rank demon spiritualist, you'll probably be in your 70s or 80s by then. Furthermore, I don't even need to say anything about that cultivation technique. Changing the red sun into a yin and yang state, the training speed will definitely be 3 times faster. Yi Yen pondered for a while. He felt that what Nieli said made some profound sense. He was choked and didn't know what to say. Let me take a look at this one. Isn't this the ash wolf cultivation technique? To fuse with a wolf-type demon spirit's cultivation technique, you can indeed reach legend rank demon spiritualist realm. How is it? Do you like this cultivation technique? Yi Yen asked with a hint of joy. Practice this cultivation technique. I say, Lord Ancestor, why is your ash wolf cultivation technique only 9 chapters? It'll be over once you reach 3-star legend rank demon spiritualist. I also have the ash wolf cultivation technique here. Do you want me to give you the 10th chapter? I guarantee that you'll be able to reach 5-star legend rank demon spiritualist realm. Nieli said. Yi Yen was speechless. He's simply going crazy. Just where did this kid come from? He actually wants to teach him a cultivation technique. Over the years, Yi Yen has seen geniuses. Even if there aren't tens of thousands, there are still thousands. They're all at the peak of Glory City. However, he has never seen someone as monstrous as Nieli. The 5 cultivation techniques that he gave Yi Yen are already very powerful top-tier cultivation techniques. However, in Nieli's eyes, they're worthless. Yi Yen couldn't understand. How old is Nieli? How can his knowledge be so profound? It's even more shocking than an old demon that has lived for thousands of years. Chapter 99. Lord Founder, these 5 cultivation techniques are too lousy. You only learnt these cultivation techniques. No wonder your cultivation was so lousy when you were alive, only reaching legend rank. Why don't I teach you a few super cultivation techniques? I guarantee that your cultivation will improve by another level. Nieli patted his chest and said, I have a total of 3,600 super cultivation techniques. Even the worst is better than these 5. If it's too lousy, I'll be embarrassed to teach you. All right, that's enough, Yi Yen angrily said. Nieli really didn't give him any face. Doesn't he know that he's the founder of Glory City? Brat, I don't know where you got so many cultivation techniques. Maybe you opened some kind of treasure. Even if you have super powerful cultivation techniques, as a legend rank demon spiritualist, I can still give you a lot of advice on the path of cultivation. My knowledge is something that you can't imagine. Oh, the knowledgeable Lord Founder. I would like to ask, why can demon spirits fuse with the soul realm? Nieli looked at Yi Yen and asked, TSK, is Yi Yen going to compete with me in terms of knowledge? It's such a simple question. Didn't your teacher teach you? Demon spirits exist in the form of a soul, and the soul realm is the soul's container. Of course it can be fused. Yi Yen faintly smiled and said, although your talent is not bad, your foundation is too lousy. Young people shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. Since the soul realm is the container and the demon spirit is the soul, it's like a cup and water. Then why do some people fail to fuse with their demon spirit after reaching silver rank? Nieli chuckled and asked, speaking of which, as long as it's a cup, it can hold water. The probability of failure is very low, almost negligible. Therefore, there's no need to bother about this question. Yi Yen paused for a moment and said with a little vexation, Nieli's question was too obscure. He couldn't answer it. These exceptions, after research, are often the key to unlocking the secret. A legend rank demon spiritualist actually doesn't know about this. I really don't know how your teacher taught you. If I had such a disciple, I would definitely slap him to death. Nieli shook his head with a look of regret. Then why do you think this is? Yi Yan's voice was trembling from anger. As a legend rank demon spiritualist, when has he ever been scolded like this? The soul realm has a fixed attribute, and so does the demon spirit. If the difference between the 2 attributes is too great, it will naturally lead to failure. It's like fire and water are incompatible. Attribute difference. Yi Yen muttered to himself. In the past, He had never considered this aspect, but Nieli's words seemed to have opened a window in his heart. Aside from the difference in attributes, there are many profound secrets in the depths of a human's soul realm. A demon spiritualist of your level would naturally not understand them. If you're willing to take me as your teacher, I might be able to explain it to you. Your soul hasn't dissipated yet, and I might even be able to help you reconstruct your physical body. Nieli sat cross-legged with a slight smile on his face. Become Nieli's disciple? Yi Yen almost came back to life from anger. He's the founder of Glory City. Being looked down upon by a brat like this was simply intolerable. However, Nieli's last sentence caused him to be dumbfounded. Reconstruct my physical body. Can this really be done? Yi Yen was stunned. This was already a realm that he couldn't imagine. Just where did this young man come from? Why does he know so much? As the founder of Glory City, if he wanted to take in a teenager as his disciple, wouldn't they have to kneel and kowtow to him? How would they be like Nieli, who taught him a lesson? Although he was angered to the point of vomiting blood, everything that Nieli said was like a magnet that deeply attracted him. What Nieli said was indeed something that he didn't know. Brat, you really want me to take you as my teacher? Take me as your teacher? Let me think about it. Forget it. I don't want it. I'm too lazy to teach a disciple with such a poor talent. Nieli snorted in disdain. If my disciple is 100 years old and still in legend rank, and is still so proud of himself, see if I don't whip him to death. Yi Yen pointed at Nieli, trembling. You unfilial descendant. Yi Yen was angered to the point that his beard was trembling. Even if he were to come back to life, he would still be angered to death by Nieli. I'm not a descendant of your Yi family. I'm a descendant of the Tensei family. In terms of family history, the Tensei family is much older than your Yi family. If it weren't for the fact that you're Ziyun's founder, I wouldn't even bother with you. Nieli curled his lips in disdain. Yi Yen was angered. However, he's only in a soul state, so he can't do anything to Nieli. Tensei family, I remember now. When I established Glory City, the Tensei family was only a small family. I admit that your founder is indeed very powerful. It seems that you've obtained some of your family's inheritance. However, you've only obtained a little bit of inheritance. Yet you dare to be so arrogant. Although Yi Yen has to admit that Nieli does no more than him, he still won't admit defeat. Losing to a 13 to 14-year-old kid, where would he put his face as a legend rank demon spiritualist? Humph! Yi Yen no longer spoke. Since that old man didn't come to bother him, Nieli naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Yi Yen. Nieli continued to cultivate. Waves of majestic soul force constantly surrounded Nieli. After circulating the heavenly god cultivation technique, the two demon spirits in his soul realm were like sponges, constantly absorbing the soul force, constantly growing stronger. Yi Yan's soul floated around Nieli. Although he was angered by Nieli, when Nieli started to circulate his cultivation technique, he couldn't help watching. Waves of soul force surged. This cultivation technique doesn't look like a silver rank demon spiritualist, but more like a legend rank demon spiritualist cultivation. Yi Yen glanced at Xiaoning, who was far away, and inwardly pondered. No matter if it's this kid or that girl, their cultivation techniques are too frightening. They're already so monstrous at such a young age. Could it be that after not going out for so many years, the outside world has already changed? Compared to Nieli's heavenly god cultivation technique, the 5 cultivation techniques that Yi Yen just took out are indeed too trashy. Although the cultivation speed of the heavenly god cultivation technique was a bit slower compared to the lightning-winged dragon technique, and the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique It was tens of times faster than the 5 cultivation techniques that Yi Yan had used earlier. The two of them were on completely different levels. With a thought, Yi Yan moved to Xiao Ning, little girl, this old man can see that you're talented. Why don't this old man take you as a disciple? Hearing Yi Yan's voice, Xiao Ning was slightly stunned. She immediately asked, "May I ask who Senior is?" "I'm the founder of Glory City, the founder of the Snow Wind family." Yi Yan proudly said. "So it's Lord Founder." Xiao Ning, from the Winged Dragon family, greets Lord Founder. Xiao Ning, immediately revealed a respectful expression. She's naturally full of respect towards the experts in Glory City's history. Yi Yan stroked his beard and lightly smiled. "Not bad, not bad. You're worth teaching. This is more like a daughter of a normal family. Someone like Nia Li is simply too abnormal. I've been in this heavenly sacred border for 1,000 years. I wonder how the outside world is now. Lord Founder, Glory City is still safe and sound. How many legend rank demon spiritualists are there in Glory City?" Replying to Lord Founder, Glory City only has one legend rank demon spiritualist, Lord Yemo. Xiao Ning respectfully said. "How could this be?" Yi Yan frowned his brows. He felt that this matter is a little fishy. No matter if it's Xiao Ning or Nieli, the cultivation techniques that they practice are frighteningly powerful. It's simply shocking. Logically speaking, with such powerful cultivation techniques, it's impossible for Yi Mo to be the only legend rank demon spiritualist. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Ning curiously asked. "Nothing. Little girl, let me have a look at your cultivation technique. Who knows, I might be able to give you some pointers." Yi Yan said. After finishing his words, his face turned red. This Xiao Ning fell into hesitation. Chapter 100. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yi Yan solemnly asked, reporting to Lord Ancestor. The cultivation technique that I'm practicing is called Lightning Dragon Cultivation Technique. It was taught to me by a friend. Without that friend's permission, I'm afraid that I can't tell this cultivation technique to Lord Ancestor. Xiao Ning said after pondering for a moment. "I'm only taking a look at this cultivation technique. It's not like I'll steal your cultivation technique," Yi Yan said with his face flushed red. It's already hard for him to lower his face and ask Xiao Ning about her cultivation technique. He couldn't suppress his curiosity towards the lightning dragon cultivation technique, but since he couldn't see it, he felt like there were cats scratching his heart. "But forgive me, Ning, for not being able to comply." Xiao Ning stubbornly said. In her view, giving the lightning dragon cultivation technique to someone else is equivalent to betraying Nieli. Even if the other party is the ancestor of Glory City, she still won't listen. "Why don't I use something to exchange with you? Let me take a look at the lightning dragon cultivation technique, and I can teach you 10 powerful cultivation techniques," Yi Yan said patiently. Just when Yi Yan was talking with Xiao Ning, a voice suddenly sounded. "Ning, don't believe this old liar. How can those broken cultivation techniques in his hands be compared to your lightning dragon cultivation technique?" Nieli said, "It's you, you stinking brat. You actually dare to call me an old liar." Yi Yan was about to explode from anger. His heart felt as if it was poked at a sore spot. "What's wrong? You actually want to use those broken cultivation techniques to exchange for the lightning dragon cultivation technique? Shameless. To think that you call yourself the ancestor of Glory City, as someone who has lived for hundreds of years, you actually lied to an innocent little girl. You're simply shameless." Nieli unscrupulously scolded. Yi Yan simply went crazy. Li's words were simply ruthless. "Nieli, why are you here? How can you talk in my head?" Xiao Ninger asked in confusion. At this moment, She was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, and Nieli's voice seemed to come from her mind. Xiaoning, Er's words caused Yi Yen to be stunned. He died a long time ago and is currently in soul form. That's why he can use soul transmission to talk to Xiaoning. But how did Nieli do it? This is the soul leaving the body. It's a very simple ability. Nieli smiled faintly. Soul separation? When Yi Yen was still alive, he had never heard of it. Yet, Nieli actually said that it was a very simple technique. Yi Yen was simply going crazy. Just what kind of background did this brat have? Old liar, what else do you want? Nieli snorted. Hearing Nieli addressing ancestral founder Yi Yen in this way, Xiaoninger also had a suspicious expression. Yi Yan's soul was about to explode from anger as he said, "This old man is already dead. I don't care about your cultivation technique, not to mention cheating you guys of your cultivation technique. Since you don't care, then why did you entice Ninger to hand over the lightning dragon cultivation technique? Humph, humph. If you don't want others to know about it, then don't do it." Nieli didn't leave any face for Yi Yen. Yi Yen flew into a rage. "You're simply angering me to death. I only wanted to see if there's any flaw in the lightning dragon cultivation technique." Flaw? With your standard, it would be a ghost if you can see the flaw in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. It's not impossible for us to show you the lightning dragon cultivation technique. Nieli lightly smiled. Yi Yan's brows twitched. He could clearly feel that Nieli definitely has something up his sleeves. However, he still couldn't suppress his strong curiosity. When Yi Yen was still alive, he was infatuated with martial arts and loved to research all kinds of cultivation techniques. He had seen many powerful cultivation techniques. When he discovered that Nieli and Xiaoninger were cultivating two cultivation techniques that he had never seen before, he became excited and wanted to take a look. Originally, he wanted to take Nieli as his disciple to see how profound Nieli's cultivation technique is. However, in the end, Nieli was too monstrous and gave him a heavy blow. Originally, he thought that since he couldn't see Nieli's cultivation technique, he would settle for the second best and take a look at Xiaoninger's cultivation technique. In the end, Nieli mercilessly exposed him. Originally, Yi Yen thought that there was no hope. However, Nieli's words ignited a trace of hope in him. "What do you want? Just say it." Yi Yen understood that Nieli is too treacherous. If he doesn't get straight to the point, he might be tricked by Nieli. Ancestral founder Yi Yen is indeed worthy of being one of the founders of Glory City. "You're indeed straightforward. Then I'll be straight to the point. I want the Thunder God's meteorite sword." Nieli said, lightly smiling. "Impossible." Yi Yen cried out. "Thunder God's meteorite sword? What's that?" Xiaoninger had a blank expression on her face. She has never heard of it before. Ever since the appearance of ancestral founder Yi Yen, Nieli has been scheming against him. His objective is the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword is an extremely powerful weapon. Because it had devoured countless demon spirits in battle, it became so powerful. "Then forget it," Nieli said, shrugging his shoulders. "Brat, how do you know that the Thunder God's meteorite sword is sealed in the heavenly sacred border?" Ancestral founder Yi Yan's brows twitched as he looked at Nieli with a profound gaze. "I naturally know. The Tensei family has been passed down for a long time. There are many things that ancestral founder Yi Yen doesn't know about. I also know about it." Nieli said, shrugging his shoulders. "You stinking brat, it's not that easy for you to obtain the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Even if I allow it, it's impossible for you to control that divine sword with your strength. If you're not careful, you might be devoured by the Thunder God's meteorite sword." Yi Yen said, "That might not be the case." As long as Lord Ancestral Founder can bring me to the Thunder God's meteorite sword, I will be able to subdue that divine sword. Nieli said, proudly smiling, "That's impossible." Back then, among the 5 of us legend rank demon spiritualists, only legend rank demon spiritualist Shengmu was able to subdue that divine sword. Yi Yin said, shaking his head, "Since Lord Ancestral Founder thinks so, why don't we make a bet?" Nieli said, his brows twitching. Yi Yan's gaze deeply looked at Nieli. If it's someone else, Yi Yan can confidently say that no one can subdue that divine sword. However, Nieli gave Yi Yan a strange feeling. It's as if everything is just a small matter in Nieli's eyes. Can Nieli really subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword? Yi Yan couldn't help having a trace of doubt in his heart. If Nieli is really able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, it's definitely a significant matter to the entire Glory City. Back then, the Thunder God's meteorite sword shone brightly under Shengmu's hands, killing millions upon millions of demon beasts. It's a terrifying, bloodthirsty sword. Although Shengmu died from the backlash of the Thunder God's meteorite sword, there's no doubt that the Thunder God's meteorite sword is powerful. What bet? If I'm able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then Ancestral Founder Yi Yan will follow me. If I'm unable to subdue it, then I'll let Ancestral Founder Yi Yan take a look at the Lightning Dragon cultivation technique. How about it? Nieli lightly smiled. This bet is only beneficial to him. Even if he loses, the Lightning Dragon cultivation technique is only a cultivation technique. It's impossible for Yi Yan to cultivate it. You actually want me to follow you? Bastard, you have no respect for your elders. Yi Yan raged. Since that's the case, Ancestral Founder Yi Yan can also choose to give up on the bet. Nieli shrugged. The consciousness in Xiaoning, or his mind looked at Nieli, then looked at Yi Yan. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and lightly laughed. She finally understood that the reason why Nieli spoke so much to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan was to infuriate him. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan was tricked from the start. Nieli is too bad. Xiaoning seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. If it said that she was tricked by Nieli from the start, then Xiaoning was also willing. Brat, it's not that easy for you to fool me. We can bet, but you have to change the stakes. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan proudly said. Although he knows that Nieli is purposely baiting him, he still wants to bet and see if Nieli is able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Change what stakes? Nieli's brows slightly twitched. Give me the Lightning Dragon cultivation techniques chant. Then I'll bring you to the location of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. If you're unable to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then you have to let me have a look at your cultivation technique. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan said. His curiosity towards Nieli's cultivation technique far exceeds Xiaoning's Lightning Dragon cultivation technique. Nieli looked at Xiaoning. Are you willing to give the Lightning Dragon cultivation techniques chant to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan? Xiaoning immediately nodded her head and said, "This Lightning Dragon cultivation techniques chant was originally taught to me by you. I naturally have no objections." Nieli nodded his head. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan, it's a deal. Nieli said, lightly smiling. It's only 2 cultivation techniques. Even if he gave it to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan to have a look, it wouldn't be a big deal. Without his help, Ancestral Founder Yi Yan would still be in a soul state. Nieli recited the Lightning Dragon cultivation techniques chant once. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan listened attentively. His brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. He had an intoxicated look on his face. When Nieli finished reciting the Lightning Dragon cultivation techniques chant, He sucked in a cold breath. What an exquisite cultivation technique. If I had been cultivating such a powerful cultivation technique from the start, I might have already reached the realm above legend, rank, an unimaginable realm. Ancestral founder Yi Yen exclaimed. The power of this lightning dragon cultivation technique far exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that as a legend rank demon spiritualist, he would more or less be able to find some flaws in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. He never thought that the realm and level of the lightning dragon cultivation technique would far exceed his current realm. It's simply uncanny workmanship. Could it be that there's an even more powerful existence above legend rank? All right, ancestral founder Yi Yen, can you bring us there now? Nieli looked at Yi Yen, who was still in a daze, and said, lightly smiling, "Of course." Ancestral founder Yi Yen recovered from his shock and nodded his head. His gaze fell onto Nieli. His expression was complicated. Chapter 101. Nieli and Xiaoning both stood up. Under the lead of Yi Yen, they headed towards the inner part of the heavenly sacred border. As they walked in, all kinds of illusions kept appearing in their minds. It was as if there were thousands of demon beasts pouncing towards them from all directions. However, this kind of low-level illusion has no effect on Nieli, because right now, Nieli's heart is already very firm. In order to resist this illusion, Xiaoning's face was slightly pale. Her clothes were soaked in sweat. Even those geniuses in the past did not dare to go so deep into the heavenly sacred border. The deeper you go into the heavenly sacred border, the more dangerous it is. Nieli felt that there was a dense killing intent coming from afar. That's the aura of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Just this terrifying aura alone is already giving people a huge pressure. The main body of the heavenly sacred border is this Thunder God's meteorite sword. The entire heavenly sacred border is constructed with the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Seeing the killing intent coming towards Xiaoning, Nieli suddenly let out an angry roar. Like a rolling thunder, it bombarded Xiaoning's soul realm. Xiaoning's expression turned cold. Her mind instantly became a lot clearer. Are you all right? Nieli looked at Xiaoning and lightly smiled. And thank you, Nieli. Xiaoning gratefully looked at Nieli. If it wasn't for Nieli's help, she might have fallen into that terrifying killing intent. The thin clothes on Xiaoning's body, because of the sweat, tightly stuck to her tender skin, revealing her sexy figure. The jade peaks in front of her chest stood proudly. Ninger was getting more and more charming. Nieli was stunned. He touched his nose awkwardly and looked away. Feeling Nieli's fiery gaze, Xiaoninger also blushed and lowered her head. Although she was very shy, her heart was faintly happy. Ancestral founder Yi Yen, if I am able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, you will submit to me. Is this true? Nieli quickly changed the topic and said to ancestral founder Yi Yen, "Of course." Yi Yen proudly said, "I mean what I say. If you can really subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then I will not be able to continue staying in this heavenly sacred border. Because my soul is attached to the Thunder God's meteorite sword, it did not dissipate. But kid, let me give you a piece of advice. It's not that easy to pull out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. If this matter is that easy, then it wouldn't be challenging at all." Nieli didn't mind and said with an indifferent smile. Yi Yen was puzzled. Why is Nieli so confident? If Nieli can really pull out the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then leaving the heavenly sacred border and looking at the outside world isn't bad either. As time passed, they slowly approached the center of the heavenly sacred border. On an ancient altar far away, a divine sword appeared in front of Nieli. This divine sword was bathed in lightning, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. terrifying killing intent. The divine sword has a spirit. Even if it's 100 meters away, it can still make people feel a bone-piercing chill. That's the thunder god's meteorite sword. Xiao Ning couldn't help sighing. Even if it's so far away, she can still feel the strong pressure on her soul, making it hard for her to even take a step forward. Although she can feel the pressure on her soul, at the same time, Xiao Ning can also feel that her soul force is rapidly growing. The lightning dragon cultivation technique quickly revolved within her body. Within her soul realm, there seems to be a dragon soaring. In a moment, her soul realm suddenly exploded, rushing towards Xiao Ning's limbs and meridians. Boom! Her soul realm became exceptionally clear. Breakthrough. 5-star silver rank. Lightning dragon cultivation technique is a fierce and progressive type cultivation technique. The cultivation speed is a lot stronger than Nieli's heavenly god cultivation technique. Under the guidance of the thunder god's meteorite sword, adding on the fact that Xiao Ning has already reached the soul manifestation stage, her cultivation speed is even more shocking. She's only a step away from reaching gold rank. Although her cultivation hasn't reached gold rank, Xiao Ning's cultivation technique is too powerful. Even an ordinary 1-star or 2-star gold rank expert might not be Xiao Ning's opponent. Seeing Xiao Ning's cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, Nieli can't help lightly smiling. The current Ning already has enough strength to break free from her previous life's fate. Integrate with this demon spirit. Nieli passed a demon spirit stone to Ning. What is this? Ning looked at Nieli's demon spirit stone in doubt. Wind and lightning attribute, heavenly lightning sparrow. A demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. Nieli said as he stuffed it into Ning's hand. Nieli, Xiao Ning raised her head. Her eyes seemed to be flickering with tears. She doesn't know how to repay Nieli for treating her so well. Nieli patted Xiao Ning's shoulder, lightly smiled, and said, "Quickly integrate with it. With your current strength, if you integrate with the heavenly lightning sparrow, I'm afraid that even I won't be your opponent." To follow in Nieli's footsteps, to be able to stand side by side with Nieli one day, after Xiao Ning received the demon spirit stone from the heavenly lightning sparrow, she began to integrate with it. Brat, you can even get a heavenly lightning sparrow's demon spirit. However, what does a god-level growth rate mean? Yi Yan frowned his brows and asked, "Why should I say?" Nieli spread out his hands and said, if you don't want to say, then forget it." Yi Yan snorted, looking at Xiao Ning beside him. Nieli raised his head and walked towards the thunder meteorite sword. Seeing Nieli approaching the thunder meteorite sword, Yi Yan stopped talking and stared at Nieli's back figure. Is Nieli able to pull out the thunder meteorite sword? According to common sense, Nieli is only a silver rank demon spiritualist, not even a gold rank. How can he pull out the thunder meteorite sword? To be able to control the thunder meteorite sword, one has to be at least a legend rank demon spiritualist. However, Yi Yan isn't sure if Nieli can do it. That's because Nieli is too monstrous. Whether it's his cultivation technique, his unique abilities, or his profound knowledge, they all exceed the limits of an ordinary person's judgment. Yi Yan almost thought that Nieli is an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years. 50 meters away from the thunder meteorite sword, a horrifying pressure came over. The thunder meteorite sword has killed countless demon beasts. After being bathed in the blood of demon beasts, it became extremely powerful. At the same time, it devoured countless demon spirits, causing it to form an extremely powerful sword soul, filled with horrifying killing intent. The horrifying killing intent was like a raging wave sweeping over, as if it wants to devour everything. Indeed, it's an ancient godly sword. if it's an ordinary demon spiritualist, even if it's a black gold rank demon spiritualist under this horrifying killing intent, they would probably die from mental disorder. In that instant when the killing intent was about to hit Nye Li let out a low growl and quickly summoned the shadow devil demon spirit. His body quickly changed and activated the void form combat skill. His body slowly disappeared. The solid killing intent passed through Nye Li's body, but did not cause any damage to Nye Li. Seeing this scene, Yi Yan's pupils slightly contracted. He can feel that within Nye Li's soul realm, there are two demon spirits. However, he doesn't know what those two demon spirits are. Until this moment, when he saw Nye Li executing the demon spirit combat skill, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's actually the shadow devil demon spirit. Thinking of the name of the shadow devil demon spirit, Yi Yan couldn't help his scalp going numb. In an extremely ancient era, the shadow devil was an extremely powerful demon spirit. Anyone that integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit were all extremely powerful assassins. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist would find it hard to defend against them. The number of legend rank demon spiritualists that died under the sharp blades of the shadow devil demon spirit was innumerable. Later on, the shadow devil demon spirit was nearly extinct. The number of demon spiritualists that integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit also decreased. He never thought that today he would actually see a person that integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit. No wonder this kid is so confident that he can pull out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. He indeed came prepared. Yi Yan sighed inwardly. After Nye Li executed his void form, he slowly approached the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Step by step, he stepped onto the altar. When he was 2 meters away from the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nye Li's figure slowly appeared. Within the altar, he could no longer feel the killing intent of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nye Li did not continue to approach the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Instead, he sat down on the ground. Waves of soul force were emitted from his body and bombarded towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Buzz! The Thunder God's meteorite sword suddenly exploded, emitting a horrifying roar of thunder. Tens of thousands of demon beasts, demon spirits, turned into bolts of lightning as they charged towards Nye Li just in time. A demon spirit slowly rose from Nye Li's body. It's Nye Li's fanged panda demon spirit. This demon spirit guarded Nye Li's side, fighting with the other demon spirits. One of the demon spirits charged into Nye Li's soul realm. Nye Li's soul realm was like a whale that opened its mouth, directly devouring the demon spirit. Like a terrifying golem, it directly crushed the demon spirit into pieces. The soul force contained within the demon spirit was all absorbed by Nye Li, turning it into his own. A moment later, another demon spirit charged into Nye Li's soul realm. The fanged panda demon spirit guarded outside of Nye Li's soul realm, only letting one demon spirit enter at a time. Nye Li continued to devour demon spirits. His cultivation continued to rise. 4-star silver rank, 5-star silver rank, gradually reaching the edge of gold rank demon spiritualist. Countless demon spirits were crushed. The soul force was condensed into a bundle by Nye Li. It was like a huge rope coiling towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Boom, boom, boom. The soul force and the lightning surrounding the Thunder God's meteorite sword constantly collided, exploding again and again. Seeing the scene, Yi Yan suddenly understood. So Nye Li is using this method to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Chapter 102. The previous legend rank demon spiritualist Sheng Mu practiced a lightning attribute cultivation technique. Using his own body to transform into a lightning physique, he subdued the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Without a doubt, this method was very effective. However, at the same time, it also had a huge side effect. It caused irrecoverable damage to Sheng Mu's soul realm. Therefore, Sheng Mu died at the age of 39. Logically speaking, 39 years old is the peak age for demon spiritualists. Therefore, the death of Sheng Mu made people sigh. After that, no one was able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. In order to prevent the Thunder God's meteorite sword's killing intent from leaking, the legend-rank demon spiritualists constructed this heavenly sacred border and sealed the Thunder God's meteorite sword here. What was different from Sheng Mu was that Nye Li didn't use the method of changing his own physique to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Instead, he used the power of the demon spirits on the Thunder God's meteorite sword for his own use and used the power of the demon spirits to suppress the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nye Li is using the small to win the big. Although he only has the strength of a silver rank, using this method, he has achieved something that not even a legend rank demon spiritualist can do. If we had known that we could use this method to suppress the Thunder God's meteorite sword, we would have been able to control this divine sword back then. If they knew how to control the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then those legend-rank demon spiritualists wouldn't have died in battle. Glory City would be even more glorious than it is now. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunder God's meteorite sword emitted waves after waves of lightning. However, as time passed, the lightning slowly dimmed. Only then did Nye Li slowly stand up. With the boundless soul power in his surroundings, he walked towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword step by step. In front of the lightning-like spiritual energy, the Thunder God's meteorite sword was like a small snake that had been restrained. It continued to struggle, but gradually it stopped. Nye Li gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. With a buzzing sound, the Thunder God's meteorite sword let out a deafening buzzing sound. At this moment, the buzzing sound was like an invisible ripple that spread in all directions. It continued to spread far and wide until it penetrated the entire Glory City. This sound wave seems to be invisible. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear it. Only black gold rank and above demon spiritualists would be able to feel this powerful sound wave, as though it could penetrate through their souls. Sacred family, what happened? The head of the sacred family, Shan Hong, had an ugly expression on his face. When he was cultivating, he was suddenly bombarded by this sound wave. His soul realm was shaken, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His several hours of cultivation instantly vanished into thin air. What a terrifying power! Shan Hong couldn't figure out where the power of this sound wave came from. City Lord residents. Several of the top powerhouses were communicating with each other via voice transmission. Where did this sound wave come from? Yi Zong asked with a frown. Several black gold rank demon spiritualists replied, reporting to the city lord, "This sound wave is invisible and traceless. Even we are unable to track its position." Inexplicably sensing an invisible sound wave, Yi Zong thought that it was some kind of terrifying legend, rank demon beast roaming around the vicinity of Glory City. He immediately gathered a few black gold rank and above demon spiritualists to discuss countermeasures. The super experts of the other major families also encountered a similar situation. However, ordinary fighters and demon spiritualists weren't affected. What a terrifying power! Tightly holding onto the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nye Li inwardly sighed in his heart. This Thunder God's meteorite sword is indeed an ancient divine artifact. It's unimaginably powerful. It's even stronger than the purple mist sword that he used in his previous life. Suddenly pulling out the Thunder God's meteorite sword, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts gathered towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword in Nye Li's hand from all directions, then quickly converged. The Thunder God's meteorite sword that was originally surrounded by lightning quickly converged, turning into a simple and unadorned broadsword. On the surface of the broadsword, there were traces of rust. No one would have imagined that this broadsword was the thunder god's meteorite sword that stirred up the lightning and had boundless power. At this moment, the thunder god's meteorite sword recognized its master and became Nye Li's servant. Usually, the thunder god's meteorite sword is no different from an ordinary iron sword. Only when Nye Li injected his soul force into the thunder god's meteorite sword would the thunder god's meteorite sword explode with such frightening power. Carrying the thunder god's meteorite sword on his back, Nye Li looked at ancestral founder Yi Yen in the sky, lightly smiled, and said, "How is it, ancestral founder Yi Yen, the thunder god's meteorite sword has been subdued by me?" After a brief moment of shock, ancestral founder Yi Yen sighed and said, "I never thought that you would actually be able to subdue the thunder god's meteorite sword. I will naturally keep my promise. However, the thunder god's meteorite sword has already been subdued by you, becoming an artifact with an owner. My soul will no longer be able to attach itself to it. In a few days, my soul will slowly dissipate. Therefore, my promise will only be effective for a few days. Ancestral founder Yi Yen, you're not trying to go back on your words, right?" Nye Li looked at ancestral founder Yi Yen in disdain. "You, as the ancestral founder of Glory City, how can I go back on my words?" Ancestral founder Yi Yen coldly snorted. "Isn't it easy to find an artifact for your soul to attach itself to?" Nye Li rolled his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Follow me." Finding an artifact for the soul to attach itself to, how could it be as easy as Nye Li said? In this world, aside from the ownerless thunder god's meteorite sword, ordinary things are unable to be attached to by the soul. However, seeing how confident Nye Li is, ancestral founder Yi Yen hesitated for a moment and followed. Before his soul dissipates, he will definitely keep his promise with Nye Li. Without the thunder god's meteorite sword, the heavenly sacred border is no longer the original heavenly sacred border. Nye Li looked at Ning Er, who was concentrating on her training, and said, "Ning Er, let's go." Ning Er nodded her head. Outside the heavenly sacred border, Nye Li and Xiao Ning Er stepped out of the heavenly sacred border and met up with Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the rest. You guys actually passed the test of the heavenly sacred border. Yi Sheng was extremely shocked as he looked at Nye Li and Xiao Ning Er. In their view, if either Nye Li or Xiao Ning Er managed to pass, it would already be pretty good. Vice Principal, I hope that Vice Principal Yi Sheng will keep the matter of me passing the heavenly sacred borders test a secret. Nye Li slightly cupped his hands and said, smiling. Hearing Nye Li's words, Yi Sheng slightly frowned his brows, pondered for a moment, then nodded his head. Nye Li's way of doing things is right. The talent that Nye Li has displayed is already very shocking. Adding another title wouldn't have too much of an impact. On the contrary, it would cause the Dark Guild to be even more restless. Regarding passing the test of the heavenly sacred border, Xiao Ning'er is very excited. Right now, she is already a 5-star silver rank. With her talent, she will definitely be well protected by the higher-ups of Glory City. In the future, she won't have to be forced to marry Shun Fei. Very quickly, Yi Sheng reported the matter of Nye Li and Xiao Ning'er passing the test to City Lord Yizong. City Lord Yizong ordered that Xiao Ning'er should also be arranged to stay in the City Lord's mansion. However, Nye Li did not immediately return to the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he wantonly bought materials in Glory City. After buying a lot of materials, Nye Li started to make the soul puppet according to the blueprints. He handed the special metal to the blacksmith of Glory City to forge it, grind it into a sample, then tighten the steel bar and engrave complex inscription patterns on it. This is a soul puppet. Seeing the thing that Nye Li made, Yi Yen said in shock, "Not bad." Nye Li lightly smiled and nodded his head. You're actually making such an evil thing. Yi Yan immediately understood that Nieli is preparing to seal his soul in the soul puppet. There are no evil things in this world, only evil people. Nieli said, shaking his head. Yi Yan went silent. Since he already made an agreement with Nieli, he naturally has to keep his promise. Although he's unwilling, being sealed in the soul puppet is still better than having his soul dissipate. However, what made Yi Yan depressed is that the soul puppet is being controlled by Nieli. Although depressed, there's nothing he can do about it. Since he's already promised, he naturally has to do it. The metal used to make the soul puppet was specially made by Nieli. There's no need to talk about its sturdiness. Even a legend, rank demon spiritualist might not be able to shatter it. In addition, Yi Yan himself is a legend rank demon spiritualist. There's no need to doubt the strength of his soul. Although the attack power of the soul puppet isn't much, even if it's just made, its strength isn't any weaker than any gold rank demon spiritualist. As Yi Yan's soul slowly fuses with the soul puppet, his cultivation will slowly recover, eventually reaching the strength he had when he was alive. That will be a legend rank soul puppet. Before the Age of Darkness, although there were many people making soul puppets, legend rank soul puppets are still very rare. After sealing Ancestral Founder Yi Yan's soul into the soul puppet, Yi Yan flapped his wings a little and flew up, circling in the sky for a moment. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan, what do you think? Nieli lightly smiled and said, Not bad. Yi Yan was a little depressed. When he was alive, he was a legend rank demon spiritualist. Now that he's turned into a soul puppet, it's unavoidable for him to be depressed. However, compared to the boring years in the heavenly sacred border, the current him is filled with curiosity towards the current world. Although he's turned into a soul puppet, he can spread his wings and fly, taking a look at the current world. In life, there are gains and losses. Yi Yan is a person who adapts to circumstances. Therefore, he wasn't too depressed. In the future, I'll call you little Fei Fei. Nieli muttered to himself. Hearing Nieli's words, Ancestral Founder Yi Yan, who was originally not depressed, suddenly had the urge to bang his head against the wall. He is one of the ancestral founders of Glory City, and was actually called Little Fei Fei. This is simply an insult to his character. Just when Yi Yan was about to express the anger in his heart, he heard Xiao Ning, lightly nodding her head, and seriously said, Little Fei Fei, this name is pretty good. Yi Yan simply wanted to roar. What's so good about this name? He heard Nieli say. Since Ning likes it so much, then call it Little Fei Fei from now on. Not giving Yi Yan any chance to explain, this newly born soul puppet was named Little Fei Fei by Nieli. After finishing all of this, Nieli, Xiao Ning, Lu Piao and Daozit walked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. Passing through a quiet forest, a cold wind would occasionally blow past. Vaguely, there was an uneasy aura. Nieli suddenly stopped his steps. Nieli, what's wrong? Lu Piao and Daozit asked. Xiao Ning also widened her eyes, looking at Nieli with a puzzled expression. Nieli's gaze looked straight ahead, coldly barking, Since you're here, then come out. Why are you hiding? When Nieli's voice landed, dozens of people came out from the forest, surrounding Nieli and his group. These dozens of people all had their faces covered, causing others to be unable to see their appearance. Chapter 103. This group of black-clothed men are led by two people. Nieli can feel that one of them is a silver rank, and the other is a gold rank. As for the people behind them, there are 3 gold rank experts, and the rest are all silver rank. One of the black-clothed men coldly snorted, Looks like I've underestimated you. I never thought that your soul perception would be so sharp to actually be able to sense our location. Nieli lightly smiled and said, You're not just underestimating me. Elder Shinming, I wonder what's the meaning of you bringing so many people to stop me? The leading silver rank black-clothed man is Elder Shun Ming. Elder Shun Ming's shoulders slightly trembled. He obviously never thought that Nieli would be able to see through his identity so quickly. His face that was covered by the black cloth suddenly turned sinister. We definitely can't let this brat go. If we let him escape, there will be endless troubles in the future. Nieli can easily distinguish the aura of the people in front of him. Standing beside Shun Ming is another black-clothed man with a tall figure. It's Deacon Yun Hua, who was injured and escaped that day. The Sacred Family and the Dark Guild are actually here. Ning, Daozit Lu Piao, be careful. Nieli circulated his soul force, preparing to take action at any time. Brat, since you know our identity, obediently surrender, and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, all of you will die. Elder Shun Ming's gaze turned cold as he coldly snorted and shouted. Nieli suddenly took a step forward, coldly barked towards Shun Ming and the rest. Elder Shun Ming, you're really stubborn. You actually brought so many people to kill me. Do you know that according to the laws of Glory City, this is a capital offense? If you obediently surrender and follow me to see the city lord, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Nieli's words, those black-clothed men were all dumbfounded, foolishly staring at Nieli, following which they burst out into laughter. Ha ha ha, too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water. What a pig. Yun Hua Deacon laughed even more arrogantly. He pointed at Nieli and said insolently, "Little guy, I want to see how you are going to be impolite to us." Looking at the group of black-clothed men who were laughing so hard that they were in a complete mess, Nieli patted the soul puppet on his shoulder with his right hand and said, "Xiao Fei Fei, we'll have to see your performance now." Although it was unwilling, the soul puppet was completely under Nieli's control. It chirped twice and flapped its wings, pouncing towards the group of black-clothed men with lightning speed. A bunch of unfilial descendants. How dare they make a dignified ancestor like me do this kind of work? Ancestral founder Yi Yen, who was in the soul puppet, blabbered. It's unknown if he's scolding the group of black-clothed men or scolding Nieli. His claw scratched the face of one of the gold-rank black-clothed men. Ah, the black-clothed man let out a mournful shriek. What's sealed inside the soul puppet is a legend rank expert. Although his cultivation hasn't fully recovered, he's already a gold rank. In addition, ancestral founder Yi Yen has an astonishing amount of battle experience in his previous life. His figure is erratic, and his attacks are sharp. Capture this strange bird. Tear it apart. Bang, bang. A new chaotic battle. A group of black-clothed men wanted to surround the soul puppet, but they couldn't catch any traces of Xiao Fei Fei. Too fast. Furthermore, his figure was erratic, basically unable to catch him. Seeing this scene, whether it's Elder Shun Ming or Yun Hua Deacon, their faces turned black. They never thought that Nieli would be able to control such a strange bird. This strange bird's entire body is made of metal. When other people's attacks landed on its body, it was completely unharmed. However, its attacks were extremely sharp. It would always attack the eyes, neck, and other vital points. Don't care about that strange bird. Capture those little things first. Shun Ming pointed at the direction of Nieli and coldly snorted. Yun Hua Deacon leaped up. His hand was like an eagle's claw as he pounced towards Nieli. While he was flying forward, his body constantly transformed into a huge scarlet-black tiger. Hungry tiger pouncing. Yun Hua Deacon's sharp claw caused a series of explosions in the air as it slammed down towards Nieli. Good timing. Nieli's expression was calm. His body rapidly transformed into a fanged panda. Although his figure was a lot weaker, his aura wasn't the slightest bit weaker. With a roar, he waved his huge palm and slammed towards Yun Hua Deacon. Feeling the whistling energy, Xiao Ning, Lu Piao, and Daozit's faces changed. Nieli, be careful. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The chubby body of the fanged panda collided with Yun Hua Deacon's scarlet black tiger. A powerful aura swept out, causing the surrounding people to take a few steps back. He actually blocked it. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Under the frightening aura of the scarlet black tiger, Nieli's fanged panda wasn't the slightest bit inferior. It firmly blocked the frightening attack of the scarlet black tiger. It was like a reef in a tsunami, not moving an inch. Nieli is only a silver rank, but he was actually able to block the attack of a gold rank demon spiritualist. Yun Hua Deacon obviously didn't expect Nieli's strength to be so strong. However, it's impossible for him to win against me like this. The scarlet black tiger roared towards the sky, opened its mouth, and bit towards Nieli. Fierce tiger swallows wolf. The scarlet black tiger opened its bloody mouth, revealing its terrifyingly long, sharp teeth. Roar. The bloody mouth seemed like it wanted to swallow Nieli whole. Seeing this scene, Shunming was shocked and immediately shouted, "Don't kill him. He still has some use for him." "Want to kill me?" Nieli lightly smiled. The scarlet black tiger opened its mouth to bite him. This is exactly what he wanted. The fanged panda suddenly opened its mouth. A black and a white light ball formed in its mouth and shot towards the scarlet black tiger's bloody mouth. Yin-yang blast. 2 balls of light, one black and one white, blasted into the scarlet flame black tiger's bloody mouth. Then they collided with each other and exploded. A frightening energy swept out. Even a demon spirit at the level of the scarlet black tiger couldn't withstand the yin-yang blast that exploded in its mouth. The power of the explosion instantly shattered the scarlet black tiger's head. Deacon Yun Hua violently vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He heavily fell onto the ground and was already at his last gasp. If the yin-yang blast had exploded around the scarlet black tiger, it would only cause some damage to the scarlet black tiger. It wouldn't end up like this. However, Nieli's yin-yang blast exploded within the scarlet black tiger's mouth. The damage caused by this is extremely frightening. Yun Hua Deacon probably never thought that the fanged panda, which has always been known as trash, would be able to spit out such a frightening yin-yang blast in such a short period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened his mouth towards Nieli. However, it's already too late. Seeing Yun Hua Deacon fall to the ground, the corner of Shunming's eyes couldn't help twitching. He never thought that a gold-rank demon spiritualist like Yun Hua Deacon would actually lose to Nieli. At this moment, more than 10 black-clothed men surrounded them. Xiao Ning, Lu Piao, and Daozit all summoned their demon spirits and started to fight with these black-clothed men. Although their cultivations were still stuck at silver rank, they possessed God-level growth rate demon spirits. Adding on the fact that their cultivation techniques were extremely powerful, even if they fell into a bitter battle against the black-clothed men, they weren't in any danger for the time being. Are these bunch of little things really only in their teens? There was a huge abyss tiger with spikes all over its body and a pitch-black luster. There was also a scarlet demonic leopard with a pair of wings on its back and a body covered in scales. There was even a heavenly lightning sparrow covered in lightning. Shunming couldn't help but have a headache. Where did this group of little guys come from? Although they have the advantage in numbers, they weren't able to gain the slightest bit of advantage. Among the 4 gold rank experts, one was directly knocked to the ground by the yin-yang blast, one was blinded by the soul puppet, and the other two were desperately resisting the soul puppet. The rest are all silver rank. Facing a silver rank expert, Nia Li's fanged panda is simply unparalleled. Gravity field. Waves of majestic energy pressed down from above. The group of silver rank demon spiritualists instantly felt their bodies becoming several times heavier. Even moving a single step was extremely difficult. Nia Li's gravity field only affected the silver rank demon spiritualists. As for Ning, Lu Piao, and Daozit, they weren't affected at all. Daozit's abyss tiger suddenly let out a sharp roar. The frightening sound swept out. When the group of demon spiritualists heard the sharp roar, their bodies started to tremble from fear. Duzai's demonic scarlet blood leopard leapt out. Its agility was unimaginably fast. Its sharp claws were constantly waving. Puff, puff, puff. Asterisk. As for Xiao Ninger's heavenly lightning sparrow, it's constantly summoning lightning bolts. Every single lightning bolt can cause a silver rank demon spiritualist to fall into a state of paralysis, causing the hair on their head to explode. Nia Li and Bunch have completely turned the situation around. Seeing this scene, Shun Ming's scalp went numb. Just what kind of monsters are these bunch of kids? Shun Ming had set up many spies in the vicinity of the city lord's mansion, tracking the traces of Nia Li and Bunch. They originally thought that with 4 gold rank experts and 23 silver rank experts, wouldn't capturing Nia Li and Bunch be a piece of cake? However, they never imagined that the truth would be the complete opposite of what they expected. The strength of Nia Li and Bunch far exceeded their imagination. There's also a strange bird that even gold rank experts couldn't do anything to. Not only did they fail to capture Nia Li and Bunch, they even got beaten up by Nia Li and Bunch. They're about to be completely annihilated. If they were to return to the sacred family, how would they explain this to the patriarch? Thinking of the terrifying eyes of the patriarch, Shun Ming's heart sank into ice. Chapter 104. Fight. Shun Ming furiously roared, summoning the snow bear demon spirit. However, just when his body changed, a bang was heard. Lu Piao's fist landed on Shun Ming's abdomen. Shun Ming immediately clutched his stomach and retched, almost vomiting out his intestines. Although Shun Ming has a high position in the sacred family, he's only an elder in charge of managing the family. He's not good at fighting. His cultivation has only just reached silver rank. Being punched by Lu Piao, he fell to the ground. Very quickly, everyone on Shun Ming's side were all lying on the ground. The soul puppet flew up and landed on Nia Li's shoulder. The reason why Nia Li and Bunch could win so easily is because of the soul puppet. The soul puppet subdued 3 gold rank experts. Otherwise, the battle would have lasted for a long time. Lu Piao stepped on Shun Ming's head, raised her head, looked at Nia Li, and asked, "Nia Li, what should we do with this group of people?" "Let me go. If you dare to kill me, our sacred family will definitely not let you off." Shun Ming was constantly struggling. As a managing elder of the sacred family, when has he ever suffered such humiliation? However, ever since the Genius Tournament, his position in the sacred family is no longer the same as before. "You vicious old fogey, I've long heard of your sacred family's notoriety. You want to threaten us? We're not afraid. If you dare to make a noise again, we'll bury you on the spot." Lu Piao snorted. He has long been unhappy with the sacred family. Today, he was able to step on the sacred family's people under his feet. He's still very happy. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Shun Ming immediately shut up and no longer spoke. "This old fogey is quite afraid of death," Lu Piao said, smiling. Daozit looked at Nia Li and worriedly said, "Nia Li, how should we deal with this? We have to be quick. If the sacred family's reinforcements arrive, bring Shun Ming and that guy away. Let the rest go. Nieli pointed at Yun Hua Deacon. Why did you let them go? Lu Piao asked with a frown. He was very gloomy. It wasn't easy for him to knock these people out, so it would be a pity to let them go. I have my own plans. Nieli smiled mysteriously and said, those 3 gold-level warriors were injured by the soul puppets. It would take at least a few years, or even a dozen or 20 years for them to recover their cultivation. As for these silver-ranked ones, they pose no threat to us. There's nothing wrong with letting them go. Capturing 2 heads should be pretty good already. So where should we go? The city lord's mansion? Dowsett looked at Nieli and asked, who should he hand over Shenming and Yun Hua Deacon to? Even if we hand the 2 of them over to the city lord, it's useless. Who knows, the sacred family might even take them back. We'll bring them to the Association of Alchemists, Nieli said after pondering a while. He handed them over to Yang Xian to lock up and slowly interrogate them. Shenming and Yun Hua Deacon, one is the confidant of the sacred family's patriarch, Shun Hong, and the other is a small leader of the Dark Guild. The 2 of them definitely have a lot of secrets on them. Who knows, they might be able to reveal the true face of the sacred family to the citizens of Glory City. Let's go. The 4 of them carried Shenming and Yun Hua Deacon, who were tightly tied up, and headed towards the Association of Alchemists. After reaching the Association of Alchemists, Nieli and Bunch handed Shenming and Yun Hua Deacon to Yang Xian to lock up and slowly interrogate them. Sacred family, you bunch of trash. So many of you, yet you can't even capture a few kids. Shen Hong sat on a high chair. With a bang, the armrest of the chair was crushed by him. One can see how angry he is at this moment. Patriarch, please spare our lives. We never thought that those kids would already have the cultivation of silver rank. The one with the highest cultivation has even reached gold rank. Even Yun Hua Deacon was defeated by him. Aside from that, they also have a strange bird. Even 3 gold rank experts weren't the opponent of that strange bird. The few of them kowtowed towards Shun Hong. Shun Hong's face was gloomy. This kind of situation is something that even he did not expect. Who would have thought that 4 gold rank and 23 silver rank experts wouldn't even be able to capture 4 kids in their teens? After sending so many people, they still failed. It can be seen that the other party still has some tricks up their sleeves. What made Shen Hong a little angry is that Nieli and Bunch actually captured Shenming and Yun Hua Deacon. Capturing the 2 of them is like grabbing onto Shun Hong's Achilles' heel. Shenming has been in the sacred family for so many years. He knows a lot of things that he shouldn't know. As for Yun Hua, he knows that the sacred family has a secret contact with the Dark Guild. Shen Hong would rather Nieli and Bunch kill the 2 of them. Losing a few silver and gold rank isn't much to Shenming. However, Nieli and Bunch captured the 2 of them. It seemed like that little fellow knew something. Shun Hong's narrowed eyes were filled with viciousness. A thorn in his flesh like, Nieli must be eliminated. You're forcing me to kill you. You really think that by hiding in the City Lord's mansion, I won't be able to do anything to you? You're underestimating the strength of my sacred family too much. Shun Hong's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. If he doesn't eliminate Nieli, it'll be hard to resolve the hatred in his heart. Find out where Shenming and Yun Hua are being held. Also, find out the background of everyone who has a relationship with Nieli and the Tensei family. Don't think that just because you're under the protection of the Association of Alchemists, you can ignore the existence of my sacred family. Send a message to the Dark Guild. If anyone from the Tensei family leaves their territory, kill them all. Shun Hong's deep eyes revealed a cold-killing intent. The people kneeling on the ground, trembling, with fear, immediately responded loudly. Suddenly thinking of something, Shun Hong solemnly said, "Go and invite Elder Shun Su and Elder Shun Yuan." Yes, Shun Su and Shun Yuan are both one-star black gold rank fighters. In order to kill Nie Li, Shun Hong has already made up his mind. Previously, several gold rank fighters were defeated by Nie Li, causing Shun Hong to no longer dare to underestimate Nie Li. At this moment, in the Association of Alchemists' little brother, Nie Li, you're saying that this Deacon Yun Hua is the person responsible for the communication between the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family? Yang Exion's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, Nie Li nodded his head. If that's the case, then I must pry open his mouth and see what the Sacred Family is planning. Yang Exion's face was covered with frost. Glory City is the only place that they know of. If Glory City is destroyed, then everyone will have nowhere to go. If there's anyone that dares to betray Glory City and threaten the safety of Glory City, even if they have to use the entire Association of Alchemists, they must be annihilated. Yang Exion's gaze fell onto the Thunder God's meteorite sword on Nie Li's back, smiled, and said, "Little brother, why are you carrying such a broken sword on your back? There's even a strange bird standing on your shoulder. If you want, Sister Yang can buy you a good sword. As for this strange bird, throw it away. I'll get you a gold rank pet." Buy a good sword with money? How much money can buy a Thunder God's meteorite sword? The power of this Thunder God's meteorite sword, if it's executed by a legend rank demon spiritualist, it's not inferior to a forbidden spell. As for the strange bird on Nie Li's back, if Yang Exion knew that the one sealed inside the strange bird is one of the ancestors that founded Glory City, would she still say that, "Unfilial descendant, you're angering this old man to death"? Yi Yen cursed in anger. However, the words that Yi Yen said can only be understood by those with a strong enough soul force. Otherwise, to ordinary people, it would sound like a squeaking sound. Nie Li, your soul puppet seems to be able to speak. What is it saying? Yang Exion looked at Nie Li's soul puppet with interest. She wanted to extend her hand to touch the soul puppet. However, Yi Yen couldn't bear it anymore and flapped his wings, flapping his wings and flew out. Yang Exion was stunned for a moment. She never thought that this strange bird that was forged from metal would actually have such a spiritual nature. Indeed, some of the things that Nie Li has are really unimaginable. Sister Yang, Ning, and the rest are still waiting for me outside. I'll be leaving first. If there's any result from the interrogation of Shun Ming and Yun Hua, immediately send someone to inform me. Nie Li said, looking at Yang Exion. Okay. Yang Exion sternly nodded her head. This matter concerns the safety of Glory City. She naturally doesn't dare to be careless. She originally wanted to tease Nie Li a little, but seeing that Nie Li was in a hurry to return, she restrained her thoughts and said, "You were ambushed outside. You might have been followed. I'll get a few black gold rank elders to send you back." Okay. Nie Li nodded his head. With a few black gold rank elders from the Association of Alchemists escorting him. Even if it's the patriarch of the Sacred Family, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, if a black gold rank expert were to fight, the scene would definitely shock the entire Glory City. "Little brother, goodbye." Yang Exion bent down and smiled, looking at Nie Li. That satin dress outlined her alluring figure. When Nie Li raised his head, he could see the deep ravine. It was a field of white, and he could vaguely see the bright red. A mature woman's fragrance assaulted his nose. This woman is getting more and more alluring. She's actually not wearing any undergarments. Even if it's Nie Li, who has a lot of self-control, seeing this scene, his head turned hot. This is the first time in his life that he's seen such an alluring scene. Yang Exion didn't care about Nie Li's gaze. She kissed Nie Li's forehead and said, "Big sister will come and see you in a few days. Nieli awkwardly smiled. This seductress is definitely doing this on purpose. Right now, he only has the appearance of a 13, 14-year-old kid. What is she trying to do? I'm leaving. Nieli immediately turned around and left. If he were to stay here any longer, even breathing would be a little difficult. Seeing Nieli's slightly staggering footsteps, young Xin couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. That slim-fitting dress couldn't cover up that alluring spring scenery. When he reached the outside of the Association of Alchemists, Nieli felt relieved. He looked at Xiao Ninger and the rest and said, Ninger, let's go back to the City Lord's mansion. Okay. Xiao Ninger obediently nodded her head. Nieli can feel two faint auras behind him. These two should be black gold rank experts from the Association of Alchemists. They were sent by young Xin to protect him, with the protection of black gold rank experts. At least he can safely reach the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 105. City Lord's mansion. After Nieli safely returned, he continued his training. The soul puppet that had the ancestral founder's soul sealed was flying around. After staying in the heavenly sacred border for so long, no matter where Yi Yan goes, he would feel something new. I never thought that after 1,000 years, Glory City would not fall and still exist until today. I still have lingering fear when I think about those days. Yi Yan sighed. It's said that the city lord here is also surnamed Yi. I wonder if he's a descendant of my Thunder family. Ancestral founder Yi Yan, don't think about it. The Thunder family has already been destroyed. The current city lord is from the Snow Wind family. Nieli opened his eyes and said, Brat, you don't know about this. The Snow Wind family was inherited from the Thunder family and is a branch of my Thunder family. Even if your city lord sees me, he would have to obediently call me ancestor. You actually dare to be so disrespectful to me. Yi Yan snorted and arrogantly said, City lord, you think that I would put the city lord in my eyes? If he wasn't my father-in-law, I would have already forced him to give up the city lord's position. Nieli disdained ancestral founder Yi Yan's words and said, The strongest existence that you've seen is only at legend rank. Brat, your tone is pretty big. Could it be that you've seen an expert above legend rank? Of course I have. Legend rank is just the beginning of cultivation. Do you know how the demon beast rampage happened during the Age of Darkness? Nieli lightly smiled. How would I know? I'm afraid that those demon beasts were stimulated by something. Yi Yan still stubbornly said, It's not that the demon beasts were stimulated by something. It's just that a demon beast had advanced and opened its intelligence, reaching an existence that surpasses legend rank. The top 300 legend rank experts in the Saint Origin world sensed that demon beast and decided to kill it. However, they didn't expect that they would anger that demon beast. In the end, they suffered the consequences of their own actions and were killed instead. Under the rage of that demon beast, it commanded all the demon beasts in the Saint Origin world to hunt humans. The human empires fell apart in a few months. That year was the beginning of the Age of Darkness. Nieli leisurely said, I see. Yi Yan came to a sudden realization. No wonder the peak experts of the empires seemed to have evaporated into thin air after the demonic beast rampage. In your eyes, a demonic beast that has surpassed the legendary realm is already an unparalleled existence. But in another world, it is just the most basic creature. When I was at my peak, I could kill him with a single thought. Nieli gazed into the distance. Although he was just sitting there quietly, he was like a mountain. All of a sudden, Yi Yan sensed a powerful soul aura surging towards him. This soul aura has experienced the vicissitudes of time. Although its power is still very weak, it vaguely possesses an extremely frightening power. This kind of power can only be sensed by ancestral founder Yi Yan who is in the form of a soul. This power is so frightening that it makes others tremble. Just who was this kid? Although Nieli's cultivation is only at silver rank, Yi Yan's soul felt like it's in a stormy sea. Even if it's a legend rank expert, it's not enough to make Yi Yan feel so frightened. Nieli retracted his gaze, looked at Yi Yan, and said with a smile, "Yi Yan, do you want to reconstruct your physical body and experience that mystical realm?" Yi Yan was slightly stunned. That frightening soul aura disappeared in an instant, as if it never appeared. Nieli clearly only has the appearance of a teenager. Why would he give him such a frightening feeling? Seeing Nieli's calm smile, Yi Yan suddenly felt the desire and expectation in his heart sprouting uncontrollably. Just what kind of place is the realm that Nieli is talking about? I want to go. Yi Yan's gaze turned cold. Unknowingly, when he was facing Nieli, his tone became humble. Although he doesn't know why Nieli has the body of a child, Yi Yan can be sure that within Nieli's body there's definitely the soul of a powerful expert. Only when he's in the form of a soul can he feel it. After sealing Yi Yan's soul into the soul puppet, Yi Yan was already under Nieli's control. However, from this moment onwards, he has truly submitted to Nieli. Without saying anything more, Nieli entered into a state of cultivation, preparing to charge into gold rank demon spiritualist as soon as possible. After Dowsett, Lu Piao and Bunch cultivated in Nieli's yard for a period of time, they left the city lord's mansion and returned to their respective families. Du Clan. Dowsett's family lives in a dilapidated village. There are over 300 people in this village. All of them are from the Du clan. Dowsett was walking along the small path in the village. Seeing Dowsett's return, the people of the Du clan who were farming waved their hands to greet him. Their faces were filled with smiles. "Dowsett's back." "Yes, uncles." Dowsett lightly smiled as he replied. Although the Du clan is poor, the relationship between the family members is very harmonious. The elders looked at Dowsett, lightly smiled as they discussed, "The Du clan is really blessed to have a child like Dowsett. Yeah, he's already a silver rank demon spiritualist at such a young age. Truly incredible. Our entire Du clan will have to rely on him. If that kid of mine had half of Dowsett's talent and character, even if I die, I'll be able to smile in the underworld." The words of these elders are too exaggerated. Dowsett's face was slightly red as he walked towards his home. Right now, the entire Du clan is proud of Dowsett. Dowsett is already an irreplaceable existence. Du clan's ancestral hall. "Dowsett, this is my Du clan's keepsake, the Fire Qilin Jade Pendant. Only the patriarch of each generation has the qualifications to keep this jade pendant. Today, I will pass it on to you. When you grow up, you will be the patriarch of my Du clan." An old man with white hair and beard, a stooped figure, wearing plain clothes, slightly bowed and stuffed a crystal-clear jade pendant into Dowsett's hand. This old man is the Du clan's patriarch, Du Rong. "Lord Patriarch, Dowsett cannot afford such a precious item." Dowsett nervously said. He can feel the pure soul energy coming from the Fire Qilin Jade Pendant. "My Du clan has been in decline for too long. As the patriarch of the Du clan, I have let down the ancestors of the Du clan. Right now, only you can revive my Du clan. You are worthy of it," Du Rong solemnly said. "Dowsett is more mature than the other youths of the same clan. Therefore, Du Rong dared to pass the Fire Qilin Jade pendant to him without worry." Dowsett hesitated for a long time before receiving the Fire Qilin Jade pendant from Du Rong's hand. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. Dowsett's clan was extremely poor. The entire clan only had a few acres of barren land. Occasionally, they would go hunting in the mountains to barely make ends meet. Dowsett had two sisters. In order for Dowsett to enter the Holy Orchid Institute, they married a disabled person from the neighboring village. Dowsett's heart was burdened with too much. Only in the dead of the night would he dare to cry out loud. He felt that he had let down his two sisters. After entering the Holy Orchid Institute, although his talent wasn't that outstanding, Dowsett had put in several times, or even dozens of times, more effort than other children. He wanted to use his efforts to change the fate of his family and clan. Originally, everything was so far away and uncertain until he met Nieli. Nieli had completely changed his fate, allowing him to become a silver-rank demon spiritualist. He also allowed his family to completely change the poor appearance of the past. Dowsett tightly held onto the fire Chelan jade pendant. His eyes were already moist with tears. Nieli, from now on, this life of mine, Dowsett, is yours. Dowsett silently said in his heart. His eyes became especially firm. Because of Nieli, Dowsett now has the qualifications to change his fate, to change the fate of his family. Dowsett, the North Town's Chun family, Yu family, and Jean Town's Lin family have all sent people over. They want to marry us. Du Rong's hands, which were covered in calluses, were trembling slightly. For so many years, very few girls were willing to marry into the Du family. But today, these families were scrambling to marry into the Du family. What kind of glory was this? Dowsett slightly raised his head, firmly shook his head, and said, "Lord Patriarch, I will not marry those women. When our Du family was declining, they were afraid of us. But now, every single one of them is trying to curry favor with us. I look down on those families." Du Rong thought for a while. Indeed, Dowsett is now a silver-rank demon spiritualist. Why would he look down on those small families? Du Rong smiled and said, "Seems like Xiaozhe has his own thoughts. I've spoken too much." At this moment, the Lu family is a small aristocratic family. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Ning, is Lu Piao's father. He's a 3-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Although he can't be compared to those experts from the super families, he still has quite a bit of prestige in the northern region of Glory City. Adding on to the fact that he has good management, his herb business is doing pretty well. Lu Ning walked into the living room with a majestic gait. After Lu Ning entered the living room, Lu Piao's legs were still on the table, eating a dark purple fruit, looking very relaxed. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Ning's eyes twitched. If it was in the past, if Lu Piao dared to make a sound in front of him, he would definitely beat Lu Piao's, but all along, Lu Piao has been the most disappointing one among the younger generation of the family. She's very lazy, like mud that can't be raised to the wall. If he doesn't beat up Lu Piao for a day, Lu Ning would feel his bones itch. However, the lazy Lu Piao, for some reason, suddenly became enlightened. In the last family test, she actually reached 5-star bronze rank, surpassing all the other youths in the family. This is simply an unimaginable matter. Even Lu Ning himself, when he was at the same age as Lu Piao, he could only reach 1-star bronze rank. Lu Piao's training speed is simply too frightening. She actually reached 5-star bronze rank. If Lu Piao was diligently training every day, then so be it. However, he didn't see how much time Lu Piao spent on training. Furthermore, Lu Piao can't stay idle, running around everywhere. Yesterday, he even went to the Xiao family's house to peek at the Xiao family's daughter bathing. He's simply lawless. Lu Ning originally thought that this matter would blow up. The Xiao family would definitely not let it go. In the end, in the morning, the Xiao family sent over a visitation card, wanting to marry the Xiao family's daughter to Lu Piao. Lu Ning understood that the Xiao family has their eyes on Lu Piao's potential. With Lu Piao's current training speed, she might even become a powerful black gold rank demon spiritualist in her lifetime. The laziest person actually has such a frightening training speed, peeking at someone bathing, and actually got himself a wife. Even Lu Ning felt that this is simply too unreasonable. Chapter 106. In a few years, Lu Piao's cultivation would surpass his father. Although Lu Ning was a little angry, after all, Lu Piao was his biological son. Of course, he was also very proud. Lu Piao. Lu Ning struggled in his heart for a moment. Finally, he put on a pleasant face and said in a low voice, "It's fine for you to make trouble at home, but you actually went to the Xiao family and peeped at the Xiao family's daughter bathing. If this matter were to be spread out, my Lu family's face would be lost because of you." Lu Piao's face slightly blushed. She was extremely embarrassed and said, "Dad, I know I was wrong." "It's good that you know you were wrong." Lu Ning stroked his beard and nodded. "It's a great thing to know that you are wrong and change for the better. Next time when I peep, I will definitely not let them find out." Lu Piao clenched her fist and said solemnly. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Lu Ning's mouth twitched. He was sweating profusely. How could he give birth to such a... He simply wanted to beat Lu Piao to death. Although he was depressed, he did not dare to make a move. Now that Lu Piao was the Lu family's darling, who would dare to touch her? This matter, the Xiao family has sent people over. Lu Ning said, "Really, really? What did they say?" When Lu Piao heard this, she immediately became excited. "Dad, did you propose marriage to them?" Hearing Lu Piao's words, Lu Ning was stunned for a moment, and then understood. "So you like the Xiao family's daughter? You want your dad to propose marriage to the Xiao family? Humph, you are giving the Xiao family too much face." If it was a year ago, Lu Ning would absolutely not dare to say this. At that time, Lu Piao, this bastard, wanted to marry Xiao Shui. That was simply a toad trying to eat swan meat, wishful thinking. But now, the situation was different. Thinking that Lu Piao did not let him down, Lu Ning was also gratified. Hearing Lu Ning's words, Lu Piao suddenly became listless. Although he was usually not a proper person, he was actually very well behaved. It's just that he had a special liking for Xiao Shui. He and Xiao Shui were childhood sweethearts. They ate and lived together. But as they slowly grew up, they seemed to have a subtle feeling. The two families also consciously restricted their contact. Seeing Lu Piao's listless look, Lu Ning was happy. He didn't propose to the Xiao family, but the Xiao family proposed to the Lu family. Just then, a servant rushed in. "Master, the Xiao Zhao's daughter is here." Before the servant could finish his words, he heard a clear female voice coming from outside. "Lu Piao, come out." The one who spoke was Xiao Shui. She wore a fiery red dress, outlining her curvaceous figure. Her ponytail was combed behind her, making her look delicate and pretty. She had her hands on her hips, looking a little shrewish. Seeing Lu Piao, Xiao Shui immediately shouted, "Lu Piao, if you dare to run, don't come and see me in the future." Xiao Shui saw Lu Piao and immediately shouted, "Lu Piao, if you dare to run, don't come and see me in the future." Lu Piao immediately lowered her head and obediently stood still. Xiao Shui's slender fingers grabbed Lu Piao's ear and angrily said, "Lu Piao, did you peek at me bathing yesterday?" "No." Lu Piao immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "No. You still dare to say no?" Xiao Shui glared. "Yes." Lu Piao complained in her heart. "Be gentler, be gentler." "Xiao Shui, I was wrong." "How many times did you peek recently?" One time." "Oh, no. More than one time." "How many times?" "I can't remember." Lu Piao had a bitter face. "What did you peek at? Say it." Xiao Shui glared at Lu Piao. "I only saw..." "Oh, no, I saw everything." Lu Piao's face was like a frosted eggplant. "Isn't it beautiful?" Xiao Shui pinched Lu Piao's ear and angrily increased her strength. And beautiful. A few scenes appeared in Lu Piao's mind, and she immediately nodded her head. You still dare to say it? Xiao Shui grabbed Lu Piao and stomped her feet. Lu Piao immediately shook her head. Not beautiful. You actually dare to say that I'm not beautiful? Xiao Shui once again glared at Lu Piao, her right hand pinched even harder. Lu Piao felt bitter in his heart. Should he say beautiful or not beautiful? Seeing this scene, Lu Ning shrunk his head. Xiao Shui is simply comparable to Lu Piao's mother. He tiptoed to the side and entered the backyard. Lu Piao turned her head, wanting to look for her father for help. However, her father disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Lu Ning felt depressed in his heart. Are you still my father? Isn't this a little too unjust? City Lord's Mansion City, Lord Yizong, and a few black gold rank demon spiritualists were gathered together, discussing something. City Lord, Lord Yi Mo has sent news. Due to the change in the climate, the demon beasts around Glory City are reproducing faster than before. We have to mobilize some people to hunt down these demon beasts and maintain the number of demon beasts around Glory City. Otherwise, if these demon beasts were to grow, they would be a great threat to Glory City. One of the black gold rank demon spiritualists said. He's the third person in the City Lord's mansion called Yi Xiao. His cultivation is only below Yi Mo and Yi Zong. Yi Zong went silent for a moment, nodded his head, and said, Yeah, we'll mobilize a portion of the demon spiritualists to hunt down the demon beasts. Fortunately, we have the elixirs from the Association of Alchemists, which increased our strength by quite a bit. In addition to the 9 transformation pill, we can greatly reduce the number of casualties. A figure appeared in Yi Zong's mind. On this point, he has to admit that Nie Li's contributions cannot go unnoticed. However, thinking that Nie Li actually dared to tease his daughter, Yi Zong simply had the heart to tear Nie Li apart. However, we have to be careful of the people from the Dark Guild. Yi Zong added, once they send the demon spiritualists out of the city, there's no guarantee that the Dark Guild won't make any moves. Aside from that, Lord Yimo also asked me to bring back an item for City Lord to take a look. Yi Xiao said, taking out a booklet from his interspatial ring. Lord Yi Mo found this item in an ancient cave. I don't know what material it's made of, nor do I know what kind of words are written in it. As Yi Xiao spoke, he flipped open the book and saw a series of exquisite pictures. It was filled with all kinds of strange things that looked like talismans, and there were also pictures of various demon spirits. A mysterious energy blew towards him. This energy is extremely pure. Even Yizong has never felt such pure energy before. Where did you get this booklet from? Yi Zong's heart slightly trembled. He took the booklet and carefully looked at it. The words on it are extremely complicated. He can't understand them at all. When Lord Yi Mo went deep into a demon beast cave, he found it in an expert's corpse. According to speculation, that expert had reached the pinnacle of legend rank when he was alive. Yi Xiao said, Yi Mo often travels around, going deep into dangerous areas to investigate the hidden dangers in the periphery of Glory City. That cave was too dangerous. Lord Yi Mo didn't dare to stay for long. After getting this booklet, he left. Yi Zong carefully looked at the booklet, but realized that he couldn't understand anything recorded in it. Although he knows that this booklet is a treasure, he doesn't know how to use it. Naturally, he's depressed. Lord Yizong, I heard that recently a young genius appeared in Glory City. He can actually understand some ancient books, including the Book of Divine Lightning Fire. Should we invite that young genius over and let him take a look? Yi Xiao suddenly thought of something and said with a little excitement. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Yizong's face instantly turned ashen. Don't mention him to me. Yi Xiao was a little surprised and asked, "Why?" Yi Zong was extremely angry. In order to protect this genius, he arranged for Nie Li to stay in the city lord's mansion. But who would have thought that this would actually lead a wolf into the house? Nie Li actually dared to take liberties with Yun. Because of some scruples, he endured it with great difficulty and didn't look for Nie Li to settle the score. In the end, he has to beg him? How can he put down his face like that? Seeing Yi Zong's expression, Yi Xiu seemed to understand something. That kid probably did something to anger Yi Zong. However, this matter is very important. Yi Xiu slightly bowed and said, "City Lord, this item is something that Lord Yi Mo risked his life to obtain. It's definitely not an ordinary item. If we can solve the mystery on it, it will be extremely beneficial to our entire Glory City. I hope that City Lord can put down your personal grudges, for now." Yi Zong was angry in his heart, but there's nothing he can do. After all, he's not someone who can't see the big picture. He waved his hand and said, "Go and invite him. I won't be appearing in this matter." "Yes, City Lord." Yi Xiu nodded his head, bowed, and retreated. Nie Li's yard after Yi Xiu came in, he looked around. The conditions here are pretty good. Yi Zong didn't mistreat Nie Li. Lowering his head, he saw a 6 to 7-year-old girl sitting there, cultivating. A soul aura lingered around her. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu's heart slightly trembled. With his experienced eyes, he could tell that this soul aura is definitely 3-star bronze rank and above. This is only a 6 to 7-year-old girl. If this kind of genius were to be known by outsiders, it would definitely cause the entire Glory City to be shocked. Yi Xiu took a deep breath. Luckily, this kind of genius is staying in the City Lord's mansion. Otherwise, if the Dark Guild were to find out about it, they would definitely kill her at all costs. Just when Yi Xiu was about to continue walking in, a slender youth walked out from the inside. This youth is Nie Li. Nie Li raised his head and looked at Yi Xiu. Although he felt the aura of an expert coming from Yi Xiu, Nie Li wasn't nervous at all. He only sized him up for a moment and said, "The City Lord's mansion's number 3, second only to Yi Mo and Lord Yi Zong, Senior Yi Xiu. May I know why Senior is here?" Hearing Nie Li's words, Yi Xiu was slightly stunned for a moment. He never thought that Nie Li would be able to recognize him with just a glance. Logically speaking, he often travels with Yi Mo and rarely stays in Glory City. For a kid like Nie Li, he shouldn't be able to recognize him. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yi Xiu lightly smiled and said, "That's right, it's me." Chapter 107. Yi Xiu's gaze fell onto Nie Li's body and carefully examined him. This youth in front of him is the legendary erudite youth genius. Other than the youth being a little mature, there's nothing special about him. However, at this moment, a metal bird flew and landed on Nie Li's shoulder. Although this bird is made of metal, its eyes were bright, as if it was filled with endless wisdom. It looked at Yi Xiu with an overlooking gaze. It's actually a soul puppet. Yi Xiu's heart trembled. He has followed Yi Mo for so many years, so he can be considered to have a wide range of knowledge. Although he has heard of soul puppets, he has never seen one before, not to mention the manufacturing method of a soul puppet. Only the person that created the soul puppet can become the owner of the soul puppet. Since Nie Li has a soul puppet, that also means that Nie Li is the creator of the soul puppet. The manufacturing method of a soul puppet has long been lost. So how did Nie Li do it? Furthermore, this soul puppet of Nie Li's doesn't have muddy eyes like those rumored soul puppets. Those intelligent eyes are clearly telling others that it has extremely high wisdom. If it's an ordinary youth, knowing that the number 3 of the Snow Wind family is here, they would probably be scared to the point that their legs would go soft. However, Nie Li is examining him with a gaze that would make others click their tongues in wonder. Yi Xiu was filled with curiosity towards the youth in front of him. I heard that an erudite youth genius appeared in our glory city, so I wanted to come and take a look. Yi Xiu said, lightly smiling. He wasn't angered by Nia Li's attitude and appeared to have an extraordinary bearing. I'm afraid that Senior Yi Xiu coming to find me isn't as simple as meeting me, right? Nia Li casually said. Is this youth in front of him really only 13 or 14 years old? Isn't he simply too monstrous? Yi Xiu adjusted his mentality and no longer looked at Nia Li as a teenager. He smiled and said, I do have something to ask of you. Nia Li originally thought that Yi Xiu was sent by Castellan Yi Zong to pass a message, and that Yi Zong didn't want to see him now, so Nia Li was wary of Yi Xiu. But since Yi Xiu came to ask for help, Nia Li would definitely help. After all, Yi Xiu is the third in the Snow Wind family, Yi Ziyun's uncle. Nia Li patted his chest and said, Senior Yi Xiu, feel free to speak. I will definitely tell you everything I know. You're Ziyun's uncle, so naturally, you're also my uncle. Hearing Nia Li's words, the corner of Yi Xiu's mouth slightly twitched. He suddenly understood why Yi Zong was so angry. How old is Nia Li? And he already wants to make Yi Ziyun his wife. Cough, cough. Yi Xiu dryly coughed, took out a booklet, and said, Nia Li, when I was traveling with Lord Yi Mo, we obtained this thing. Take a look at what this is. After Yi Xiu took out the mysterious booklet, Nia Li felt a pure soul aura. This item is extraordinary. Nia Li slightly frowned, cautiously took it from Yi Xiu's hand and flipped through it. Let me take a look. On the booklet, it was filled with all kinds of mysterious words, patterns, and inscription patterns, looking very exquisite. The soul puppet on Nia Li's shoulder also stared at the booklet. What is this? It looks like the words of the ancient gods, Holy Emperor country. The soul puppet on Nia Li's shoulder spat out human words, causing Yi Xiu to be shocked. This soul puppet can actually speak. Yi Xiu never thought that the one sealed in this soul puppet would be one of the 5 founding leaders of Glory City, ancestral founder Yi Yan. To think that you still call yourself knowledgeable. This isn't the words of the Holy Emperor country. Although it evolved from the Holy Emperor country, this is the words of the Ulan Empire after the destruction of the Holy Emperor country and the era of the 5 empires. Nia Li retorted, this I can be considered to have guessed 80 to 90%, ancestral founder Yi Yan gloomily argued. What's the use of guessing 80 to 90%? Then, do you know what this booklet is? Nia Li rolled his eyes. It seems to be some kind of demon spirit controlling technique. Like this inscription pattern, it should be some kind of demon spirit controlling inscription pattern. Ancestral founder Yi Yan inwardly proudly said. He was still able to analyze a lot of things from it. You guessed 20 to 30%, right. However, you only know a little bit, and you're already so proud. You might as well not know anything. Nia Li snorted at ancestral founder Yi Yan's words. Ancestral founder Yi Yan was helpless. When he was alive, he could be considered to have a good memory. However, in front of Nia Li, he was criticized to the point that there's nothing good about it. This made him feel a little embarrassed and decided to keep quiet. Hearing the conversation between Nia Li and ancestral founder Yi Yan, Yi Xiu was drenched in sweat. As a soul puppet, being able to recognize 20 to 30% of it is already pretty good. When Yi Xiu and Yi Mo saw the booklet, their eyes were completely white. They didn't even know what it's used for. But even so, that soul puppet was still criticized by Nia Li. Doesn't that mean that the two of them aren't even comparable to a soul puppet? Yi Xiu's face heated up. Nia Li glanced at Yi Xiu, who wished that he could dig himself into the ground, and said, Senior Yi Xiu, I'm not talking about you. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yi Xiu even had the heart to kill himself. I wonder where Senior Yi Xiu obtained this booklet from? This booklet is no small matter. Senior, Yi Xiu has to take good care of it. This booklet records an array called the 10,000 Demonic Beast Array. It can control tens of thousands of black gold rank and above demon spirits, forming a super array. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist, if they were to fall into this array, would be easily killed. After Nieli browsed through the booklet, he passed it over to Yi Xiu. After hearing Nieli's words, both Yi Xiu and ancestral founder Yi Yan, who was sealed in the soul puppet, were shocked. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist can be easily killed. This array is a little too frightening. Ancestral founder Yi Yan, who was in the soul puppet, slightly muttered to himself. According to some of the inscription patterns and diagrams that he saw, what Nieli said should be about right. At this moment, he admired Nieli from the bottom of his heart, to be able to recognize the words of the ancient Ulan Empire. Furthermore, to be able to see the use of this booklet, Nieli is indeed much stronger than him. It's funny that he always thought that he was knowledgeable. Now that he thinks about it, he's really ashamed. Yi Xiu took the booklet from Nieli's hand, went silent for a moment, then asked, if a 10,000 demonic beast array is set up near the city lord's mansion, what will happen? Even if the other party has dozens of legend-rank demon spiritualists, they can only dream of charging into the city lord's mansion. Nieli said without any hesitation, what a joke, this 10,000 demonic beast array isn't child's play. Even with the most basic refining method, it can deal with legend-rank demon spiritualists. If Nieli were to strengthen it, the power would be unimaginable. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Xiu was stunned for a moment, then asked in shock, really? Naturally, Nieli said, nodding his head. Then, can you lay this 10,000 demonic beast array? Yi Xiu asked if he can lay this 10,000 demonic beast array near the city lord's mansion. The underground structure of the city lord's mansion can accommodate everyone in Glory City. Then this 10,000 demonic beast array will be able to save everyone in times of crisis. That's not a problem. However, laying this 10,000 demonic beast array requires a little too much time and energy. Furthermore, the required materials are also hard to gather. It requires nearly 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits. Nieli shook his head and said, I still need to train. Gathering 10,000 black gold rank demon spirits isn't a problem, but how long will it take to lay this array? Yi Xiu asked, for such a powerful array, it would probably take 10 to 20 years to lay, right? But even so, Yi Xiu has already made his mental preparations. As long as he can lay this 10,000 demonic beast array, no matter how much he spends, it will be worth it. This is Glory City's life-saving talisman. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, I need a whole 2 months. What? 2 months? Yi Xiu said, losing his composure. He thought that he heard wrongly. Nieli raised his head, looking at Yi Xiu in doubt, and asked, what's wrong? For such a powerful array, even if it takes 10 years, Yi Xiu wouldn't feel that it's long. Yet, Nieli feels that 2 months is very long. 2 months can give Glory City another life-saving talisman. Thinking about it here, Yi Xiu became excited. I represent the City Lord's mansion to request your help in laying this 10,000 demonic beast array. How about it? Yi Xiu said, cupping his hands. Although the one standing in front of him is only a 13-14-year-old kid, the current him doesn't see him as a kid anymore. I'm not free. Nieli shrugged his shoulders. Not free. Yi Xiu was stunned for a moment, then anxiously said, this array concerns the safety of Glory City. As a member of Glory City, how can, before Yi Xiu could finish his words, Nieli interrupted, it's true that I'm a member of Glory City, but I don't have any obligation to help the City Lord's mansion with this matter, right? It's not that I can't help you lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, but Senior Yishio, you can't represent the City Lord's mansion, right? If you want me to help you lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, at least the City Lord should come and speak for me, right? It's not that it's impossible to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. Although Nia Li's cultivation speed is frightening, to reach gold rank or even black gold rank, he would need at least half a year. Giving Glory City a life-saving talisman within 2 months is not bad. However, for this matter, Yi Zong has to come and beg him personally. He was just beaten up by Yi Zong, and now he has to help Yi Zong lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. He's not that easy to bully. Hearing Nia Li's words, Yi Xiu was slightly stunned. He immediately understood Nia Li's meaning and said, "Nia Li, as long as you're willing to help us lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, you will be the hero of Glory City. We can provide you with a large amount of cultivation resources." Wait! Nia Li waved his hand and asked, "I wonder what kind of cultivation resources Senior Yi Xiu thinks the City Lord's mansion can provide for me." Chapter 108. Soul Nurturing Pill, Soul Concentrating Pill. Even the legendary Soul Tempering Pill, Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill, 9 Transformation Pill, whatever elixir you want, we can get it for you. No matter what cultivation technique it is, as long as you want it, we can find it, Yi Xiu proudly said. In this Glory City, is there anything that the City Lord's mansion doesn't have? Hearing Yi Xiu's words, the soul puppet looked at Yi Xiu as if it was looking at an idiot. As the founder of Glory City, he has many cultivation techniques that ordinary people can't even imagine. But even so, he was still ridiculed by Nia Li. How can those trash cultivation techniques of the City Lord's mansion be compared to Nia Li's cultivation technique? Yi Xiu actually said that he's going to provide cultivation techniques to Nia Li. "Senior Yi Xiu, you've just returned from outside, right? Didn't the City Lord tell you that the elixir formulas of Glory City were all provided by me? If you need something like the Soul Tempering Pill, just let me know. I can still take out 3,000 to 5,000 of them. Just treat it as a gift to Senior Yi Xiu." Nia Li waved his hand. The elixir formulas of Glory City were all provided by Nia Li. Only the president of the Association of Alchemists, City Lord Yi Zong, and a few others knew about this matter. Yi Xiu indeed just returned and hurriedly brought the mysterious booklet over. He still hasn't heard about this matter from Yi Zong. This Yi Xiu was in an awkward position. "Senior Yi Xiu, please inform Lord Yi Zong that I can arrange the 10,000 demonic beast array, but I have a request." Nia Li said, lightly smiling. "What request?" Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. The corner of Nia Li's mouth slightly rose as he said, "My sister and I are moving to Yi Ziyun's yard. I want to live together with Yi Ziyun. Otherwise, I won't have any inspiration and won't be able to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array." "What?" Yi Xiu's eyes widened. He never thought that Nia Li would make such a request. He carefully stared at Nia Li for a long time. It turned out that Nia Li had his eyes on the City Lord's daughter from the very beginning. No wonder Lord Yi Zong's face turned ashen when he heard Nia Li's name. Nia Li was only a teenager. Could it be that precocious people were also precocious? You already know about the matters between men and women, but wasn't Nia Li's request a little too strange? Yi Xiu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it was someone else, after hearing these words, Yi Zong would definitely beat him to death. Yi Xiu went silent for a long time, bitterly smiled and said, "I'm afraid that I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and ask Lord Yi Zong to make a decision." Yi Xiu's heart felt like there were thousands of horses galloping across. How should he tell this matter to Yi Zong? tell Yizong that he can use his daughter to exchange for the 10,000 demonic beast array. He can almost imagine what kind of expression Yizong would have after hearing this. If he doesn't agree, then the 10,000 demonic beast array is too important. If he agrees, doesn't that mean that he's sending Ziyun's daughter to his doorstep? How did he meet such a fellow? With a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yi Xiu left Nia Li's yard. City Lord's mansion hall. What? Bastard, I'll tear him apart. He shouldn't think of living past tonight. After hearing Yi Xiu's words, Yizong flew into a rage. The armrest of the chair was crushed by him. The veins on Yizong's arm were popping out. If he knew that Nieli would be so insatiable, he would have crushed that bastard to death in Ziyun's yard. Yi Xiu already expected Yizong to have this kind of reaction, so he hurriedly said, "City Lord, please calm down. This matter concerns the safety of hundreds of millions of Glory City's citizens. I hope that City Lord will reconsider. What 10,000 demonic beast array? It's obviously something that Brat fabricated. I don't know what flowery words that Brat used to lie to my daughter, but now he wants to use something that doesn't exist to lie to me. Simply wishful thinking." Yizong's anger soared to the sky. Yi Xiu shook his head and said, "City Lord, I feel that Nieli isn't lying. If he wanted to lie, he definitely wouldn't say that he can lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array within 2 months. After all, 2 months is a very short time. If he can't lay it down, he would be exposed very quickly. He would definitely say that he needs 3 years, 5 years, or even longer to complete it." Yizong was overwhelmed by anger. Therefore, he lost his reason. Yi Xiu is still relatively calm. "Even if he can lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, I can't use my daughter to exchange for it. Even if he knows how to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array, there's no way he can negotiate with me. We'll go to his yard now. If he doesn't put his heart into laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yizong slammed the table and walked out of the hall. Seeing Yizong's actions, Yi Xiu was slightly startled in his heart. He quickly followed and said, "City Lord, please reconsider. This 10,000 demonic beast array is made up of tens of thousands of black gold rank demon spirits. The array must be very exquisite. If the person who laid it down has resentment in his heart, what if he tampered with it? When the war comes, there's a problem. What should we do then?" "Yi Xiu, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want me, Yizong, to obediently hand over my daughter?" Yizong was like an enraged lion. Yi Xiu immediately said, "Of course I don't mean that. I heard that this Nia Li seems to have a special liking for Yun. With Yun's current age, if it was any other family's first wife's daughter, she would already be able to get married. Although this Nia Li doesn't have any power, with his talent and attainments in various aspects, he's a good match for Yun. Who knows, in a few decades, he might become another legend rank expert in Glory City. This young man might be a good match for Yun." Good match? What a joke. At such a young age, he's already proficient in all kinds of deceit. Who knows what will happen if Yun marries him? Furthermore, I know that this kid is messing around outside. Winged dragon families Xiaoning and Huyan families Huyan Lanrua Humph. Yizong furiously stared at Yi Xiu and solemnly said, "If you mention this matter again, don't blame me for falling out with you." Yi Xiu opened his mouth and bitterly smiled. In the end, he could only shut his mouth. It seems that Yizong has some prejudice against Nieli. From Yi Xiu's point of view, Nieli's character isn't too bad, even if he messes around outside. So what? Who didn't grow up at that age? Among the nobles in Glory City, aside from a few, which one doesn't have a few wives and concubines? This is normal. Even Yizong himself has 2 wives. However, Yizong is Yizong's only daughter. If he wants to convince Yizong, it won't be that easy. Nie Li's yard. Just when Yizong stepped into Nie Li's yard, he heard a voice coming from the yard. "Io, father-in-law, what wind blew you here?" Hearing this sentence, Yizong staggered and almost tripped on the doorstep. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Under normal circumstances, a black gold rank expert like Yizong can even smash a huge rock with a kick, not to mention a small doorstep. At this moment, he's really angered by Nie Li to the point that he's about to lose his rationality. Hearing Nie Li's words and seeing Yizong's appearance, Yi Xiu wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. As the city lord of Glory City, aside from Nie Li, who else would dare to speak in such a manner in front of Yizong? Nie Li actually survived until now. It's really a miracle. In this world, there's always a counter to everything. Boom. A powerful soul aura burst out from Yizong's body. At this moment, his face was pale to the point of being frightening. Every step he took would leave a deep footprint on the ground, as if he's a demon that came from hell. Even Yi Xiu could feel the frightening pressure coming from Yizong. Yizong is indeed worthy of being the most talented existence in the 5th generation of the Snow Wind family. In just a few years, his cultivation has already reached the limits of black gold rank, causing Yi Xiu to be left in the dust. City Lord Yi Xiu anxiously called out. He's worried that Yizong wouldn't be able to control his anger and kill Nie Li. If that were to happen, it would be a great loss for Glory City. Just when Yizong took 2 steps out, Nie Li, who was standing on the stairs far away, felt a tsunami-like pressure coming towards him. Just when Yizong's pressure was about to suppress Nie Li's body, a deep bark was suddenly heard. The soul puppet that was standing on Nie Li's shoulder opened its mouth and said, "Yizong, brat, impudent. I'm ancestral founder Yizong. Stop." Hearing these words, the soul aura on Yizong's body paused for a moment. His face revealed a confused expression. This voice seems a little familiar. "Yizong, brat, have you forgotten about me? Or do you want me to punish you for the crime of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors?" Ancestral founder Yi Yin coldly snorted. "Back then in the heavenly sacred border, if it wasn't for me teaching you the 7 heart cultivation techniques, would you be where you are today?" Ancestral founder Yi Yin. Yizong's gaze fell onto the soul puppet on Nie Li's shoulder. At this moment, Nie Li had a sloppy smile on his face, causing Yizong to be extremely furious. "That's right, it's me," Ancestral founder Yi Yin said. Yizong's face turned even more ashen, becoming terrifyingly gloomy. "Nie Li, you're really daring. You actually sealed Ancestral founder Yi Yan's soul and made it into a soul puppet. This is simply unforgivable. If I don't kill you today, then my surname isn't Yi." "Impudent. If your surname isn't Yi, then what surname are you going to use?" Ancestral founder Yi Yin furiously snorted. "I willingly sealed myself into the soul puppet." Father-in-law's words are too serious. I don't know what I did to make father-in-law so angry. Today, I'll apologize," Nie Li said, chuckling. However, there wasn't any intention of apologizing on his face. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu was stunned for a few seconds. Ancestral founder Yi Yin? He couldn't be more familiar with ancestral founder Yi Yin. This is a huge secret of Glory City. Only those that passed the Heavenly Sacred Border's test know that there's an eternal soul within the Heavenly Sacred Border, which is ancestral founder Yi Yin. It can be said that many of the black gold rank demon spiritualists have received the teachings of ancestral founder Yi Yin. But now, ancestral founder Yi Yin actually came out from the Heavenly Sacred Border and was sealed in the soul puppet. Just what's going on? Qijian welcomes all readers to read the latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works from Qijian. For mobile users, please go to Qijian.com. Chapter 109. Nie Li had entered the heavenly sacred border before. Could it be that, at that time, Nie Li brought ancestral founder Yi Yen out of the heavenly sacred border? Ancestral founder Yi Yen is in a soul form. Only in the heavenly sacred border would he not be annihilated. However, Nie Li actually created a soul puppet and sealed ancestral founder Yi Yan's soul into the soul puppet. This is simply a crime of deceiving one's master. However, what made people puzzled is that ancestral founder Yi Yan actually said that he was willing to be sealed into the soul puppet. Just what's going on? Although ancestral founder Yi Yan was sealed into the soul puppet, he still has an irreplaceable position in the hearts of Yi Zong and Yi Xiao. Junior Yi Zong greets Lord Ancestral Founder. Yi Zong slightly bowed. Junior Yi Xiao greets Lord Ancestral Founder. Yi Xiao, who was beside him, was also very polite. If it wasn't for Ancestral Founder Yi Yan teaching the younger generation, Glory City would have already declined. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan is their ancestral founder and also their master. How could they dare to be disrespectful? Lord Ancestral Founder, if that brat Nie Li had forced you, we will immediately kill that brat and rescue you from the soul puppet. Yi Zong coldly glared at Nie Li, emitting a frightening pressure from his body. However, at this moment, Nie Li's cultivation had a huge increase compared to before. Furthermore, with the Thunder God's meteorite sword, he is no longer as easily affected by Yi Zong's pressure. He only felt a trace of pressure. Ancestral founder Yi Yan calmly said, "I was willing to be sealed into the soul puppet. If you guys respect me as your ancestral founder, then you have to treat Nie Li like how you treat me." Ancestral founder Yi Yan did not know about the relationship between Nie Li and Yi Zong. Nie Li's vast knowledge and mysterious powerful soul had completely convinced ancestral founder Yi Yan. In his heart, Nie Li is not a kid, but a mysterious, peerless expert. Therefore, at this moment, ancestral founder Yi Yan naturally wants to speak up for Nie Li. Treat Nie Li like how he treated ancestral founder Yi Yan. After Yi Zong heard this, he felt as if he had eaten a fly. His whole body felt uncomfortable. One must know that the brat in front of him is the one who took liberties with his daughter. Furthermore, he still wants to live with Yun'er. Him not tearing Nie Li apart is already courteous enough to Nie Li. Now, he wants him to treat Nie Li as a distinguished guest. Not a chance. However, the one standing behind Nie Li is ancestral founder Yi Yan. Speaking of origins, their Snow Wind family is the descendants of ancestral founder Yi Yan. Although the family has fluctuated, the bloodline cannot be changed. No matter what, ancestral founder Yi Yan is still their ancestor. If he doesn't follow ancestral founder Yi Yan, then he's simply deceiving his master. Looking at Nie Li's sloppy appearance, Yi Zong's lungs were about to explode from anger, but he couldn't vent it out. Originally, Yi Zong was here to denounce Nie Li. However, with the appearance of ancestral founder Yi Yan, how can he denounce Nie Li? Yi Zong glanced at Nie Li, coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. "Lord Ancestral Founder, I have something to do, and will be leaving first." Since he can't denounce Nie Li, then what's the point of staying here? Waiting to be mocked by Nie Li? Just when Yi Zong turned around, Nie Li smiled and said, "Father-in-law, you're leaving so quickly. Please walk slowly and be careful not to fall." Just when Yi Zong was about to step out of the door, he suddenly heard Nie Li's words. His feet stepped on empty air, and he almost tripped on the door. After stopping, Yi Zong's chest heaved up and down. He's simply about to go hysterical. If he knew this would happen, he would have slapped Nie Li to death on the wall. However, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Zong let out 2 long breaths and left angrily, looking at Nie Li, And then at Yi Zong's back figure, Yi Xiu bitterly smiled. With Yi Zong's self-restraint, he definitely wouldn't be angry over such a small matter. Indeed, Nieli is too infuriating. However, Yi Zong doesn't seem to be able to do anything to Nieli. With Yi Zong's temperament, no matter if it's in the City Lord's mansion or in Glory City, he's someone who means what he says. No one has ever dared to contradict him. Aside from Lord Yi Mo, no one else could subdue him. However, Nieli suddenly popped out and suppressed Yi Zong. Indeed, in this world, everything has its vanquisher. Even Yi Xiu couldn't help laughing in his heart. At the same time, there's still a little thought in his heart. Although Nieli is a little precocious, no matter if it's his temperament or talent, he's unparalleled in Glory City. Adding on the fact that ancestral founder Yi Yan is the matchmaker, he's quite compatible with Ziyun. However, marrying off his daughter is an extremely cruel matter for any father. It's normal for Yi Zong to have such a reaction, not to mention that Nieli has given Yi Zong a bad impression since the beginning. In fact, Nieli was only teasing Yi Zong. Even if he decided to make Yi Ziyun his wife, he also decided to accompany Yi Ziyun as she grows up. As for Yi Zong, in his previous life, whenever Nieli saw Yi Zong from afar, he would be scared to the point that both of his legs trembled. In this life, Nieli's heart was a little less respectful. Secondly, although Yi Zong made an immortal contribution to Glory City until his death in battle, but to Yi Ziyun, Yi Zong isn't a good father. Teasing Yi Zong is also an interesting matter. Nieli, Yi Xiu was about to speak. Nieli's face stiffened and said, "I only have this condition. If you can't agree to it, then forget it. Anyways, I don't have any losses. If Senior Yi Xiu still wants to persuade me, then you can talk to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan." Ancestral Founder Yi Yan regarding the 10,000 demonic beast array. Yi Xiu awkwardly looked at the soul puppet trying to get Ancestral Founder Yi Yan to help persuade. Nieli, Yi Yan tilted his head and said, "I don't know how to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. What's the point of you looking for me?" Yi Xiu instantly froze on the spot. He bitterly smiled and immediately turned his head and chased after Yi Zong. No matter what, he has to convince Yi Zong. After all, the 10,000 demonic beast array has too great of a significance to the entire Glory City. Yi Zong was extremely angry. A powerful soul aura swept out from his body. The trees planted on both sides of the road withered from the pressure of this frightening soul aura. Yi Xiu has never seen Yi Zong in such an angry state before. He quickly followed up. "Lord Yi Zong, don't bother me." Yi Zong furiously roared. "Today I'm going to kill this brat and dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. No one can stop me." Yi Xiu couldn't help muttering in his heart, "If you really want to kill Nieli, you would have done it long ago. Why would you wait until now? Someone else has already invited Ancestral Founder Yi Yan's soul out. What can you do to him?" Yi Zong stared at Yi Xiu and loudly roared, "Yi Xiu, do you think that I don't dare to kill that brat? Does he think that by bringing Ancestral Founder Yi Yan out, I will be afraid of him?" Yi Xiu's face turned serious and immediately said, "Lord Yi Zong, please calm your anger. With Yi Zong's strength, killing Nieli is naturally as easy as flipping your hand. It's just that you are magnanimous and did not bother with him." "Humph," Yi Zong lightly snorted. "That brat dares to have crooked thoughts towards my daughter. He's simply a toad lusting after a swan's meat. No way. If he dares to do anything to my daughter, I'll make him regret being born in this world." Although Yi Xiu was bitterly smiling in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, "Lord Yi Zong, why don't we just forget about this 10,000 demonic beast array?" Hearing Yi Xiu's words, Yi Zong's expression froze for a moment. If the 10,000 demonic beast array really has such a big effect, it can definitely save the entire Glory City. If we don't want it, wouldn't it be a pity although Nieli has bad intentions towards Yi Ziyun, which made Yi Zong very angry, Nieli's words have a high degree of credibility. Yi Xiu sighed and said, "It's a pity that I only have an unfilial son. If I had a daughter, she would be able to share Lord Yi Zong's worries." Yi Zong's face changed. He coldly snorted and said, "No matter what, I will not hand over my daughter with both hands. Actually, Lord Yi Zong doesn't have to worry. I have a way to deal with it." "Oh, what do you mean?" Yi Xiu quickly whispered a few words into Yi Zong's ears. Yi Zong's tightly knitted brows slowly loosened up. He slightly nodded his head and said, "This idea is pretty good. Let's do it that way." Seeing this, Yi Xiu instantly beamed with joy. His footsteps were light as he walked towards Nieli's yard. Did the city lord agree? Nieli saw Yi Xiu come in and said with a faint smile. Yi Xiu stared blankly. Nieli seemed to have already expected that he would come back and that Yi Zong would agree. He coughed a few times and said, "Lord Yi Zong indeed agreed." Nieli nodded his head and said to Nieyu, who was next to him, "Little Yu, let's go. We're moving to your sister-in-law's yard." "Oh." Nieyu nodded her head and came out with a big bag of luggage. Nieli was already prepared. Yi Xiu's eyes were dull. He always felt that there was a problem, but he couldn't tell what it was. Seeing Nieli and Nieyu walking towards Yi Ziyun's yard, he immediately followed. Yi Ziyun's yard. At this time, the long-haired Yi Ziyun was quietly sitting on a rock by the lake. Her thin silk clothes made her look even more pure and moving. Her clear eyes hid a faint melancholy and sadness. Looking at the lake, she sighed softly. Her thoughts were in a mess. She thought of Nieli, that guy who always did bad things to her. He made people angry, but she couldn't help but think of him. He made people hate him. But when he wasn't here, her heart seemed to be missing something. The time she spent with Nieli was still very happy. She thought of her father. Her father wouldn't still be angry about what happened that day, right? If Nieli continued to annoy her father, she was worried that her father would really be heartless and put Nieli. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. She could only sigh sadly. She had already decided not to see Nieli again. Perhaps in this life, she was destined to not have any friends. The friends by her side would leave her one by one. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a reflection suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake. It was a strange face that was winking at her. "I didn't sleep well last night. I had hallucinations." Yi Ziyun shook her head and muttered to herself. Chapter 110. Hearing Yi Ziyun's muttering, Nieli couldn't help finding it a little funny. "Ziyun, we meet again." Nieli waved his hand towards Yi Ziyun's face and chuckled. Yi Ziyun raised her head. Her confused and adorable eyes fell onto Nieli. She was stunned for a moment before she jumped up like she had stepped on a grasshopper. "Why are you here?" Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. "Why can't I be here?" Nieli chuckled. "I've decided to live here with little Yu." Nieli looked around. His gaze fell onto a small building beside Yi Ziyun's residence and said, "From today onwards, we'll live here." Yi Ziyun immediately pushed Nieli's arm, wanting to push Nieli out, and said in an anxious voice, "Nieli, do you not want to live anymore? My father will kill you. Quickly leave. If you're caught by my father, you're dead." Yi Ziyun's heart should still be concerned about him. Nieli couldn't help feeling a little touched in his heart, but he immediately put on a mischievous smile and looked at Yi Ziyun in astonishment and asked, "Didn't your father tell you?" "Tell me what?" Yi Ziyun was stunned for a moment as she asked. Nieli slapped his forehead, pretending to be enlightened, and said, "So you still don't know?" "Know what?" Yi Ziyun's movements paused for a moment. "Your father has already agreed to it." "What did he agree to?" Yi Ziyun became even more curious. He said that he's prepared to marry you to me, tomorrow. Although Nieli was secretly happy in his heart, he still said seriously. Ah, Yi Ziyun's eyes widened even more. Her clear eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Why is it not possible? That day, I was caught by your father. When I returned, your father arrested me and interrogated me. I said that we've already done what's done. Although your father was furious, he can't spread our dirty linen in public, so he asked me to marry you tomorrow. Nieli said innocently, your father forced me. I had no other choice. How can you do this? Yi Ziyun's face turned red as she anxiously stomped her feet. We clearly didn't. At this moment, Yi Ziyun's bashful appearance caused Nieli's heart to sway. He recalled the events of his previous life, and his thoughts became complicated. In this lifetime, he will never let her go far. Nieli tried his best to calm himself down and spread his hands out. I didn't agree to it at first, but since father-in-law is already like this, I think I'll just have to make do with it. Reluctantly, Yi Ziyun glared at Nieli. Nieli, are you saying that I'm not worthy of you? Yi Ziyun angrily stepped on Nieli's foot. Nieli suddenly covered his foot exaggeratedly and shouted, Of course, you're worthy. How can you not be worthy? Yi Ziyun's little face turned red. She found that she once again jumped into Nieli's verbal trap. Looking at Nieli and Yi Ziyun's playful appearance, Yi Xiu couldn't help but smile. He watched Yi Ziyun grow up. Yi Ziyun's identity was noble, so she didn't have many friends. All along, besides desperately cultivating, she didn't talk to her peers. He hadn't seen such a bright smile on Yi Ziyun's little face for a long time. Yi Xiu thought that there was already love between Nieli and Yi Ziyun, but Yi Zong didn't allow the two of them to be together, which led to the conflict later. If this was the case, then it was necessary for him to persuade Yi Zong to marry Yi Ziyun to Nieli. After all, a daughter had to get married, no matter how reluctant her father was. What Yi Xiu didn't know was that Yi Ziyun's feelings for Nieli were just good feelings between friends. From the beginning to the end, it was Nieli who shamelessly stuck to Yi Ziyun's side. It was just that Yi Ziyun was shy and didn't know how to refuse. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to look at the room. I have to live here for a period of time. If the room is too bad, I won't be willing to live here. Nieli looked around, and his eyes fell on the attic where Yi Ziyun lived. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked towards Yi Ziyun's attic. Seeing this scene, Yi Ziyun suddenly panicked. She had already been forced into her boudoir by Nieli once. She still remembered that incident clearly. She had already decided not to see Nieli in the future. She didn't expect that Nieli would come again, and this time he wanted to go to her boudoir. Staying in the same room with Nieli, Yi Ziyun felt depressed just thinking about it. Usually, Yi Ziyun was gentle and calm. She was very gentle when talking to people, and she treated people very politely. But at this time, she could no longer calm down. Her face turned red. She took out a sharp sword and placed it on her white neck. She looked straight at Nieli and said, Nieli, I will never let you stay in my room. If you go in, Why are you so excited? I didn't say that I want to stay in your room. I can't even take a look. You're too stingy. I'm going back to my room. Nieli said with a smile. He carried his things and walked to the attic next to him. Looking at Nieli's back, Yi Ziyun was stunned. Her cheeks were burning. She understood that she was deceived by Nieli again. This guy, Nieli, is really too annoying. Even so, it's still good to see Nieli in the future. Yi Ziyun's eyes were covered with a layer of mist because her heart was too lonely. There was a person like Nieli bothering her. Although she was always annoyed that Nieli did things that were out of line, sometimes when she couldn't see Nieli, she would still miss him. Is this some kind of feeling? Even Yi Ziyun herself couldn't explain it clearly. These days, there were sour and sweet, crying and laughing. It made her feel that she had a sense of existence. Nieli whistled as he went to live in the attic over there. He pointed to the attic opposite and said, "Little you live over there." Niayu looked at the other attic in the distance and pouted. Obviously, there were other rooms in Nieli's attic. Why did he let her live in the attic opposite? Hearing Nieli's words, Yishio, who was next to him, hurriedly interrupted and said to Nieli, "Little you is still so young. It's better for her to live in the attic over here. You can take care of her." Nieli looked at Yishio and blinked his eyes. His sharp eyes seemed to see through something. Yishio was a little embarrassed and unnatural. He turned his eyes away. How could Nieli not understand that Yizong agreed to let him and Yi Ziyun live in the same courtyard? How could he be at ease? The reason why Yizong agreed so readily, he must have made preparations. Probably tonight, Yizong will live in the opposite attic to monitor Nieli. Nieli already expected that Yizong would do that. Although he knew that he would be monitored, he still suggested to live in Yi Ziyun's courtyard. This is because Nieli knows that Yi Ziyun is too lonely. Her mother passed away early, leaving only her father. Furthermore, her father is busy with work every day. She wouldn't be able to see him even once in a few months. Her heart is very lonely, making others feel pity for her. Nieli isn't trying to take advantage of Yi Ziyun. In his heart, Yi Ziyun is already an irreplaceable person. He only wants Yi Ziyun to be happy. As for the 10,000 demonic beast array, he'll just barely help them lay it down. Anyway, it won't take much time. Yishio chased after Nieli and said, "Let's start laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array." "What's the rush?" "I've just arrived. I haven't rested yet." A silver rank demon spiritualist. Even if they don't sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, they won't feel tired. Yishio said, "Laying down the 10,000 demonic beast array is a big matter." "It's a big matter for you guys, but it's not a big matter for me. Let's talk about it after I've rested. You guys go and gather the materials first. Gather all the black gold rank demon spirits." There are black gold rank demon spirits in the City Lord's Mansion's treasury. They're already prepared. 10 of the strongest weapons. We also have this. Yishio eagerly looked at Nieli. Nieli mentioned all the materials needed to lay down the 10,000 demonic beast array. Yishio replied that he already has them, causing Nieli to stare at Yishio in dissatisfaction. Such hard-to-find materials were all gathered by them. The City Lord's Mansion's treasury is really rich. It simply has everything. What Nieli doesn't know is that back then, when the demon beast horde swept across the continent, a large number of martial experts were constantly being chased and fled. Many of them escaped to Glory City, bringing along a lot of unimaginable treasures. Most of these treasures are now gathered in the City Lord's Mansion. All right, since that's the case, you guys can start laying it down. Nieli said depressingly. He took out a map from his bosom and said, "This is the rough outline of the City Lord's Mansion." Yishio stared at Nieli in shock. This is only the rough outline of the map. It's already very complete. The City Lord's Mansion is heavily guarded. Furthermore, the map is forbidden to be leaked out. How did Nieli get such a complete map? As if he knew what Yishio was thinking, Nieli said, "This is what I got your ancestral founder, Yi Yen, to fly above the City Lord's Mansion and record it down before drawing it." So that's the case. Yishio finally understood. The City Lord's Mansion is heavily guarded. It's hard for an ordinary person to enter. However, why would the guards of the City Lord's Mansion guard against a bird? Right, where's ancestral founder Yi Yen? Yi Xiu suddenly remembered that when Nieli came over, he did not bring the soul puppet with ancestral founder Yi Yan's soul. I got him to fly outside of Glory City and search for the location of the Dark Guild. Nieli said, "The Dark Guild's actions are very secretive. They have been hiding in Glory City for hundreds of years, growing bit by bit. Furthermore, they opened up another hidden underground kingdom in a valley outside of Glory City. The various families of Glory City have tried to encircle and annihilate the Dark Guild several times. However, they couldn't find the location of the Dark Guild's nest. Even the legend rank demon spiritualist, Yi Mo, couldn't do anything to the Dark Guild." Oh, Yi Xiu nodded his head. He was inwardly speechless. Just what method did Nieli use to make ancestral founder Yi Yan so obedient? Back then, when they entered the heavenly fantasy secret realm, they were miserably taught a lesson by ancestral founder Yi Yan. They were simply scolded to the point that they didn't dare to raise their heads. And now, ancestral founder Yi Yan is actually completely obedient to Nieli. He even helped Nieli run errands. This is simply too unbelievable.